Welcome to the Dan Norton Show, on which I promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of Objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism. It is Monday, June 1st, 2026. Today there's going to be something new on the show today. Unless you're a YouTube Premium member, I have turned on ads for the first time. So, for my entire history of my channel, over almost 7 years, I haven't had any ads on my videos. But starting today, I do. So, if you're not a YouTube Premium member, you might see some ads. I don't know how many. I don't know exactly when. It might vary from person to person. But if you watch long enough, I think you will see some ads. I'd be interested to get some confirmation of that and see if anyone actually notices any ads. If you are a YouTube Premium member, which I think is, I don't know how much, $15 a month or $17, something around there, then you won't see ads, but I will still see some revenue from it. So there's a couple ways I can get revenue. One is ad revenue from people who are not YouTube Premium members. But if you are a premium member, you won't see any ads, but I will still get revenue just from you watching if there were ads, even though you won't be seeing them. So just something new to keep in mind. And I also want to mention, if you want to pay me through a super chat or a super sticker not to have any ads, you can do that. I don't know how much I would want for that, but just as an example, let's say you want there to be no ads today. Well, you could offer me an amount, maybe $25 or $30, $20. I don't know, but you can make me an offer and then I can turn them off. I have a way of turning off ads during the live stream. Now, I don't know if I can toggle it off and on and off and on, back and forth. I think if I start with it on, with the ads on, and then I toggle it off, I don't think I can turn it back on. So for a while I was thinking, well, maybe if someone wants to pay me like $5 to turn off ads, I can turn off ads for an hour or something, then I'll turn them back on. But then later I did a little research and it looks like I can't actually do that. I can only turn it off once. So I might have to take a larger amount, since it's all or nothing, and my streams often go for very long, like 7 hours sometimes. So to have no ads for 7 hours, then I might need more than $5 to convince me to do it. But I will listen to an offer if you want to make me an offer to turn off ads. Now, if you're a YouTube Premium member, it probably won't matter to you because you're not going to see ads anyways. But if you're not a YouTube Premium member, then you can make me an offer to turn on ads, to turn off ads on a one-time basis. All right, so this is a interactive show, and if anyone wants to call in, I welcome you to do that. There's a number on my background, 657-233-0878, if you would like to debate or discuss any issues in philosophy. I've staked out many of my own positions in the good and bad categories as I see them. So we can talk about any of that. Or if there's something not on that list that you're interested in discussing, feel free to raise it as well. You can also call in through the Zoom link, which is in the description. That's another way you can dial in. Or you can just engage in the chat. And I see there are a couple people in the chat so far today. So hello to you. Looks like a couple people I haven't seen here before. One person says, second time joining. Okay. All right, well, welcome back. And another person says, congratulations. I guess that's for starting to get ad revenue. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, so does anyone want to get us started with a topic? Now is a good time to raise a topic if you would like. You could be the first person of the day. It might be harder to get your topic addressed later on when there are more people. Usually it takes a little while for the chat to get going. But right now you don't have a lot of competition. But even if there are a lot of chats later on, you can get priority for your chat by doing a super chat. Just click the $sign down there by the chat box and put some money on it, and I'll give your chat priority. Somebody's calling. I hear it ringing. Let me see if I can find. Hello. Oh, yes, I saw you in the chat, Simon McGlynn. Welcome back. Yeah, it's probably going to be confusing if you have your YouTube on, because there is like a 20-second delay or something. All right, so you said this is your second time joining. Okay. And I have your audio off right now, but I'm just going to screen your call for a second. So what were you interested in talking about? Yeah, sure. We can talk about that. Just a second. Let me turn your audio on so the YouTube audience can hear you. Let's see. And whenever I change scenes, the audio changes a little bit here. So I got to make sure that your audio comes through in every scene. Okay. Looks like we're good to go. So this is Simon, who he was in the chat. And I'll let you go ahead and say again for the audience now that they can hear you what you're interested in discussing.
So I'm an objectivist, and I've had some interesting discussions with objectivists about how you order philosophy. And I wanted to get your opinion on kind of a formation of an idea I have there on that there's kind of different ways of thinking about the order of philosophy, that there's kind of a strict like within how philosophy works, where metaphysics and then epistemology, and that's one way of thinking of it. But then there's another way with objectivism, and there was really a chunk from Yaron Brook, I think it was in a debate like a year ago, where he emphasized the importance of the reason we do philosophy is to promote our own self-interest, and there's kind of an ethics first, and then epistemology for how you learn truth, and then metaphysics. And then you kind of get different orders for philosophy if you come at it different ways. I wonder if you have a more nuanced understanding of that than I do.
Okay, let me share my notes on the screen here. So I like to take notes during my calls. It helps me keep track of things. Okay, so
I think it's a really difficult question, and I also am not phrasing it in a perfectly essay kind of system.
That's okay. So you're raising the issue of hierarchy, I think, or at least that's one issue you're raising.
Hierarchy in philosophy, and kind of ways of approaching that. Does that hierarchy have different? Are there different hierarchies for different contexts?
Mm-hmm. Okay. So just for anyone who's not familiar with this issue of hierarchy, what that refers to is an order of learning. So just to take a simple example from mathematics, you have to learn arithmetic before you can learn algebra and before you can learn calculus. You can't just start out your study of mathematics by going straight to calculus. There's a certain order you have to go through. And this is true in many fields, and it also applies to philosophy. But sometimes it's complicated to figure out exactly what the order is and whether there might be different orders in different contexts. Like maybe the way you would learn philosophy as an adult is different than the way you would learn it as a child, or maybe the way you would teach philosophy to an adult is different than the way you would teach it to a child, if you would even teach it at all to a child. Maybe you wouldn't. But the whole issue of order is what's being raised here. So I will say in a book by Leonard Peikoff, he was Ayn Rand's heir, intellectual heir in a sense, her top student, maybe I should put it that way. He wrote a book, which you may know, Objectivism, the Philosophy of Ayn Rand. And the order he takes in that book is he starts with the most fundamental axioms, like existence exists, consciousness exists, A is A, the law of identity. And then he proceeds from there. He goes from metaphysics to epistemology to human nature to ethics to politics and art. And that is one order in which philosophy can be understood, but that's not the order in which you explicitly learn concepts. Like a child, a toddler who is learning, his first words are not existence exists, right? Maybe he never utters the words existence exists or consciousness or the law of identity. Maybe his first words are mama and dada or milk, something like this. So that's a different kind of order, the order in which a child learns explicitly. Now you might think a child learns things implicitly. He gets an implicit idea of existence and consciousness. And I think Ayn Rand actually says this in, I guess, various places. There's at least an implicit awareness, not an explicit grasp of existence and consciousness. But when a child does something like play peekaboo, I think he's getting the idea of an existence apart from his mind. Like even if someone covers up, even if his mother covers her face up, that doesn't mean she disappears. She's still there. She still exists, even if he's not aware of it. So I think a baby can start to get the ideas of consciousness and existence in some implicit form from the very beginning. Now, so there's a couple orders so far that I've mentioned. The order in Opar, the book by Leonard Peikoff, where he starts with the fundamental axioms. That's one order. Then there's another order, which is the explicit order, in which the child learns concepts, or words. I mentioned mama and dada might be the first words. There's also some optionality here. Like for instance, if you live in Australia and you're learning animals, maybe the first animal you see is a kangaroo. Whereas if you're living in the United States, you're probably not going to see a kangaroo first. You'll see maybe a cat or a dog because they're much more common in the United States. So it's not that everyone everywhere learns things in the exact same order. There is some optionality. But some things are not optional. Like regardless of where you live, you're not going to be able to learn calculus before you learn arithmetic. So that's not optional. But then there's what you might say a third order. You mentioned Yaron Brook in some talks. This is another objectivist podcaster for anyone who doesn't know. He says, at least in some contexts, he thinks it's good to start with ethics. And this might have to do with motivation. People might not see at first the relevance of a field like metaphysics or epistemology, whereas maybe they would more readily see the relevance and importance of a field like ethics. So to tap into their motivation, what they're motivated to learn about, it might be a good idea to start with a field like ethics, and then later in a discussion or on a different occasion, go into deeper issues like metaphysics and epistemology. So that's another sort of consideration having to do with order. What is the best order given a person's context of knowledge and motivation and interests? So I don't think it necessarily has to be the same in every context. Like if you're taking a philosophy class and the subject is metaphysics, then you can start with metaphysics. But in other contexts, maybe that's not the best approach. So I think there is some optionality as to what order to go in, depending on the context. So those are just some thoughts I'll throw out at the start, and I'll come back to you and see if you want to comment on any of that.
Yeah, I think I've come to really prefer an emphasis on the ethics first, kind of combining Yaron's lines of the choice to live. I know Ayn Rand has mentioned that before. She's also talked about objectivism being a philosophy for living. It's a philosophy for something. So it has its own order with its axioms, and there's that order to it. But there's also a ethics that, gives the rationale of why we would create this philosophy, why Ayn Rand created the philosophy in the first place. And I found that kind of ordering to be more valuable to me as really the primary order to think about objectivism, for myself at least, that there's the choice to live, the choice to promote my own life, that egoism goes at the very beginning, and that then you build up the philosophy because it is good for living.
Okay. Well, I do think it's important to keep the purpose in mind. So knowledge is not an end in itself. Knowledge is for the purpose of living. It has a egoistic purpose, a self-interested purpose. So there's no point in philosophizing, figuring out a bunch of stuff if it's not going to do you any good in your own life, if it doesn't contribute to your own life, your own happiness, your own well-being. So I think that's an important point to bear in mind. So I'm glad you mentioned that. There's another kind of order, which maybe you are alluding to, I'm not sure, but an inductive order, the order of discovering a philosophy or creating a philosophy. And this is the order in which Ayn Rand had to proceed when she was discovering objectivism. The way she learned objectivism is different than the way her readers learn objectivism, because she had to figure it out from reality herself, first-handedly, whereas me and thousands, millions of other people who learned objectivism, we first learned it by reading Ayn Rand, not by getting it straight from reality. And I think you have a much firmer grasp if you can get it straight from reality rather than get it through the mediation of some other mind, like Ayn Rand's mind. I mean, it's tremendously helpful, and I think it's a great thing to do, to read Ayn Rand. But I think your understanding will be even stronger if you can derive the philosophy independently from Ayn Rand's works and see it yourself in reality. And again, that has to be self-interested. So maybe for your needs in life, you don't need to spend a lot of time trying to induce the principles by yourself or reduce them. That's another technical term in epistemology, tying your ideas back to reality, as opposed to building them up from reality. That's a process of induction, where you build them up from observations. But the reverse direction, where you start with abstractions and then you tie them back to concrete reality, that's called reduction. And it's good to be able to go in both directions, but it also has to be selfish, self-interested in Ayn Rand's sense. Don't just do it for its own sake, but is it serving some value in your life? Maybe if you're a philosopher or a philosophy professor, you have more reason to spend time on this. Whereas if you're in some other profession, maybe it makes sense to do some amount of that, but not as much as if you were doing it as a professional philosopher. So I do think it's a good point you raised, that it should be self-interested. I'll pause there.
Yeah, so you bring up an idea of knowledge needing to have a purpose. And I think in the way that you're expressing the philosophical idea, I agree. But I think it brings up an obvious question that you have to deal with of knowledge for its own sake, which I consider to be a spiritual value, like honor, discipline, these kind of things that Ayn Rand discusses. That knowledge for its own sake is actually an idea that you do want to build, because it is actually very useful to understand that just facts that are true or understanding how reality works is something to value. And I was wondering how you would express, if you agree that knowledge for its own sake, there is something there as a value, and how you would express that for it to not be in conflict with your other statements that I agree with.
I don't think knowledge is a value for its own sake, but I also don't think you necessarily need to have some specific concrete goal in mind or application in mind. Like sometimes you can just be curious, and I think children often exhibit this. They're just curious about something, and they want to learn about it, and you ask them, well, why are you interested in this? What are you going to do with this knowledge? How is it going to help you in life? They might not be able to give you an answer, but I don't think that means it's invalid, or it's not a good thing for them to pursue. I mean, enjoyment and pleasure, I think that's a important feature of life, and simply the pleasure of learning something, even if you don't understand how you might be able to put this knowledge to use later, if it just gives you a lot of pleasure and enjoyment in the moment, I think that's worth considering. I mean, I don't think it's the only thing that matters, but I think it is a thing that matters. So I think there are things you can learn about. I don't know, maybe astronomy as an example, where it just might be really interesting to learn about how the planets move and what's the difference between a star and a planet, and maybe they can help you with navigation later, with directions. You have a better sense of direction. But I think even if you can't articulate some practical use that you might put a given piece of knowledge to, I don't think that means it's worthless. So I wouldn't say that it's useful for knowledge is good for its own sake, but I do think it might be hard to articulate what it might be good for. But I do think it should be good for something, if only the pleasure or entertainment or joy that you get from learning it in the moment. That's still a value, even if it's a momentary one. But I think it's probably related to the fact that it does have some kind of concrete, practical application, even if you can't articulate in the moment what that is. I'll say that much.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And knowledge is power. I wrote that on the screen. That's a famous aphorism from Francis Bacon, a 16th century English philosopher. And I think Ayn Rand quotes that in one of her articles. I'm not sure which one. But I think that's right. It's not just something worth pursuing for its own sake. It has power. I think what that means is it has practical applications. Like the Industrial Revolution, I think, is a grand scale example of this. Prior to the Industrial Revolution, there was some science, like Isaac Newton discovered his laws of motion, and Galileo, but it wasn't appreciated, at least not fully appreciated, what the practical value of this very abstract scientific knowledge was. But starting with the Industrial Revolution, which I've been reading a lot about recently, it becomes very apparent. You have like the creation of the steam engine, and maybe that had to do with Boyle's laws. So I think Boyle was also alive around the time of Newton in the 17th century, part of the scientific revolution. And once you get this understanding of pressures and volumes and temperatures and how all these things are related, well, I'm guessing that helps with the creation of something like a steam engine, where you've got a boiler and then you've got a condenser and you're heating up the water into steam that can move this piston, and now mechanical work can be done in a much more efficient way by machines than had ever been done previously, and that just changed life radically for humanity for the better. So that's a great illustration of this point that knowledge is power. But even if you don't know exactly how some knowledge is going to be used in the future, you still can get the general idea that knowledge has practical applications. Like right now, nuclear technology is, well, we've done some things with it, like the nuclear bomb, and there's nuclear energy, and maybe there will be other applications which are hard to imagine right now, but they still exist, even if we haven't figured out what all the applications are. That doesn't mean they won't bear some fruit later. So I think that's a good aphorism.
I'm a fan of abstract mathematics, and there's kind of an idea in mathematics of going after knowledge and proofs of things that are farther and farther away from practical applications. Finding the largest prime is also going to be the least useful prime number because it's just too big. So I think there's a lot of cases where people go after knowledge that is especially unlikely to be useful, although it does seem difficult for things to remain unuseful, as some of the most abstract, seemingly would never come up mathematics end up being extremely useful in computer science or the stock market. But I think there really is a value in there in showing our ability to reason, to in mathematics now build extremely powerful computers to find these increasingly difficult questions. And I think of it that there's artistic value to that, aesthetic value to gaining knowledge that is increasingly farther and farther away from a practical use. In the same way, we have a lot of paintings already. You could argue we could stop making paintings and just make prints of the ones we have now. Art, there's still value to be expressed. So I go farther to say that that there's actually an aesthetic value to pursuing knowledge that is purposely far away from practical usage, even though maybe it's useful someday. But there's a beauty to provable knowledge, these difficult, real things in mathematics to find that are just stupidly far away from anything practical. Comically far away, you could say, especially with the prime numbers.
Okay, I don't think I would go out of my way to learn knowledge that seems impractical. I was just making the point that even if it's hard to say, even if you don't know how to articulate what the value of something is, that doesn't necessarily mean there's no value to it. But it seems like you might be introducing something somewhat different. It's not that it's just hard to articulate it, but you're deliberately looking for something which it's not clear.
To say that there's an aesthetic value to impractical knowledge. Within the case of it's impractical, but you can be clearly seen that it takes a lot of reason and difficulty to find these. These are real answers. It's not random information. It's not, you could say, oh, well, I know the name of a guy who lives here who's never done anything, that has no import on anything, and that would be like esoteric, useless knowledge, and you could call it knowledge. But like mathematical things that are, extremely interesting and complex, but very impractical. And I think that there's an aesthetic value to showing off. It's like making art. I think it's a form of making art that shows the capacity of man for reason and for knowledge. And that I think part of what we're doing when we're expanding the horizons of mathematics is we're showing as Ayn Rand talks about with what we're doing in art, is we're making those values, and those values of logic and reason, we're turning them into something we can look at. And I think that there's a love for abstract mathematics that's really an artistic expression.
Okay. Well, I do think there's a value in art, and sometimes people don't see the practical value of art, even though they might enjoy it. But I think Ayn Rand articulates well the practical value of art. It concretizes your philosophy. It makes it brings to the perceptual level very abstract ideas, and we need that as humans to function. Like if it's very helpful to have in mind someone like Howard Rourke or John Galt. These are some of Ayn Rand's heroes from her novels, for anyone who doesn't know. Like, as opposed to just reading an abstract treatise on ethics, on how to live, if you have something much more concrete, like seeing how a character actually lives his life, if only in fiction, how they confront various situations, what kinds of things they say and do, I think that really provides a lot of value when it comes to understanding how to live. But also, art is not, I think that the value of it is not just, it's not didactic primarily. So that is one value of it. It does help you, at least if it's philosophically good art, it can give you some guidance on how to live. But that's not its primary purpose. Its primary purpose is just to give you an enjoyable experience in the moment. Just the act of contemplating certain characters, or beholding a statue of David, is an end in itself, and it doesn't need to have some practical value beyond that experience to justify it. It's worth having for its own sake, although it can also have some practical value, and it can give you inspiration and motivation in your own life. So there's that. I don't associate those kinds of values as much with art. You were speaking of a kind of aesthetic value of seeing what the mind can do, and I wouldn't necessarily dismiss that and say that's not a real thing. But I guess if we're talking about aesthetic value, I would, art is more what comes to mind. But maybe there's an element of that in mathematics.
Yeah, even if I agree. I've got a mini statue of David on my desk here.
Oh yeah, okay.
One of my favorite, my favorite sculpture. And it's I think an interesting application of objectivism that I've come up with myself, that I'm getting those same things from abstract mathematics. That I've seen some objectivists actually criticize, kind of abstract mathematics. That I get those kind of joys that you get from art, from learning about these ideas that maybe they could become practical, but I'm not enjoying the idea, oh, maybe I could make this math practical. Maybe I could, use it in some computer program. I'm just like, wow, it's amazing that people figured this out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think that shouldn't just be dismissed if you get some kind of enjoyment from mathematics, even if it doesn't seem like it has practical application. Just the enjoyment itself is worth considering. And I don't know if it's worth like trying to introspect a lot and figure out why it gives you that enjoyment. But I mean, maybe you already articulated it. It allows you to appreciate what is capable to a human mind, or at least that's maybe part of the source of the enjoyments.
Yeah, I have introspected on it, and that's what I found about it. Yeah.
All right. Let's see. I got some comments here from chatters. Maybe I can read some of those if they're related. Vasilius is here. Hello. And Dark Sauce. Hello. And Lone Descender. let's see. I think some of lone dissenters' chats might be related here. Let me read some of those. Knowledge as such is a value and doesn't have to have some immediate instrumental end. But if you're spending so much time pursuing sidelines and you never produce anything, that's a problem. Yeah, I would agree with that. That reminds me of another point that I wanted to make. So I think it's important to be attuned to signals that your subconscious might be throwing up to you. Like if you're spending time studying prime numbers or some other abstract topic, and you're getting these messages, or your these sort of alarm bells are going off saying, you know, what is this really a good use of my time? Does this make sense to be spending time on this? Is there any value to this? You might be getting the messages like that, and I think that's important to consider. If you are getting those messages, they shouldn't just be evaded or brushed aside. Maybe you're not getting those messages, but if you are, I think they should be considered, and you should really ask yourself, you know, is there value here? Even if it's only in the moment, maybe I'm just loving it and it's not like it gives me some practical value, but you might be getting some signals that it's not a good use of time. And that might be a good time, if you are getting those signals, to question the value of what you're doing and whether it might be a good idea to do something else. And then Lone Dissenter goes on. He says, someone rotting away on the couch, but who knows a lot of facts and does nothing with it, that is knowledge serving the destruction of life. Yeah. Like if you relish knowledge because it's impractical, or having no interest in or disdaining its application, that's Robert Stadler. Okay, I think you make a good point. Yeah, you might have a disdain for the world, and I think there was at least a touch of this in Plato and even Aristotle, who was a more this worldly philosopher. But I think there was a kind of attitude that philosophy was not for practical application, and the noblest life was the contemplative life of the philosopher, and a more low-grade life is the grubby materialists, the tradesmen, the merchants who deal with material things. I think there was an element of that in Aristotle, and more so in Plato, but not at all in Ayn Rand. I think she fully appreciated the this worldly value of knowledge, even very abstract philosophical knowledge. So if you pursue knowledge as a kind of escape, or with a disdain for this worldly life, I do think that's a problem, which Lone Dissenter is mentioning. So thanks for those comments, Lone Dissenter. And thanks for the likes on the stream. I see we're up to 6 likes. That's going to help promote this stream in the algorithm. And thanks for any shares, new subscribers as well. Okay. Anything else? Any other comments you have, Simon?
That was good to discuss. I can go on this topic for a good bit. I have a lot of ideas about it. I mostly bring it up because I think it's interesting to discuss. I'm a very strict objectivist, and I think we could go through a lot of topics and just agree on things. So it's kind of a spot that I like to talk about with objectivists, because I think I have a position that's coming from the objectivist principles, but is a little bit contrarian. And that's sometimes where it's more interesting to discuss things, is the contrarian point. Which is not to say that I'm full of contrarian points.
Yeah, well, we might have at least a little bit of a different view here. Like as I mentioned, I wouldn't say knowledge is good for its own sake, and I expounded on that a bit. So yeah, maybe we've got at least some differences here. But that's all right. We can talk it through and just debate it, discuss it.
But well, I don't want to take away time if there's other people who want to discuss things, but I would continue on this topic as it interests me. I know I can say with Lone Dissenter's comment that my point of disagreement is at where it's having no interest in the application. Disdaining its application, I would not go that far. I think if you're upset that something has an application, that's where you get into the hatred of production, the kind of hatred of the world, those kind of ideas that I'm very much against. And I think the Platonic ideas that oftentimes come up in mathematics, and I know as a fan of mathematics, when mathematicians try to express the philosophical values that they get from math, they're oftentimes brought right to the Platonic ideas, because that's kind of how it's been expressed in mathematics, and people haven't really expressed the value of math from an objectivist perspective. I don't know that there's any famous mathematicians who are objectivists. So that's where I would come down on that, where I think that what I'm saying is that there's a value in appreciating its non-application, kind of the field of pure mathematics, and the value there where you're really focusing on where it's not the application, whether or not it has one. That's kind of the value that I'm trying to express, that I think is rationally there, but is oftentimes expressed in a Platonic way. But that doesn't mean that the value itself is Platonic. So the expression of it has oftentimes been Platonic, and then objectivists see that and they go, oh, that's Platonism. And it's like, well, no, there could be real values here. There could be real values in using our reason to understand these things about mathematics and logic.
There is a division of labor between theoretical and applied fields. Like there's the field of theoretical mathematics, and then there's the field of applied mathematics. And also in sciences, there's theoretical physics, and then there are more applied physics like engineering. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that division of labor. And if you prefer one rather than the other, I don't think that's a sign that there's something necessarily wrong with you. It's only if the Platonism comes in and you think they're somehow at war with each other and there's something dirty about the practical side of it, for instance. Or I guess you could also have disdain for the theoretical side and think, oh, all that matters is the practical science, and theoretical physics or theoretical math, that's a waste of time. I think you could be making mistakes in both directions. They both have a place, and I don't think they need to be at odds with each other. It's only when they are that I think there's some kind of problem. But I don't know if I would put it as appreciating the non-application. I think that there might be a touch of Platonism or disdain for the practical if you phrase it like that. Like if I'm a theoretical mathematician, I don't know that I would say I appreciate its non-application. I think I might just say, well, I just personally happen to really like the theoretical side of it, but I don't specifically like that it's not being applied. It just doesn't enter my mind as something to think about. I'm guessing that's how I would hold it in my mind. So maybe we're have at least a slight difference there.
Yeah, I think we're close. I think I would go a little bit farther in there being value in the pursuit of that knowledge outside of it. I've definitely seen objectivists go much farther than where you are saying, where I think they disregard the entire field of theoretical mathematics as not having to do with the world at all, and not having any value. But I think you're not saying that that's a mistake, and I think that's where it's clear that that's not a mistake.
Well, there are some. I don't know much about advanced mathematics, but from what I've gathered from reading people who know more about it than I do, there is a significant Platonist streak. Maybe it's even a dominant streak among people who are interested in mathematics, among academics. I think there's a significant element of Platonism, and Harry Benswanger, I think this has been one of the themes of his work. He's trying to promote a more Aristotelian approach to mathematics. And I wrote down set theory on my notes on the screen. I'm not sure if that's an example, but there's some fields or subfields of math that I think maybe are quite detached from.
Yeah, and I'm in direct conflict with his view. I think he is just actually wrong about set theory, and I think it's derived mostly from a confusion because, like I say, when mathematicians look for philosophy to describe what they're talking about, Plato's right there. Plato is like in all of the philosophers. I mean, Platonistic philosophies is dominating pretty much everything. Almost every major philosopher is based in Platonism to some degree. And so I think when they try to express the philosophy of math, they express Platonism. But that doesn't mean that the actual math is Platonic. So, yeah, I think that's my perspective there. And definitely that set theory works and is real and valuable.
Okay. Well, I can't say much about that just because I'm not familiar with the field. But there might be certain approaches to set theory that are fine and others that are not. Just like with quantum mechanics in physics, which I also don't know much about, but my understanding is that they can predict things using quantum mechanics, and it has useful applications in technology, but the interpretation of quantum mechanics, like maybe it's the Copenhagen interpretation I've heard, that's where they might go off the rails, and you can, I think, veto some things just on philosophic grounds, like if it involves contradiction. So I don't know if maybe there's something like that with set theory. Maybe it has some valid applications, but the interpretation of it might be okay in some cases and not in others.
Here I'm yes on one, no on the other. That quantum mechanics does get things wrong in certain interpretations because of philosophy. I know Schrödinger explicitly wrote a paper on philosophy where he said that his theories in quantum mechanics were based on the idea that A equals A is false and that the law of identity is wrong. So I think that there's clear ones in physics where they've explicitly gone philosophical. I don't think that the creators of set theory actually were making a philosophical point. I think that they were actually just doing interesting math that was real, and that they didn't express any philosophy, which is, the world we live in has this weakness of people not having good philosophy. You have the bad philosophies causing damage, but you also have where people should have had philosophy. But I don't think set theory actually makes any mistakes or philosophical points.
Well, Bertrand Russell comes to mind as someone who might be making a mistake, but he is maybe more in the logic side, or maybe he's kind of on the border between logic and mathematics. But I think he had the idea that numbers at their most basic are best understood as sets, and I can't say much about this, but I think that's at least one example that I think Harry Benswanger who's an objectivist philosopher, for anyone who doesn't know. I think he's criticized Russell's idea of I don't know if I should say set theory, but the number one is understood as what is it? There's an empty set. Okay, isn't that it? I think the empty set is like the basic concept, and then the set of sets or something like this is
So
one.
some of this math is actually very important to me, although I'm less familiar with the set theory way of getting there. I'm a computer programmer, so um, the the history of how we develop computers and the theory there is very important to me. And they're really essential to understanding computers is the ability to take logic statements and build out concepts like numbers. And I'm very committed to the idea that numbers are creation of logic. And set theory was one way of showing that there are other ways actually essential to making any computers. Um, and I know that's something that Beanswinger disagrees with.
I think he charges Russell with the fallacy of the stolen concepts, and I think it might be the idea that a set by its nature has members. So an empty set is a contradiction in terms. Something like this. I don't want to mischaracterize the criticism he makes, but I think it's something along those lines. Now, you mentioned computers. I do think it's amazing what computers can do, and I don't know to what extent they depend on the insights by people like Russell or other logicians. But I've heard there is some kind of relation there, but I just can't articulate myself what that is right now.
Yeah. I think Alan Turing's work um, really makes that clear. I mean, he's oftentimes considered the problem. There's no one person who figured out computers, but probably he more so than anyone else. And obviously, he's working on it quite a bit before there's really computers like we know them, at least. Um, and he invents these mathematical computers using logic.
Okay. Yeah, I don't. I wonder if he used set theory at all, or if that was just not relevant to what he
Yeah,
did.
I don't believe so as much. Um, but it does relate to the same ideas of numbers being actually built out of more foundational concepts that I know Beanswinger took problem with, and I think he misinterprets objectivism having a claim on that. I think Ayn Rand was always pretty clear to not step foot into the sciences, and the sciences are for the sciences to figure out. She didn't have a claim on the size of the universe or the Big Bang. Um, and I think he makes an error of thinking that objectivism is supposed to have specific claims about how math works, especially when it comes to like how do you get to the idea of having numbers. I don't think that rationally comes directly out of objectivism as he claims.
Well, I do think there is a place for philosophers of science who are on the border of philosophy and science, and I think that's where Harry Binswanger sees himself, even if he's not a scientist himself. If I think there is a role for people who are philosophers and who are for whom epistemology is central to their field, and it is for Harry Binswanger. He wrote a book on epistemology, How We Know. That's the title of it.
Yeah,
And
and I do like him. I discussed the one thing where I disagree because the rest would be, oh yes, I agree on this, I agree on that. I think he makes some mistakes when he gets into math, and that's really I don't think I've seen any other thing from him that I had an issue with. Um,
well, maybe you should raise some of this
I have
with
a lot
him.
of respect for him.
I don't know if you have. um, he's got a website, hbletter.com, and you could raise these kinds of issues on that forum and see what he says about them. Just an idea. But
That
on
could be
the
engaging.
what's that?
That could be very engaging. Yes.
Yeah. And there's other people on that forum as well, who might have some good insight. I was going to say, oh yes, I think objectivism actually does have something to say on the issue of the size of the universe or the Big Bang, namely that the universe doesn't have a size. In the concept of space or time doesn't apply to the universe as such. And this is a point that Leonard Peikoff makes in his Philosophy of Objectivism course. And there's a excerpt of this on the Ayn Rand lexicon. And I think this is an example of where a philosopher can come in to the border of the sciences and discuss things like the Big Bang, and say like, well, if there was a Big Bang, that's a scientific issue, whether there was a Big Bang. But the philosopher will say, if there was a Big Bang, that wouldn't be the beginning of the universe, because the universe doesn't have a beginning. The universe is out of time. It's eternal. I think that's a valid thing for a philosopher to say.
Yeah, I've been through that series, but I don't remember that particular piece. I find that difficult to think about. I think with the Big Bang, I think that the better thing to pull out of it is that it's an extrapolation of the effects we see in the universe, and people get a little too hung up on the universe starting. I'm somewhat suspicious that that's a great question.
Well, the question, when did the universe begin? I don't think that's a valid question. Because I think the universe is everything, and something can't come from nothing. I don't know if that's what epistemological category to put that in, like if it's just self-evidence or what, but to ask when did the universe begin presupposes that it had a beginning, but I don't think that's a valid assumption. Like, what does it mean to say it had a beginning? Does that imply there's some cosmic clock ticking away, and then at some point during the ticking of this cosmic clock, the universe sprang into existence? Well, that can't be right, because if the universe is everything, there is no cosmic clock apart from it, during the ticking of which the universe would come into being. That's not a coherent view. So I think just on philosophy grounds, you can rule out some things like the universe having a beginning or an end or a size.
Yeah,
I think there's one more.
I find that really hard. I've heard that idea before, but I have not heard somebody express why they think that would be not valid. When you said that it's invalid to assume that the universe has a beginning, I agree with that, because you're saying it's invalid to assume. But I don't see a philosophical way to, from principles of philosophy, decide whether or not the universe started. In that time started, and that would be the start. Before time, you can't really make statements about before or after, because those don't exist. I don't know. I find that I don't know if you have a way of expressing that that's different than what I've heard before. It's probably unlikely because we've read the same things.
Maybe we can talk about this some, but let me just read some chats I see. There's another one here from Lone Dissenter. He says, there's a couple more from Lone Dissenter. He says, Stadler had no interest in the application of his ideas, and we got the Thompson harmonizer. That was Ayn Rand's concretization of that point. Her Two Young Scientists is also a good read here. I feel like objectivists tend to go 100% in the opposite direction, valuing the theoretical and failing to apply it. That was why rationalism was/is a big problem in objectivist circles.
I completely agree with that. You can talk about one problem while still thinking it's the minority failure.
Rationalism, that's thinking in a way that's detached from reality. For anyone not familiar with that term, Leibniz and Spinoza I think, are often examples of this in the history of philosophy. They build these what's sometimes called castles in the sky, these abstract chains of deductive reasoning, which aren't clearly connected to reality, versus the empiricists. That's the other main school of thought, opposing the rationalists. Their ideas are based on reality, derived from observation and sense experience. See, Mellow Mau is here in the chat. Hello. He says, I'm looking forward to the stream today, and I'd like to call in a few hours after my work day. Okay. You can do that. I usually stream for a few hours at least, so I should still be here. And then he says, like Simon, I also like studying abstract math. My top 2 justifications are, 1, someday I will be teaching my children and nephews as a route to life lessons, and I want to be as sharp as possible. And 2, studying advanced math is frustrating and humbling, so the practice develops self-awareness and shame and guards against arrogance. All right. Well, that's a different sort of motivation, I think, than we've discussed so far. I don't think I would try to make myself feel humble and shameful. Is there value in that? I'm not sure. I don't see it. Mellow Mau is a Buddhist, so I don't know if that's coming from his... I mean, it's good to recognize what you know and what you don't know, but to revel in what you don't know and like deliberately seek out shame, that's the word he used. That's different. That's not just recognize. Yeah, he said.
Oh yeah, there's shame. Okay, yeah, shame's not good.
The practice develops self-awareness and shame. So that's going beyond just recognizing your ignorance about something. That's like kind of cultivating a negative feeling about yourself. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing shameful about just being ignorant per se. There's lots of things I'm ignorant of, but what matters is that you try to gain knowledge and apply it to your life. But you can't be omniscient.
I would say YouTube channels like Numberphile and these ones that would make these really well-produced videos on math. You could understand these really difficult concepts easily when they're, taught very well. I think the most the difficulty of understanding a problem oftentimes has to do with how well it's expressed. That as you continue to express things better and better, you can explain it to more people more easily. But I find it useful occasionally to look at their actual websites where they're going over these things or how they figured some of these things out. And I'll look at that and it'll be, in a single equation, 4 symbols I don't know. And you have to go, oh, okay. So when everything's explained well to me, I can understand it. But don't have a delusion that you yourself are a mathematician just because you enjoyed some YouTube videos or find it exciting. There's a lot of work that goes into understanding these things. And so I think that kind of humbling is good. I wouldn't use the word shame, though. But I think some humbling of, and I think in this time that we're living in now where there's such a hatred of experts, with the anti-vax and other movements that are going after experts, I think there's a lot of value of going and looking and going, oh, yeah, what they do is actually very difficult. People do really difficult work, and you need to have some humility about that.
Well, you need to have recognition of that. But I don't think I would put it as being humble. I think being humble implies a lower than justified view of yourself. And I don't think you ever need that. You just need the right view of yourself, and you need to recognize, well, given my state of knowledge right now, I just don't know. such and such, and I don't understand such and such. But that's not having a lower than appropriate view of yourself. That's just having a correct or objective view of yourself, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the terms are difficult because the language we use has been dominated by altruistic and Christian theology for a long time. So I think humble, has a lot of those religious connotations. I'm not sure if maybe that's a good term to use. Maybe it's not. But yeah, you want to have the accurate view of your understanding compared to the complexity of the world and other people's understanding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I certainly agree with that. All right. Well, looks like I'm caught up in the chat. So thanks for those chats. We could talk about, we're up to 8 likes. Nice. Thank you. We could talk about the universe and time if you'd like, or if there's, because you said you weren't sure that that was clear or convincing, something like this, or if there's some other topic you want to go into, we could
I found attempts to give a philosophical reason why that could or couldn't be true to be not hitting the mark, not convincing at all.
Well, why, you mean not convincing why the universe is out of time or eternal?
Yeah, I don't understand why it would have to be.
Maybe we can induce the concept of time, or at least do a partial induction. And I was going to make this point before in connection with Harry Benzonger's work. I think that's what he's trying to do with various scientific concepts, or concepts at the border of philosophy and science. He wants to give a inductive account of them and show how they are derived from reality, rather than starting with abstractions. I don't know if Euclid is a good example of that. Like geometry, his geometry, doesn't it start with the 5 postulates?
Yeah, I think very impressive 5 postulates. I think it took people more than 1,000 years to figure out that you really needed all 5 of them. They thought you only needed 4. And turns out that if you get rid of the 5th one, you get hyperbolic geometry and a bunch of other fields of geometry that turn out to be real math that just doesn't work the same way as Euclidean geometry. So I think he was ahead of his time, like quite a bit, with his axioms.
One of the postulates is that parallel lines never intersect. Is that right? I'm not sure.
I believe so, although I couldn't quote you all of them.
Okay. Well, I was just going to make the point that that might be an example of a non-inductive approach. You just start with these axioms or postulates out of the blue, whereas a more inductive approach would maybe start from observations, like I see this bottle here in front of me, bottle of water, and I see it's got a certain width and a certain depth and a certain height, and so you get the idea of 3 dimensions, and then from that you can abstract away. Harry makes this point that you don't start with something like a point and then get the idea of a line, and then get the idea of a plane, and then get the idea of a solid. It's actually the reverse. You start with an awareness of 3-dimensional entities like this bottle of water, and then you mentally abstract away the various dimensions, and you get eventually reach the idea of a point. And I think Euclid might start more in the reverse kind of direction, a non-inductive approach. So I was thinking with time, well, what would be an inductive approach to time? Where do we get this idea of time? Maybe instead of starting with some definition like time is the measurement of motion. I think this is how Rand and or Aristotle defines it. I don't know if she gets that from Aristotle, but I think they have similar views on time. But where would we get the idea of time? So what I would ultimately be driving at is that time is a measurement of things within the universe, not the universe itself. So, for instance, you're at a stoplight, and you can measure, like, how long does it take? How many times does you turn on your turn signal, and it's beeping, every second. Click, 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 and you can measure the number of clicks while you're waiting, and that's one way you could gauge the time that the light is on, that the light is red. And you can say, well, this stoplight is longer than this other stoplight, as judged by the number of clicks that my turn signal gives off while I'm waiting to turn. So this is just one example among thousands that a child might get to come up with the idea of time. Your own heart, your pulse. Actually, Galileo, I think, at least, I don't know if this is just a legend, but at least the legend is that when he was a kid, he was in church, and there were some chandeliers swaying in the, I guess there was a breeze, and he was measuring the period, the length of time for each swing of the chandelier as a kind of pendulum, by using his pulse as a clock. So that's another way you could get an idea of time. But then if we kind of zoom out to talking about the universe as a whole, how does it make sense to apply time to that? Like, if we had this idea, as I mentioned earlier, of like this cosmic clock ticking away, and then you could say, okay, well, at a certain tick of this clock, the universe pops into existence, and so you could say that's when the universe began. But then I said that's not coherent, because the universe, by definition, at least the way I understand it, it means everything. So there can't be some cosmic clock apart from the universe ticking away. And in a way, you can measure, the time of the stoplight by the number of clicks that your turn signal makes, or you can measure the length of the period by using your pulse.
I get what you're saying. So the clock wouldn't be outside of the universe. It would be that time itself started, that the universe had a start.
But what if there's no motion?
So let me give you one idea of how you could express this. So if time is the change, is a measure of change, the change is fundamentally connected to time. I'll give an example that if you had an object that was unchanging, you wouldn't be able to measure time on it. Let's say you had a piece of lead. It decays very slowly. You can't measure any changes about it, and it sat there for 100 years. If you just got the data about that piece of lead, you wouldn't know how much time had passed. It wouldn't have time. The time would be happening for the things around it. You'd only be able to tell anything about the time for the things that are changing. So if there is no data that's changing, then you don't have time. Would you agree with that? There must be change.
So. I do think time presupposes some kind of change.
Yeah, that a state of being without change would not have time. So when I say, like, the universe started, because I'm fairly convinced that the universe started. I'm not sure. I don't think that it's a philosophical necessity. I think that, it doesn't violate, philosophical laws of non-contradiction. You can imagine a universe that started. You can kind of imagine one that never did. I think it's easier to imagine one that starts, because you're actually imagining something. Imagining it not starting is just imagining that there's more stuff you can't see, you can't imagine. I'm not really quite sure how that works, but I think the universe likely started, and that by started, there was no change at one point, and then change starts happening. In that, if you were to assign every point in the universe, a number, an expression of what it is, and then see how it changes over time. Electrons move, atoms, combine, all these kind of things. You have all of these bits of data that are changing, and time only happens when the data changes. The data goes from one state to another state. A hydrogen atom decays. Now it is something different. It's noticeably different. Time has happened. So then time would start if you came from a state where there was no change. There was a single data point, and then that data point expands to more data points, like a Big Bang, that's my understanding of the Big Bang. The universe started from one point at which there was one piece of data, which was one universe. There was one universe in one location of universe. And then it expands to a much more complex universe where we clearly have time. And it just seems coherent to me that there was no change, and then later there is change. That's time starting. It doesn't necessitate that it'll stop. I think that's a different issue. You have a beginning of the universe, you have a start to time if you go from a place of no change to a place of change. So I think I'm just postulating that change could start.
Okay. I'm not sure about that. Maybe change starts, like, if there's well, you mentioned the Big Bang, and I don't know if did you also, I think you used the term location in connection with the Big Bang. I'm not sure though.
Yeah.
But I don't think, now we're getting into that concept. That's a spatial concept, location. And I don't think, just as I don't think time applies to the universe as a whole, I also don't think space or location applies to the universe as a whole. Like, just as there's no cosmic clock ticking away during which ticking the universe pops into being, likewise, there's no cosmic grid paper on which
there's no clock where there's ticking. You wouldn't have ticking before that, because a year before the Big Bang would not be distinguishable from 100 years before. So that would be an incoherent thing for there to be time before it. Like, the Big Bang is, at the first moment, there's one point where there's an infinite, or not, I shouldn't say infinite because that's a different issue, but there's one universe worth of stuff at one point. And that's how the universe starts. That's its starting state, is one universe of stuff at one spot. And then it expands to a much more complex universe. But there's no change before that. So time, there's no clock outside of the universe ticking it down. It's just that the concept of time is created by the universe having change. And that can coherently be something that starts, and appears to. I mean, there's a reason why it's dominant in the sciences, is because the universe that we observe does appear to have come from an earlier state.
Well, I don't think that there can be... Okay, well, let me go back to the point that the universe at the time, if we're going to use the word time, at the time of the Big Bang, or I guess before the Big Bang, the universe was in this singularity, that's what it's called, this very densely packed piece of matter at a certain point. But I don't think, I'm hesitant to accept that framing of it, to say it's at a certain point, because I think point is a spatial concept. And
it's only really noticeable once there's more than one point. So it's really in the differences between things where you really have something to describe. Just like if you have like the heat death idea of the end of the universe, where there's an equal amount of everything in every spot, then there's no data. There's no statements that can be made about it. Statements require differences. So the singularity you really can't make statements about. But I think it's a rational extrapolation from what we see, because the universe that we see, the past looks very different than the present, and simpler and hotter and closer together. Like, we know that all those things for a fact, that the ancient universe was hot and close together. Which really points towards that concept of the beginning of the universe.
Okay, let me make a note, and then I want to ask the chat something. Hotter and closer together. Formerly. That's, meaning it used to be that way. Okay. I'm wondering, this is the question for the chat. Have you been seeing any advertisements on my videos? I mentioned that at the beginning of the show that I turned on ads for the first time, and I'm wondering if anyone watching has been seeing any ads. It looks like the viewers might be lower than it typically is, so I'm wondering if the ads have turned some people away. But
it could be that my topics are less interesting.
I guess that's also possible. But I want to. Well, I do have 9 likes. That's good. That might actually be more likes than I usually have at this time of the show. So maybe that means they do like the topics we're discussing. I think. Let's see. I'm thinking about doing a poll here for the chat to see how many people have seen ads. Yeah, let me just take a little break here and create a poll for the chat. Welcome to the Dan Norton Show, on which... Okay, I got to go into this window, and I can actually share this on the screen while I do it. I just need to change my scene in OBS. Okay. Oh, I'm also going to start a super chat goal here. 5 super chats of any amounts in the next 3 hours. Okay. Because I want to earn some money at this. Okay, and now I'm going to create a poll question. Have you seen any ads during this live stream? I'm also interested in finding out how many of my viewers are YouTube Premium members. I wonder if I should ask that first. Well, I'll just go with this for now. Okay, have you seen any ads during this live stream? Yes, no. I guess those are the only 2 options I need. Okay. All right, I just started the poll. So I will check it later to see what the votes are. So we got, and I don't know who's voting for what. All I see is the results. I got 1 vote saying no. Now I wonder if that person is a YouTube Premium member. I would guess you are, because I've been going for an hour and a half. So unless you just came, maybe if you just showed up a few minutes ago, you haven't been here very long. So maybe they're you have to be here for a certain amount of time before you start seeing ads. Oh, Nick is here. Hi, Nick. He says, I have premium, so I don't see ads. Okay. Well, I still get money from you then. So if I have premium watchers, I guess I get to share the revenue. So I still benefit. But I guess I didn't used to benefit if I had premium watchers. But now that I've turned on ads, I think I do start to get benefits. So okay, you say you voted no because you're premium. Okay, got it. Because now it makes a difference as to whether you're a premium member, whereas before it didn't make a difference because I didn't have ads turned on before. So now that it doesn't make a difference, I get a cut of the revenue. All right. Let me take another cough drop. Thanks for that feedback, Nick. All right, so let me see. Do I have anything to say on your last set of comments about the universe and time? Oh, right. You said in the past, the things within the universe were hotter and closer together. And this is why scientists often say the universe is expanding. So I think you could say that the distance between two given things, like two stars in the universe, you could say that distance is expanding. But I don't know that it makes sense to say that the universe as a whole is expanding, because I think that might imply a frame of reference that doesn't exist, like a cosmic grid paper against which you can measure the size of the universe. But just like there's no cosmic clock, there's no cosmic grid paper. So I'm not sure you could say that the universe is expanding, as opposed to saying the distance between these two stars or these two galaxies is expanding.
Well, but it's not just two stars; it's all the space. I mean, it's the space within your own body is expanding. All of it's expanding.
Well,
the space within each atom is expanding.
Well, space is that's another concept which I think we need to be careful with, because if space, if by that you mean nothing, well, then it can't expand. There's nothing to expand if space is nothing. So you could say that the distance between two molecules in your body, that distance is expanding, but that's not the same as saying space is expanding. If by space you mean nothing, there is no nothing. Parmenides said, "What is not is not."
Well, I think it's unclear whether or not space is nothing, or whether or not it has a nature to itself, which would make it a thing. I'm more convinced by that it is a thing, but that aside, just the volume of everything is going up. Everything's getting pushed away equally, so that just seems, expanding seems like the right word for that. I don't know why that wouldn't be, when things, when you bake bread and it expands in volume. If you have raisins inside the bread, that's like a metaphor that's used for it, right? If you have raisins inside a loaf of bread and the loaf expands, all of the raisins are pushed away from each other. And that's the type of expansion that we're seeing. It's not certain stars that are going farther away from certain other ones. It appears that the substrate that stars exist in itself is getting larger. That's the type of expansion that we're seeing. It's like how it's what the raisins would experience if they couldn't see the bread.
Well, we can say that the raisins or the bread is expanding, but that's relative to like the oven inside of which we can appreciate the expansion of the bread because we have the oven, which is fixed in its size.
Yeah.
But we don't have that with the universe. There's no oven of the universe.
I think honestly I should just stop you at saying space is nothing, because we see gravitational waves, we see space is curved. Space has a lot of attributes to it, and I think nothing has to not have attributes. And once it has attributes, it's not nothing. So.
Okay, well, if
it has a nature to it, it's not quite nothing.
Well, then we could say relative to gravitational waves, some distance is increasing, but I wouldn't, I don't think I would call that space then. I mean, I guess you could just define space as being the same as gravitational waves, or I accidentally wrote space there. I meant to write waves here. Or the ether. That's a concept that's sometimes used for whatever the filler is of the universe.
Yeah, it has more of a nature to it than like a Platonic view of, like, if you just had, a line from here to there, these two things are this far apart. The truth of the distance between things is it's actually warped. If you drew a triangle between three stars, or three planets in our solar system, they don't add up like a triangle would in unwarped space. They exist in warped space. So I think that there's a nature to space itself. But that aside, you still have the universe expanding. I think maybe you don't want to pull in ideas of expanding that come from a different type of thing. It's just what we observe about different galaxies is the same as what raisins would see if they were in a loaf. Like, it's that type of expansion. It's not like a thing that's pulsing out. Like, you can imagine, things that are being pushed away by a particular point, right? Like an explosion, right? There's that kind of expanding. And it's not that type. It's like the substrate that we're in is expanding. That's the type of phenomena that we're seeing. And it shows that a universe that started at a very, very small point, and that there was nothing before that, too. If there were things before that, then you have to have a reason why we can't see them. Like, we see a background radiation from the Big Bang, and it has a particular point in time that it's coming from. And beyond that, we don't observe anything. So I think anything where you're trying to say that that wasn't the start of the universe, you now have to come up with a bunch of other non-visible things that you just hypothesize exist, which is possible, which is why I say, like, it's not we can't be sure that the universe had a Big Bang, but you have to bring in a bunch of random things that have no evidence for them to support that theory. Oh, there was stuff, but you just can't see it. Like, why can we not see it? All this stuff seems to have started from a single point, pretty much, a very small spot at a very specific time. And it's consistently, we all measure it at the same time. Like, there's a particular moment that it started,
Okay. I just want to mention that anyone who's listening can call in at any time. I don't have any other callers right now. It doesn't look like anyone else is trying to call, but just want to let people know.
I'd be happy to get off. I've been talking for a bit about this.
Well, sometimes I like having callers, especially if I don't have any other callers in the queue. And I don't have any other callers in the queue right now, but I do want to let people know that they are free to call in. And sometimes it's just a troll who's calling in, so even if someone else does call in, I don't necessarily want to take the call, which is why I screen the calls to see who they are. But having said that, you made a few points in your last segment, and they triggered some thoughts or proto-thoughts. You mentioned postulated stuff. Like, stuff has to be assumed. Maybe that was the word you used.
You have to assume invisible stuff to say that the universe didn't have a start. Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah, I'm not sure why you say that. Like,
well, there's a particular point at which we start seeing stuff, and we don't see stuff older than that. So if you're saying, oh, the universe is older than that, then it's like, okay, and the stuff that's older just is invisible.
I don't even say at least I'm reluctant to say that the universe has age at all. So I wouldn't, like, some people will say maybe some scientists will say the universe is 15 billion years old. But I think they usually say that because that's when they think the Big Bang happened. if they do the math and they reverse engineer its its current trajectory, the things within the universe, they imagine that it was all stuck together 15 billion years ago, something like that. But
Yeah,
I don't think that's not when the universe began. That's just when the Big Bang happened. That's just the change in the form. This is how I think of it. It's a change in the form of the universe, but that's not when the universe began. That would be like saying that's when the universe popped into existence. It's when it started existing. But I don't think it ever did start existing. That's just when the Big Bang happened, but that's not the beginning of the universe.
Yeah, and that's what I mean by I feel like you're postulating other stuff because you would agree that you don't have any evidence of this other world, right? You don't know of any stars that existed in this pre-Big Bang, right? There's nothing you're pointing to in particular. You're just saying I think that there was more before it for some reason.
No, I'm saying the concept before. Well, at least one thing I'm saying is there's. Well, I guess the term. Okay, before the Big Bang. Yeah, I guess I'm okay with saying that phrase. And I mean, according to scientists, I'm not a scientist, but the story is that it was just a so-called singularity. The matter was very densely packed. And that thing, that densely packed hunk of matter, pre-existed the Big Bang. But is that an assumption? I mean, I'm getting this from science. I didn't think of this, but you're calling that an assumption? That
But I think the assumption is to say anything about before that there's a particular point at which we start getting data, and then saying that it was an exact singularity is like going back, a millionth of a second, or they say, or something. That at some point the data that we have kind of you can't go back any farther, but there was some kind of early point, where the universe was very close together, and making statements about before that, I just don't think is valid. And I think saying that the universe had to existed before that, or it was in another state, it's possible, but I just don't think that's. I think that's just postulating stuff. That's not useful.
Well, for one thing, I don't think philosophy has anything to say about whether there was a Big Bang, and if so, when did it happen? Ayn Rand, she didn't say anything about a Big Bang. Aristotle doesn't say anything about a Big Bang. So I think it's scientists who came up with this idea. I don't know when they came up with it, but so I'm not like I'm not a defender of the Big Bang. I'm not attacking it either. I'm not really taking a position on it. All I'm saying is, if there was this Big Bang, that's not the beginning of the universe. But as a philosopher, all I would say is the universe did not have a beginning. I wouldn't say anything about a Big Bang. So maybe we should just approach it on that grounds.
Perspective, yeah, I think from your perspective, the science of the Big Bang is irrelevant. The reason it's relevant for me is I don't agree with that postulate that philosophically we have to think the universe didn't start. I think that universe starting is a valid possibility, and then the Big Bang just leads me to think that we actually have proof that that's how it started, or really good evidence that that's the simplest conclusion, right? Which is why I think it's a good theory. We don't really have proof that has to be it, but that's like a very good theory. The philosophical disagreement is I don't get where you come at. Oh, the universe can't start. I feel like it can. It irrationally makes sense to me. A starting universe it doesn't disagree with itself. It doesn't violate the laws of logic. It's not a universe that's going back in time. It's not a universe that's things are being things that they aren't. They just at one point they weren't really having time. Things weren't changing, and things did start changing. There's
Well,
lots of things that we see in the world that start. You can find, World War II had a start, or that one's maybe bad because there's so many different places you can give a start to it. But like, you can look at things in the world and go, well, that particular thing started.
sure. Yeah, that's not the issue that I would have a problem with. It's when you apply that to everything and say everything started, and you say, well, there's no contradiction involved in saying that everything started. I'm not sure there is no contradiction. Does that imply, if you say everything started, does that imply that there was a time at which there was nothing, and then there was a later time at which
Yeah, I think the proof you gave
there
of
was something?
why the universe couldn't start was the idea of a clock outside of the universe, but that's not what I'm talking about. We're both very clear that there's no clock outside the universe. Um,
And there's no space outside the
so,
universe. Do we agree on that too?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I just think the universe still could have had a start.
Okay. So does that
Do you
imply
have,
that
is that your only? Sorry.
if you say the universe has a start, I wonder if that implies that there was a time before which the universe existed?
I don't think so, because I'm defining time as something as an attribute of the universe. So I'm not postulating a pre-universe time. I'm just like, the universe we have, it seems to have started.
Okay. I'm not sure how to make sense of that. Because start, that's a temporal concept. And I can say, you mentioned World War II, and maybe you could say that started in 1939. But how do you know that it started then? Well, we before that we already had a system of measuring time, like the sun, the Earth going around the sun, and we got the idea of a year. And because we had that system of keeping track of time, we could say, well, it's the Earth has gone around the sun 1939 times since this other event happened, namely this guy named Jesus was born, at least according to the legend. Although I guess later scholars figured it was more plausible he was born in 4 BC. But we can set that aside. But a certain number of revolutions of the Earth around the sun had occurred since this ancient event of a guy's birth. And it's by reference to that whole time tracking system that we can say World War II started in 1939. But we don't have any time tracking system like that which would enable us to say that the universe started at a certain time.
Yeah. Well, I think that's all I have on that topic. I do remain a little unconvinced, but I think we kind of agreed on the one argument about time starting. I think that's the crux of it. There's definitely no clock outside of it. I really enjoyed calling in and want to thank you for doing this show. I've enjoyed listening to it before, and we just need more stuff talking about objectivism. That is great.
All right. Well, thanks for your call. I do appreciate the discussion, Simon. And
All right, bye.
yeah, catch you later. Bye. Okay. So on his last point, he said he wasn't convinced, but we do agree, or I guess he wasn't convinced by the last thing I said, but we do agree that there's no time outside of the universe. But I wonder if he's implying, even if he's not saying it explicitly, I wonder if his view implies that there is time outside the universe. Because if you're going to say that the universe started, as he wants to say, I can see how you can say that if we have a time tracking system like the Earth going around the sun, which we can use to say that an event like World War II started at a certain time. But if you're going to say the universe started, don't you need some kind of time tracking system independent of the universe, relative to which you can say the universe started? And don't you have to assign it a time of starting? Like we can say World War II started in 1939, but what are we going to say about the universe starting? When did the universe start? Did the universe start in 678? That doesn't make sense, right? But do you need to be able to put the universe at a certain point on some kind of timeline if you're going to say it started? Just as we can put World War II starting at a certain point on a timeline. How can you say something started if there's no timeline or time tracking system or something relative to which you can say it started here rather than there? But there is no here and there. There's no, there's no cosmic grid or cosmic clock ticking away, which you can use as a reference point to say that the universe started. Because the universe is everything. There's no reference frame apart from the universe that you can use to say the universe started. So even though explicitly Simon doesn't think there is, he doesn't say there's time outside or apart from the universe, it seems like implicitly he might be committed to the idea that there is time apart from the universe if he's going to say the universe started. Anyways, that's what I think right now, at least. I think I got a little more clear in my own mind about that issue having had this discussion, so I am glad to have gotten that increased clarity. Hopefully that was useful to some of you as well. All right, I see we got some more votes here on the live stream. Looks like 4 people have now said no, they haven't seen any ads. And 1 person said yes. All right. Well, maybe that means I've got 4 YouTube Premium members watching. And 1 non-YouTube Premium member. Okay. How many live viewers? 6 live viewers right now, it says. I think that's lower than it usually is. And I wonder if that's because of the ads. Like a lot of the people who might otherwise have stuck around, maybe they've been turned away because they encountered an ad. Maybe they gave up. Let me see what the total viewers is. Okay, so about 33 came by in the first hour, and so far a little less than that came by in the second hour. Well, I guess I'm glad that I'm making some money off of my YouTube Premium subscribers just for watching So even if you're not doing super chats or super stickers, I think I'm still earning at least a little bit of money just from having watch time from YouTube Premium members. Okay. Do I have any new chats? But I do have a super chat option, so you can still do super chats, and I will give your chats priority. All right, I'm going to mute all my scenes now, so when the next person calls in, you don't hear it ring. I got to get in the habit of preparing for the next call. All right, good to go. Okay, anyone want to raise a question in chat, or make a comment, or call in? I started a little earlier than I usually do. Well, I used to start at 1 p.m. Pacific a long time ago, but for the last month or two, I've been starting at 2 p.m., but today I went back to 1 p.m. just because I got ready early. All right, I see someone in chat asking how you call in. You can dial the number that's on my backgrounds. That's one way. Or you can use the Zoom link that is in the description. Got another vote for no on the poll. Oh, sorry, I just clicked in, he says. What do you mean, on Zoom? I can screen you a little bit here in the chat. You can tell me what you want to talk about. I did share on Facebook and X that I'm streaming, so hopefully that will bring some people over. Oh, you want to talk about Israel? All right, we can talk about Israel. As long as it's serious and civil. Which trolls are not. Oh. I see you entered the waiting room on Zoom. Okay. Just a sec, and I will screen your call. Tony. You say your name is Tony. Hello. I don't hear you. Is my audio working? Let me check my audio. Oh, now I hear you. Now you can't hear me. Okay. I don't hear any. Okay. You think Israel is conducting a genocide? All right, well, I guess we can talk about that. Let me just turn your audio on so YouTube land can hear you. Where's my audio setting? Okay, I think I fixed it. Zoom audio. Okay. All right, so this is Tony, and he called in to talk about Israel. He says he thinks Israel is committing a genocide, which I don't agree with. But I think I got my audio settings right. So let me know out there in the chat if you don't hear him. But I think he should be audible. All right, so I don't know how we should get into this. You can tell. I guess you could tell me why you think it's committing a genocide, or I could say why I don't think it is. By the way, your name shows up on YouTube. I don't know if you intended that, but um, you can change your name the way it appears. You have the power to do that. Well, it doesn't matter to me. I didn't know if it mattered to you. Sometimes people want to be anonymous, but just FYI, if you want to change your name on Zoom, I think you can just click a button that says rename. And oh, okay, yeah, it's just Tony now. All right, so oh, you had more to say? Go ahead. Okay, and I'm taking notes on the screen. If you have YouTube open, you can see the notes I'm taking. So I don't follow very closely the Israel war, but I think I know enough about it to to be confident that I wouldn't call it a genocide. I do think there are. I'm skeptical about a lot of what is said. I think there's a lot of misinformation and smears of Israel, even by academics, maybe especially by academics. So the fact that there might be some scholars or professors who say this is a genocide doesn't matter much to me. But so we could talk about like what actually is a genocide and whether this meets the characteristics of a genocide. So I think, oh, go ahead. You want to say something? Yeah, I don't think that matters. I mean, we have a lot of scholars on. I also thought about the whole issue of climate change. I think there's a lot of uh, experts, so-called experts at least, on issues of environmental science, and I think they get a lot very wrong about climate issues, and they don't have a good history of predicting climate. Yet they still hold professorships and various prestigious positions. I think lots of philosophers get things very wrong. Actually, Ayn Rand, I think, is an amazingly good philosopher, yet she's dismissed by a lot of philosophy professors, maybe the majority, maybe the vast majority of philosophy professors. So I think there are certain issues where expertise matters little. Like I think some fields are much healthier than others, like medicine, for instance. Um, I'm not just going to go to any random person. If I need surgery, I'm going to go to someone who's got credentials, and it makes a difference to me. Um, Whether it's like a witch doctor or someone who went to Harvard Medical School. But there are certain issues which I think are very controversial and very philosophically wrought, um, where I think I have good reason to be skeptical about a lot of the people who are called experts in that domain. And I think this is one of them. Well, I don't even have like a go-to source. Uh, I mean, I don't think genocide is. I don't know that you need an expert. I think there might just be a common dictionary kind of definition that can be used to rule it out. I mean, I could look it up right now. We could go to just like a sure, but we could look it up in this case and see whether the word is being used accurately. But I just don't think that this is a concept. I mean, I haven't studied the history of the concept. Maybe if I looked into it more, I would come to a different view of things. But it doesn't strike me right now, at least, that I need to consult some expert on what genocide means in order to know whether this is a genocide. I mean, I could tell you like my common sense understanding, what I take to be my common sense understanding of genocide, and we could see whether that provides a basis for discussion. If not, so my understanding of it is, it's you're intentionally trying to destroy, kill a certain race or ethnicity, like destroy the blacks or the Jews or the Chinese. That would be an example of a genocide. Okay, I'm writing some of this down. Israel has the capability to strike, but hasn't done it in some cases, at least. All right. Well, maybe we could start with that. Oh, Florida Nick says you can't hear the caller? Uh-oh. Hold on. How long has that been going on? Let's see. Oh, damn. Oh, no, that's, I think you, wait, yeah, I think you should be audible. Um, Nick, can you still not hear the caller? How long ago was that chat? Hold on, I gotta see how long. Where's my... Oh, that was at 3:06. That was 3 minutes ago that Nick said we can't hear the caller. Can you say something? Uh, oh. One more time? Okay. For some reason, I unmuted the Zoom audio, but not the Zoom video. And when you talk, Tony, you only make the Zoom video meter here go up. So I guess I need to unmute the Zoom video instead of the Zoom audio. Okay, I didn't know. Okay, I guess that fixed the problem. Let me do that in all of my scenes here. Oh, I guess it's already unmuted in that scene and one last scene. Okay. Okay, I think I just fixed the problem in all scenes. And Nick says now I can hear him. All right, so hopefully you at least got the gist. I'll just summarize real quickly. So he was just going over various pieces of evidence as he sees it that there has been a genocide, and hopefully you got the gist of it from hearing my responses. Okay, but sorry about that. A few minutes of audio was lost. Um, okay, so let's see. Last point you made. Oh yeah, Israel has the capability to strike, but hasn't done it. And then you said something in reply to that. I forget what you said. Are you? Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Okay. So I was thinking, well, maybe the fact that Israel can strike but hasn't done it. Well, you mean sometimes? What do you mean by that? Because they've attacked somewhat, but they
because
haven't gone all out, right? They could do a lot more damage than they have done.
I understand that they could do a lot more damage, but I'm just pointing out that the amount of damage they already have done is incredibly significant, especially with according to people who visit Gaza, and especially judging from um uh pictures that come from Gaza.
Okay. Well, what about the fact that they? Well, a couple things. One, if their goal were really to eradicate, well, you say not everyone says this. Only certain soldiers have said this, and that I think that's relevance. I mean, if the claim is that Israel wants to commit genocide, I don't know that we can use the fact that some soldier, some single soldier, or a few of them have said that that's their goal, and then pin that on Israel. I mean, you might have cranks in each society who say all kinds of crazy things, but I think if you're going to say it's the goal of Israel to commit genocide, then it has to be more than just a few random soldiers. It should be coming from the leadership.
Yeah, and I'm also talking about the leadership. The leadership has used language to imply that they want to eradicate all of the people in Gaza. And I understand that intent is a bit difficult to determine, but from the statements that have been made from Israeli officials and from Israeli leadership, um, and including the actions of the IDF soldiers in the Gaza Bank, then I mean it has been pretty reasonable to assume that their aim is to eradicate all Palestinians in the Gaza Bank. And I haven't heard an argument of like, oh, they could have done it a long time ago. But the thing is, it's they even now they are trying to, even if they did that, like global outrage would be really, really really big. And to just do it on in one night. Sorry, sorry, I have like a weird sleep schedule, so I'm like operating off of 5 hours. So sorry if I, but um,
So they would do, they want to do genocide, but they can't be obvious about it because there would be too much outrage. So they're doing it slowly.
yeah,
That's the idea.
yeah, and also the pace of the genocide doesn't really um eliminate the fact that it's genocide.
Okay. Well, one issue there is, do you make your claim unfalsifiable? And like, if you're going to claim that, well, what can they do to convince you? Like, could you just say no matter how many people they killed, if it was like 1,000 people or 30,000 people or 100 people, you'll just say, oh well, it's all genocide. They're just doing it at different rates. So
Um, that's
that's
really
one issue.
interesting because so when it comes to the definition of genocide, there has to be an intent, and regarding the scale, Um, let me see. The criteria, I'm using the United Nations, is that that's a really tough one because um, I I know that genocide can have, there's not really like a set number regarding like what qualifies as a genocide. I believe the lowest number killed in a genocide was like a couple thousand. There's an ethnic cleaning in the Balkans which was around 8,000. So that's one of the genocides that has been recognized by the UN and many scholars as a genocide.
Okay. Well, I don't know if I would agree with him about that case. I just don't know about that case, so I can't comment on that. But one concern is that it becomes a very subjective, woozy concept. If anything can be a genocide in terms of numbers, at least we can't rely on numbers as a characteristic then. If you're just going to say, well, no matter how many is, it's just a genocide, and it's just an issue of how fast the genocide is occurring, then it becomes kind of
Well, I think a major aspect of genocide is intent.
okay. So we can talk
I'm
about
just
the intent. And you mentioned that there were not just some random people in Israel, but people in the leadership whose
Yeah.
intent is to eradicate all the Palestinians from Gaza. So I'm interested in that. And
Yeah, there has been a documented pattern of conduct when it comes to genocidal intent. Um, you know, are there any are there any institutions that study genocide that you trust? I just wanted to ask.
I don't know. I'm not familiar with any genocide institutions. That's not something I follow. I couldn't even name a genocide institution. I just work off of a common usage of the term. It's not something that I make a special study of.
But in order to but in order to like have like a well understanding, shouldn't you like at least do some a little deep diving on what a genocide is?
Not necessarily. I think it depends on what claim. Like if I wanted to know something really detailed about some genocide, like you mentioned this example about the Balkans where 8,000 people were killed. If I were to make a claim about that, then I would have to look into that more. But I don't know that what I would need to look into is what some genocide expert says about it. I might just need to learn more about the facts of the case, like how many Balkan people there were, and what the intent of the people who killed the Balkans was. I don't know that I would need to consult some genocide expert to reach a conclusion about that. So, yeah, I'm not sure for this case, at least, that I would need to consult a genocide expert. Actually, I might think it's bad to consult a genocide expert, since I think in some cases like this, the experts are often wrong and often smear Israel. I think there's good reason to be suspicious of a lot of the experts,
So you're
so-called.
suspicious of anybody who smears Israel?
Uh, yeah, yeah, I am, because I think it's pretty clear that Israel is a basically good country, at least relative to people attacking Israel, like Hamas.
Hamas was funded by Netanyahu through Qatar.
Okay, well, I don't know about that. I haven't looked into that claim. If it was, I mean, I've heard. I think Netanyahu, from the little I know about him, has done a quite bad job in defending Israel And Yaron Brook, he's another objectivist YouTuber who knows a lot more about this particular issue than I do. He's very critical of Netanyahu and actually places some of the blame, maybe significant part of the blame, if not a majority of the blame, on Netanyahu for allowing something like October 7th to happen. He should have been much stronger and gotten rid of the threat of Hamas years or decades ago, but he didn't. And then October 7th happens.
But Netanyahu helped with the rise of Hamas. So he is
Well, if that's
actually at
true,
fault for Hamas.
if that's true, then shame on Netanyahu. But I don't think that means Israel as a whole is an evil country that's trying to genocide. I mean, if maybe that would show Israel is trying to genocide itself. If they're helping Hamas, whose charter
The original reason.
Well, hold
why
on.
they helped
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Okay.
If the reason for if they're helping their own destroyers, then maybe that shows their intent is not to get rid of the Palestinians, but to get rid of themselves. So I'm not sure what that shows, but it's a weird fact. But it's
So the reason.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
So the reason why Netanyahu funded Hamas in the early days, way before October 7th, was because he wanted to create instability in the region. Because they were opponents of the Palestinian Authority.
Okay, so he was trying to use an enemy of his enemy. Or I guess they were both enemies, but maybe one was more of a problem for Israel at the time than the other. So he tried to help Hamas to fight off the other enemy, the PA.
In order to make Palestine or the Gaza Bank easier to capture.
Okay. So let's see. How did we get into this? We were talking about the leadership and whether the leadership whether it's their intent to destroy all the people, all the Palestinians in Gaza. And then you said that Netanyahu helped fund Hamas, but if his goal there is to weaken some other group that is causing problems for Israel through acts of terrorism, then I don't see that is evidence that he's trying to destroy all the Palestinians. If he's just trying to get rid of terrorists by funding some other terrorist group that will attack
But the
PA
Palestinian
terrorists.
Authority weren't terrorists.
Okay.
Not everybody in
Well,
Gaza
why
are
was
terrorists.
So why was he? What problem did he have with the PA that he wanted to arm Hamas against them?
Because if Palestine is united, they are more effective in resisting Israeli occupation.
Okay. Let me just give me 30 seconds. I got to change out my AirPods because I heard the battery sound getting low. Trying to find my mic settings to switch it back to my podcast. Okay, whenever I switch out my AirPods, I have to also reset my mic. Okay, so he was trying to he didn't want a united opposition in Gaza. So there was Hamas and PA, Palestinian Authority in Gaza, and he wanted to turn them against each other so that it was less capable of attacking Israel. Is that the idea?
Yeah. So
Okay.
there would be more disarray.
Well, trying to make there be less ability for them to attack Israel, I don't think that's not the same as trying to destroy or kill all
But the
Palestinians.
thing is, they were resisting occupation because Israeli settlers have been continuing to encroach on their land. There are currently like 700,000 illegal Israeli settlements in the Gaza Bank.
Hold on, I gotta write some of this down. All right, so occupation. Okay, but I wonder if you're shifting topics now, because let's say they do want to occupy. Let's say if it's true that um, Netanyahu wants to occupy Gaza, I still don't think that is the same as wanting to kill all Palestinians.
Well, in order to do that, they are initiating an ethnic cleansing of Gaza so they can have all that territory. I mean, it is, do you know about the Greater Israel Plan?
No.
Um, so Zionism, the founders, their idea was that the Holy Land, which includes part of Egypt and part of Iraq, includes Lebanon, includes part of Syria, all belong to the Jews, and that they have a right to that land. And the Greater Israel plan is to annex all of that region and make it a part of Israel, which has
Huh.
been given praised by Netanyahu and other Israeli leadership.
Well, maybe it would be good if Israel occupied more land in that area, because I think Israel respects rights much better than all these surrounding areas, which I think are mostly dictatorships. So, is that a bad thing?
And those dictatorships have been placed, the United States has supported dictatorships in the Middle Eastern region and has worked to destabilize those countries.
Okay. Well, you're bringing the
So that
U.S.
does
into
that
this. I
make
don't
an
know that we need
excuse
to
for
do that.
Israel to steal other people's land? I don't think that's like right.
Say it again.
I'm personally anti-imperialism and anti-colonialism.
Well, I don't know that Israel is stealing other people's lands. And I know that in a lot of the lands that they have was purchased, and I think there are even legal records of this purchases back in the late 19th century.
And that
And
was without the consent of the people living in Palestine.
I think they purchased it from people who were there already, and it was with their consent at least, was it not?
But it wasn't by the Palestinians, not by the Palestinians. The Palestinians did not want to give up their land. That's why the Nakba occurred. That's why there were many massacres of Palestinian villages. I mean, Israel was established through terrorism. So if we're opponents of terrorism, then um, it's pretty strange of us to support Israel because the IDF is literally like created from three terrorist groups who, merged together to create the IDF.
I'm writing this down. Have you heard of Nick Matau?
Uh, no.
He's a YouTuber who specializes in this issue, and you might be interested in checking him out. He's pro-Israel, but he knows way more than I do on this. So if you want someone to debate on this, you might be interested in chatting him up. But anyways, I'll do what I can. uh, so let's see. A lot of things are coming up here, and I'm not sure what is the best thing to start with. Let me just say, take a quick look at the chat. I see Joshua George is here. Who's, let's see, he's got some. Let me read some of his comments. He says, Iran is stopping the ceasefire because of Bibi Netanyahu operations. Please stop intercepting peace deal. Stop IRGC head people. Naftali Bennett is solution of Israel's problems. And then there's a few more chats from him. And then Joseph just came into the chat and says, Greater Israel is the plan. Oh, he just retracted his message. So I can't read it now. Maybe he'll put it back in. All right. Let's see. Where do we go now? So we started on genocide, and we were considering the leadership, whether it's the intent of the leadership, and in the context of that, you mentioned Netanyahu funding Hamas, and then I asked about the reason, and you said it was to destabilize the area so that it was easier to take over the land for Israel. And I don't know that that's his reason, but just if I take your word for it, I'm not sure that that was a bad thing, because I said Israel respects people's rights better.
They don't
than,
really, because
well, hold on.
sorry.
I think they respect people's rights better than the dictatorships surrounding Israel. And I know Hamas, I think they've executed actually Gazans in, I think, I don't know when exactly. Maybe it's an ongoing thing. I'm not sure, but I don't think they really have the rights of their own people close to heart. So I was thinking, well, maybe it's not a bad thing if Israel takes over some of the land of the surrounding places. Maybe innocent people in those lands will get more rights. And then you said, well, Israel was established by terrorism. So you didn't say this, but maybe an implication of that would be, well, why should we think Israel is going to respect people's rights if they are themselves a terrorist state and they were founded on terrorism?
Well,
go ahead.
sorry. So that wasn't exactly my point. I just established the fact that Israel was established through terrorism as a fact that we shouldn't support them. But I don't think Israel is going to give people greater rights because of two things. First of all, data shows that Israeli Christians and Israeli Israeli Muslims in Israel, majority believe that democracy is not possible in a Jewish state. And also, Israel has been declared as an apartheid state. They have different rules for Palestinians and for Israelis. They actually established the death penalty specifically for Palestinians. So that's not really equal rights. I would give you credit in the sense that they probably have better treatment of LGBTQ and of women. However, I don't, it's still not a great state because of their actions in the Middle East.
All right. So let's see. Um, Apartheid. I've heard that one. I'm not convinced of that one, but we could talk about that some. It so the claim is not that Israel is perfect, but I think it's better. But you don't agree that it's better.
I don't think if I had to choose between a state that doesn't have the best track record for women's rights and another state that's committing a genocide, I would pick the former.
Okay. Well, then we get back to the genocide claim, and I'm not convinced that it is. So maybe we should go back to that issue and see what the case for it is. So the case for genocide was that the leadership, it's the intent of the leadership to kill
They
all
have
the
established
Palestinians.
intent already. People such as the president, the prime minister, and the former defense minister have engaged in the crime of direct and public incitement to commit genocide with their comments. And it is fulfills the legal standard of genocide.
All right. Well, before you were mentioning actions, so you said,
Well, I'm saying
hold
their
on, hold on, hold
actions
on.
and
The
their
you said Netanyahu, he armed Hamas,
well, that's
but now
not
you're
like
you're bringing in comments. So let's there's two things here. What has Israel done? What are the actions? And then what has Israel said? So
well,
let's
the Hamas thing wasn't
let's do them one at a time. So in we could focus on we've talked some about the actions, and you mentioned the funding of Hamas. I'm not convinced yet that is evidence that they want genocide, but we
well,
can
I didn't
switch
I'm
over
sorry,
to
I
the
didn't use that as
comments.
as evidence for the genocide.
That wasn't evidence for genocide.
No, I was just stating that as like a side fun fact. I don't know.
Okay, well let's get the evidence then. So let's pick between either evidence can be actions they have done or things they have said. I mean, saying things is a
It
kind of action,
both
but
both
all right. Well,
classify as
let's
evidence.
not go on asides here. Let's get the evidence out on the table. What's the actual evidence?
The evidence is that of the verbal statements made by Israeli officials that dehumanize Palestinians. Let me get the and also their actions as well, which further hold, both can be also can support the same claim.
All right. So let's get a quote. Can you give
Let
me
me
a
see.
quote?
Yeah. Um, formal government, um, formal government video address. We are striking our enemies with unprecedented might. Let's see. Um,
Doesn't sound like
This is the
genocide
war
yet.
between the sons of light and the sons of darkness. We will not let up on our mission until the light overcomes the darkness. The good will defeat the extreme evil that threatens us and the entire world. Um,
Doesn't sound like
Opposing a
genocide
complete
yet.
siege on Gaza, no electricity, no food, no water, no fuel, everything's closed. We are fighting human animals and we are acting accordingly. That was a formal statement by the Minister of Defense. Um, Released all restraints. This was a speech to soldiers released by Israeli Defense Ministry. Released all restraints. Israel was moving to a full-scale response, and that has He had removed every restriction on Israeli forces. You saw what we are fighting against. We are fighting against human animals. This is the ISIS of Gaza. This is what we are fighting against. Gaza won't return to what it was before. We will eliminate everything. If it doesn't take one day, it will take a week. It will take weeks or even months. We will reach all places. There is no way that our brothers, our children, our parents will be killed, and we won't react because we are a state. So, the Minister of Secretary and National Security in a televised interview. To be clear, when they say that Hamas needs to be eliminated, it also means those who sing, those who support, and those who distribute cannabis, all those terrorists, and must be eliminated. In the address in December 2023, promoting a solution that encourages the migration of Gaza residents, we must advance it. It's a correct, moral, and practical solution. I call upon the Prime Minister and the um, uh, Prime Minister and new Foreign Secretary, whom I congratulate here. This is now the opportunity to coordinate an immigration project, a project to encourage the migration of Gaza residents to countries around the world unmistakably. Um, that is, evidence of displacement. Um, Israeli Minister of Energy and Infrastructure. Humanitarian aid to Gaza. No electrical switch will be turned on. No water hydrant will be opened, and no fuel truck will enter until the Israeli abductees are returned home. Um, Let me see.
There's only one thing you've said so far that is, I think, a candidate for genocide. You said we will eliminate everything. That was the only thing I can think of that I can recall that might be evidence.
I'm just reading from like a large document.
Okay. Well,
The
I think the
Minister of
vast majority of what
Heritage,
you're saying is not relevant.
the Minister of Heritage said the north of the Strip more beautiful than ever, blowing up and flattening everything, simply a delight for the eyes. We must speak about the day after. In my mind's eye, we give away real estate to anyone who fought for Gaza over the years and those who were evacuated from Gush Katif, God willing.
What is your source for this?
My source for this is hold on. Where was it? It is Al Haq, I think.
What's the website?
ALHAQ.org. And there's also um Wikipedia, there's UN News,
Okay,
there's Reuters.
most of what you read, almost all of what you read, does not sound like evidence for genocide to me. So we can focus on the one thing that does, maybe, but I don't know if you want
There's
to do that.
implications and dehumanization. Like remember the Holocaust started with like language.
We're talking about intent to kill everyone.
Yeah, which has been
That's
established.
no, I don't agree that that has been established except for this one claim. As what was it? We want to. We will eliminate everything. That's what I wrote. That's the only thing out of everything you said that I think is a candidate. So we could talk about the others and why they're not evidence, or if you agree that they're not, all the other stuff is not evidence, then we could just focus on this one. I'm not sure what's a better thing to do. I
Okay,
guess.
which one do you want to address?
Well, how about we start with some of the ones that you think are evidence that I don't think are evidence. So you can just you read the first sentence in all that thing that you read. You could reread
We
that
are
one.
striking our enemies with unprecedented might.
Okay, let's take that. I don't see that that is at all evidence for genocide.
It's one of the supporting pieces. They all add up to established intent.
If you're, I mean, if certainly not alone. So I guess if the idea is all of this in combination is evidence, but that by itself is not evidence. That's what you're
Right.
saying.
It's like I said, like for example, the Holocaust, it was a pattern of language. And if there's a pattern of language used by leadership, then there's intent established.
Well, what is the pattern of language by the Nazis? Didn't that include things like we need to get rid of all the Jews?
Um, I don't know if they said it outright
Let's maybe we should look that up.
because I know that there are a lot of people who were unaware that what was happening.
Well, if we're talking about the leadership's intent, we can look at the what the words of the leaders of Nazi Germany were, like Hitler, and what he said in Mein Kampf, perhaps. I'm looking that up. Did Hitler say he wants to eliminate the Jews? All right, AI says, yes, Adolf Hitler stated repeatedly throughout his career that his goal was to eliminate the Jewish people, culminating in the systematic mass murder of 6 million Jews during the Holocaust. His threats escalated from early calls for removal to explicit declarations of extermination. As early as September 1919, in his first known written statement on the Jewish question, Hitler declared that the, quote, ultimate goal must definitely be the removal of the Jews altogether, unquote. He expanded on this in his 1925 manifesto Mein Kampf, writing that the, quote, total removal of all Jews was a primary objective.
See, removal was the first step, just like in Gaza.
Well, what does removal mean? Does that mean kill?
Displacement.
How do you know that?
I mean, I think it's I'd
Do you
say
think that's a
obvious.
reasonable
Yeah.
interpretation?
Because like you said, the AI summary said at first it was the removal of Jews, but then it became calls for the extermination.
It says he declared the ultimate goal must definitely be the removal of all of the Jews altogether. So that wasn't, according to this, that wasn't the first step. That was the ultimate.
Well, at some point you said that early calls were for the removal.
Let me see. He stated repeatedly throughout his career. Let me share this on the screen. Hold on. Where's my... Okay, I think it's... now it's showing up. Okay, so you can see what I'm reading now. He stated repeatedly throughout his career that his goal was to eliminate the Jewish people, culminating in the mass murder of 6 million Jews. His threats escalated from early calls
Early calls to removal.
to explicit declarations of extermination. So you think the Israelis are only calling for removal at this point, not yet
There have been
extermination?
calls for extermination.
There have been calls for extermination
Yeah,
from the leadership.
yeah,
And did you quote one of those?
not yet.
How about
Yeah,
quoting
actually,
one
I
of
did.
those?
Sorry, not. I did.
Which one was that?
Give me a sec. The one about calling them all animals. Striking our enemies with unprecedented might. He doesn't
Hold on,
really
hold on. Calling them
say
all
what.
animals is not calling for their extermination.
But like again, that's like part of the language of genocide. It's dehumanization is part of the process of genocide.
Okay, but I think you're making an interpretation there. You're making a jump from calling them animals to what that means is we want them all killed. It's not the same thing.
Um,
You might say it's a step on the road there, but it's not there yet.
Released all restraints. Israel was moving to a full-scale response, and that he had removed every restriction on Israeli forces.
Okay, still not
Gaza
there.
won't return to what it was before. We will eliminate everything. If it doesn't take one day, it will take a week.
We will
It will
eliminate
take weeks
everything.
or even months. We will reach all places.
That
Read
was the one I
everything?
wrote. That was the one I wrote down when you first read it. We will eliminate everything.
That was the Minister of Defense.
Okay. So does that mean they will exterminate all the Palestinians? I don't know what that means.
Yeah, that means exterminate everything in Gaza.
Okay. I don't know about that. I mean, I'm not sure that's best interpreted as we will kill or exterminate all the Palestinians. I mean, it could mean we will destroy all the infrastructure, all the military
Again, let me
that's
read it
threatening
again.
us.
It says, "You saw what we are fighting against. We are fighting against human animals. This is the ISIS of Gaza. This is what we are fighting against. Gaza won't return to what it was before. We will eliminate everything. If it doesn't take one day, it will take a week. It will take weeks or even months. We will reach all places." There is no, you don't think that's genocidal language?
Not necessarily. It could just be we're going to take very seriously eliminating any and all threats to us.
So everything in Gaza.
Well, maybe what he means by that is
Oh my
every
God.
threat, not everything, period.
Okay. Gaza is an incubator of 2 million people who get up
Hold
every
on, let me
morning
get the
and
link.
want to.
Can you send me the link in the
Yeah.
Zoom chat? Joshua George is in the chat, and Bong and stuff. And the skeleton skier says he agrees with all of the good except Western hegemony. What do you mean by Western hegemony? I didn't say Western hegemony. On my background in my list of good, I just said West.
Well, I think he's classifying the West as a hegemony.
Okay, well, he might mean something by that. That's not what I mean though. Oh, I just saw your chat. Hold on. Let me turn off this video for just a sec. Oh, that's not the one I wanted. Oh yeah, I guess that'll work. Oh, it's a Bing. Intent in the genocide case against Israel is not hard to prove from Al Jazeera. You were reading from the Al Jazeera just now? Oh. All right, I'm looking at the first link. Close. All right, so let's see. We will... What was it? We will destroy? We will eliminate everything. Oh, here it is. Page 2. Israeli Defense Ministry. You saw what we are fighting against? We are fighting against human animals. This is the ISIS of Gaza. This is what we are fighting against. Gaza won't return to what it was before. We will eliminate everything. If it doesn't take one day, it will take a week. It will take weeks or even months. We will reach all places. So it sounds like this guy really wants to get rid of the threat. So I don't think, if there's innocent people there who had nothing to do with attacks on Israel, well, my point is that if there's innocent people there, I don't see good reason to interpret him as saying that he wants them to be destroyed as well. Sounds to me like he wants the threatening people to be destroyed. But I think that's a reasonable interpretation. I don't see a good reason to interpret him as saying he wants to destroy every single person, even if there's innocent people. I mean, he says, you saw what we are fighting against. It's the threat that concerns him. It's not just Palestinians as such. It's... Are you not hearing what I'm saying? I don't understand why you would ask a question like that then. What is not happening? Okay, I don't know why you would say that. Have they not degraded Hamas? All right, well, I'm questioning whether it makes sense to keep having this conversation if you're giving these kinds of answers. Well, I think it might be a waste of time to debate genocide affirmers in this case. That's the whole issue. Is there a genocide? And some of the answers you're giving me here make me think, well, maybe you're not really taking this seriously. Maybe you're not giving honest answers. Because I say something and then it doesn't seem like you're reacting to what I just said. I say, it looks like there's a threat here. And then you say, oh, like the babies? And I said, no, maybe they just want to attack the people who are, like part of Hamas, the actual threats. Hold on. I hear my phone ringing. I guess you can hear that too. Or people on YouTube hear that. What is this number? Okay, usually or often someone has to call in twice because I can't pick it up fast enough. All right, if that's you who's trying to call in, could you let me know in the YouTube chat if that's you? Let's see. I'm looking up at the I'm looking in the YouTube chat. Well, maybe we should wrap this up anyways. You can say the last thing. You can do a final statement for now, and then I think I will move on. Oh, he's calling back now. And try to make this short, like 20 seconds, all right? All right. Thanks for the call. Bye. Okay. So my final statement is I don't think this got to the point where we need to consult experts, so-called experts. I was making a point that the way to interpret this statement, or at least I think a reasonable interpretation of this statement, which is on the screen. By the way, you can call back in a minute. Just let me make my final statement. Whoever that was trying to call in, I'll screen your call in a minute. I said I think a reasonable interpretation is that this guy is concerned about the threat. And he wants to, when he says we want to eliminate everything, I think a reasonable interpretation is he wants to eliminate everything related to the threat. That's what he's worried about. That's what we're fighting against. He's not fighting against innocent babies on the other side who maybe have been killed in some cases, tragically, as collateral damage because, and they are paying the price of the government of Hamas that they live under. Unfortunately, since they use them as human shields, some people like that die. But if you are attributing intent to kill all Palestinians, even innocent babies, I don't think that's a reasonable interpretation. And when I made this point to the caller, it didn't seem like he was engaging with that at all. I said, I think it's a reasonable interpretation that he wants to eliminate the threat that they're fighting against. And he said, what, like the babies? No. Like Hamas. They're not targeting babies. We didn't even get to the point that they knock down. They do this roof knocking to alert people, and hey, we're going to do a attack or a bombing here. Why would they do that if they want to kill innocent people? Why do they alert people? So when it started to seem like he wasn't really engaging sincerely with the point I was making, that's when I started to think, okay, well, maybe it's time to end the call. You know, if innocent people die, that's one thing, but that doesn't mean they're being targeted, and that it's the goal of Israel to eliminate all Palestinians. So, all right. I don't want to have conversations if they're going to be bad faith. And I was concerned that it was becoming that. All right, we got some more votes on the poll. I forgot I had the question up. So it looks like the 9 votes now, and 7 of them are saying no, they haven't seen ads. 2 say yes, they have seen ads. Thanks for your votes. I'm going to end the poll now. $12 likes. Thank you. All right. Well, no one else has called back. Oh, did I? Oh, I think I put it on Do Not Disturb. Sorry. I think I forgot about that. I put it on Do Not Disturb because the ringing was a little distracting, and I forgot to turn off the Do Not Disturb. So this person has probably been trying to call in repeatedly, and I just haven't heard it. Okay, but I didn't see anything in the YouTube chat saying that someone wanted to call in. All right, let me just set my audio to mute again so it's ready for the next caller. Okay. Okay, you can try calling back. Sorry, I forgot I had Do Not Disturb turned on, so I didn't hear it ringing. But I should hear it again. I should hear it if you try it again. I don't know if that person is still here. I guess I could call his number. I'll give it a minute. I'll read some of the chats in the meantime. Joshua George says, God, Jehovah, will chastise Israel for this in the future. Well, I don't believe there is a God. So if I were to accept that as true, I would first have to be convinced that God exists. I'm an atheist. He hasn't called back. Maybe I should try calling him. He might have given up and left, so maybe he stopped listening to the stream because he thought I wasn't going to take his call. So I guess I'll call him back and see if he picks up. It's ringing. Hi, this is Dan from the Dan Norton Show. I see you tried to call the show a few minutes ago, but I had Do Not Disturb turned on, and I forgot about that, so I didn't hear it ring. Sorry about that. If you want to try calling back in, I should hear it this time. So up to you. All right, maybe I'll talk to you later. Bye. All right. I just left him a voicemail, so we'll see if he calls back. Super Chat is open if anyone wants to support the show. I'm getting a little Super Chat from premium viewers, I guess, just by watching. Actually, I'm curious to see how many premium viewers are watching. I'm going to do another poll in the chat. Asking if you're a premium member. And I'm not going to know who's answering. I'm just going to see the number of people who vote for each option. Oh, it's ringing now. Jordan. Hello. Hi, this is Jordan. Yeah, I had the do not disturb turned on. I guess you heard that in my voicemail. So I forgot I had that turned on, and then I didn't hear it ring when you tried to call back. So sorry about that. So what were you interested in talking about? Yeah, it was like that for a few minutes, but then I fixed the audio, and people were able to hear them. So you might have just tuned in for you. How long were you listening before when you couldn't hear them? Oh, you didn't hear his final statement? Oh, that's weird. I wonder if anyone else experienced that. I didn't think I had turned them off yet. Let me look at the chat. Um, yeah, someone right now is saying in the chat we can't hear them. That's because I haven't finished screening his call. So, could you tell me what you want to talk about? Okay, what was your name again? Jordan. Okay, yeah, we can talk about that. Hold on a sec. Somebody else is trying to call right now, and I'm going to have to take that call later. But let me just finish making this this poll for the chat. Are you a YouTube Premium member? Oh, Nick says you couldn't hear the end of the call. I'm sorry about that. I don't know what happened there. Yes, no. I apologize to my audience as well as what was his name? I'm looking it up. Oh, Tony. Yeah, sorry, Tony. Um, I don't know how your audio got cut off at the end. Anyways, hopefully that won't happen again. All right, let me turn on Jordan's audio here so YouTube can hear him. Gosh, how did that happen? Maybe there was some, I guess there was a scene in OBS where he was muted, but I thought I unmuted everything I needed to, but maybe I didn't.
Better
I,
late than never.
I guess I have one idea actually. There's a setting called Zoom Video, and I'm going to take a look at it right now. Why is oh, that's weird. There's no setting for Zoom Video in this scene that I have open right now. But there's at least Zoom Audio, and I think I had that unmuted. So I don't know what happened. Anyways, let me make sure I have everything unmuted for you. And I got that scene. Got okay, this scene and this scene. All right, I think it should work now. All right, so this is Jordan, and he just called in, and he wants to talk about egoism. So go ahead, Jordan.
Hello. So yeah, I've actually seen your clips where you were talking to other people, mainly people who they were like political, like TikTokers or whatever, or YouTubers or whatever. And I'm actually pretty sympathetic towards egoism, but there's a lot of kind of stuff that just misses the mark with me, where it's like seems like there's this general distaste towards like taxation or social safety nets. When I think that if the goal is ultimately happiness, which I think is the most rational goal, then it seems like those things are instrumental in your happiness. insofar as that living in a society with, people who are not dying to poverty or, struggling to get up off their feet. I just, I don't really understand where you come from, quite frankly, because, it seems like there are conditions for people to be rational, and if we want our society to be filled with rational people, we should be facilitating those conditions. And so, I don't know. That's just my view, and I don't know where. I'm assuming you disagree somewhere because you don't share my view. So.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I think I might have. I'll come to you in just a second, but I think I might have figured out what caused the loss of audio. So you see right now on the screen, there's that box with my picture in the corner, and I had it turned off. Like right now, I just turned it off so you don't see me, but you still hear me. But I think maybe that's what caused his audio to disappear. And I it was when I clicked on the link he sent me in Zoom to look at it before I was sure I wanted to share it on screen. That's when I turned off the video like it is now. And I think that might have been when his audio stopped being audible. Can anyone there confirm? Like, did you stop hearing him after I removed the little video box of me in the corner and of him too, I guess? Because if that's when you stopped hearing him, then I think that's the explanation. I forgot, or I didn't know that that needed to be visible. So maybe someone in chat can confirm if that's when you stopped hearing him. But I just turned it back on. Now, the present caller, he didn't use Zoom to call in. So even if I do turn that box off, I think you could still call or you could still hear him because he called in through the Google Voice number. But that would at least be useful to know for people who call into Zoom before, in the future, rather. Okay. So I do oppose taxation, and you thought, well, how's that consistent with egoism? Because isn't it in your self-interest for there to be taxation? And I don't think it is, but we can definitely talk about that. But that's the gist of the question, right? You think egoism, taxation is consistent with egoism on your view. Okay, yeah, I don't think it is. And so I think egoism requires, among other things, freedom, and taxes are anti-freedom, and therefore I think taxes are anti-egoism. So I think it's in my interest to be able to do what I want with the money I earn, rather than some government bureaucrat telling me how I should spend my money, for instance.
Well, okay, so I think that there's like these like hypothetical imperatives that kind of like basically set you up with goals that, are just part of the human nature, where, we want safety, we want our neighbors not to die to poverty, we want, some sort of safety net if you accidentally, do the wrong thing. And so if those hypothetical imperatives, come about, it seems like the government is an instrumental part of you achieving those goals, because they're the ones that are going to be able to facilitate that best, right? They're the ones that will allow for, the border to be built and protected, and they'll allow for the facilities that your neighbors can go to so they don't, die of starvation or whatever. And so I guess I just take like an instrumentalist approach, at least to taxation. It's like, well, if you're a rational agent, then it seems like the best thing for you to do is to be taxed so that they can fulfill your goals.
Okay. So I don't think it is in my interest to be taxed, and um, I'm wondering if there's a kind of contradiction in saying that it is in my interest, because it's like taxing it means something is happening against your will, and to think like it's good for me to have things go against my will, I wonder if that's even coherent. Like if it's good for me, and if I think it's good for me, then I'm just going to do it voluntarily. But taxation, by definition, is compulsory. It's forcing me to do something, whether or not I think it's good for me. And I don't think that can possibly be good for me. Now, if you're a child,
Well,
I think it's somewhat different. Like a parent can force his child to do things, and you could say, well, even if the child doesn't think it's good for him to eat some vegetables instead of just ice cream all day, it actually is good for the child to eat some vegetables, and the parent can use force. Well, I don't even. They can use some kind of force. Maybe you can't shove it down the child's throat, but you can take away certain things, like take away privileges, take away toys by force, for instance, to incentivize the child to do certain things. But when it comes to adults, I don't think that same sort of reasoning applies. I think freedom is good for adults. And
well,
I'll just make one more point, and then I'll come back to you. You said it's just human nature that we want safety, and then you added also a safety net. Now, for one thing, I don't know that any desires are inherent in human nature, unless we're talking about very basic desires you might have as an infant when you're first born. In general, I think your desires are a product of your thinking, the ideas you hold. They're not just automatically inbuilt into you. But I can say I want to live a safe life, at least in some ways. I don't want to be coerced or threatened by murderers and muggers, but I don't want a safety net, right? So that's not part of it's not part of human nature. I wouldn't agree with that. That's a certain thing that some people would like, but others say no. That's actually not good for my existence. So go ahead.
So okay, so the first thing I want to respond to is that I do think that it is completely rational to. I think that wanting freedom is compatible with this view, because I think that when you have this, right, because I'm guessing to some extent you support taxation to fund a minimal state, right?
No, I think it should be funded voluntarily.
Okay, and so are you an anarchist?
No, I think there should be a government, but it should be funded voluntarily.
Okay, but that government doesn't come about unless there's taxation?
No, it can come out by voluntary funding.
Okay. Well, okay, so maybe I should attack this first then, because I think if you have a fundamental interest in safety, which I do think that is a primitive notion in human nature, is not wanting to die, and I think that first and foremost, the best way to go about something like that is some sort of police system or some law system like that allows for criminals to be locked up or taken off the street so that they don't harm other people or you. And so that's the part that I think is surprising to hear you say, is that You don't even think that it should be funded insofar as that we can guarantee that criminals get locked up. It's only a privilege to the societies that voluntarily or tax themselves, I guess, or donate to the government to allow for that. So I don't know. I think that it's almost like antithetical to your goals to say that, I don't want to be taxed so that a law system could be set up. Because your goal is safety, and it seems like the government is instrumental in your safety, at least in a large society.
Well, that's why I would voluntarily support it, because I do see it as being in my interest. I don't need to be taxed. Just as
okay, so it's kind of like, I guess it's this normative notion where it's like, if you have a hypothetical imperative, then you're ready to act in some way, right? And I do think that the hypothetical imperative for humans is going to always be present. Or the one, at least in regards to safety, is always going to be present. So it doesn't seem like that there would ever be a scenario where there would be an issue with being taxed for this purpose, because you were always going to, if you were a rational agent, you would always be donating, right? And
no,
so,
I don't think so. There might be certain times when maybe you're a child, or you just started working, you don't have a lot of money yet, and you want to save up for something, and it might be reasonable, I think, at least during certain parts of your life where you're not contributing, or maybe they're so well funded already that, and maybe there's so little crime that they don't need any more funding, and so you don't see a need to donate more.
Okay, I don't know if I don't take that to be rational, though. I don't think that somebody could, put their safety as a lower priority to other things. Like, I think that your rationality should always point you in the direction of prioritizing safety first and your life first. And if that's the case, then you should never not be donating, because you're always, in a position where some criminal can show up and end up taking your life.
Well, for one thing, I don't know that I would agree that safety is the top priority. I don't think I would. But even if it is, I think the society could be such that there are other things where the marginal value or utility you get from spending your cash on, and not that donations is the only way to do this, there's other ways you could support government functions like police and military, but it might be that sometimes spending your money elsewhere, you get more value, because, as I said, maybe crime is very low and you already have adequate safety, and making yourself 0.00001% safer is much less valuable than spending your money on a new car, which will make your life maybe 10% better. I don't know how to quantify it, but the point is just that I don't think it always necessarily is the case that everyone should be donating.
Well, I think that there's probably a fundamental disagreement there. I do think that, obviously, I understand that there can be a time of diminishing returns, but I do think that even if there's no active crime, right, maybe the money could be used towards your military, which I guess maybe you could stipulate a further hypothetical world where there's a world peace, and that there's practically no crime, then I guess you could hypothetically say that your donation to the towards the police system is probably unfounded. But I guess we would need to be in those worlds, and I don't think that we're anywhere close to that world. So maybe your context shifts, but I do think that at least your rational faculties will point you to danger safety if there is danger. And I think in present day scenarios that it's clear that we don't live in a lawless land, in a lawful land. And so, I don't know, I guess that's pretty much all I had to say about it, is that, that these rational intuitions, these goals that you have through your rationality, I think point you towards accepting taxation when it aligns with your goals. And that's like taxation with representation. I think that obviously otherwise it's not probably warranted, but I believe in a funding of a minimal government. So that's probably where we just slightly disagree.
Well, I agree. There should be funding of a minimal or limited government. I just think that the funding should be obtained through voluntary means, not through coercive means. I think coercing people is actually defeating the purpose of government. The purpose of government is, as I see it, and as I think Rand saw it, is to protect people from coercion. So for the government to then itself use coercion, I think is defeating its own purpose. And I think it's, you mentioned taxation with representation. I don't think there should be any taxation, period. Whether there's taxation whether there's representation or not. Like if you had a direct democracy, that's another term, democracy. I don't think there should be unlimited democracy. But whether you have a representative system or a non-representative system, I don't think there should be coercive. The government shouldn't be using coercion to get money. It should get the money it needs through voluntary means. And it's in my interest to chip in if I want security. And if I think the incentive I will have to contribute will vary depending on how much danger there is. So if it seems like there's a very high threat of crime or military invasion, then I'll more likely be willing to contribute than if it seems like there's very low threats.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think I probably said everything I wanted to say, so I appreciate the conversation.
Okay. Thanks for calling.
Yep.
All right. Bye. All right. Hopefully you didn't lose any audio on that one. Let me check out the poll of how many people are YouTube Premium members. 2 votes. One says yes, one says no. Okay. And I already know Nick is a premium member because he said it in the chat, so maybe he's the yes vote. Mellow Mau says, to Dan's point about why someone might rationally choose not to donate to safety, maybe someone is about to move, so they would rather pay for safety in the new place they are going to move. Yeah, that's another reason. You might not want to, rationally might not want to contribute. Nick says, I meant to vote yes, but accidentally voted no. Oh, okay. So there were actually 2 votes for yes. Oh, oh, I see. The new vote. I guess the new vote that just came in is from Nick, and that one was supposed to be yes. Okay, and somebody else just voted for yes. So I think it says 50-50 right now. 4 votes, 2 votes for each. But I think what that really is 3 votes for yes and 1 vote for no. Okay, someone from an unknown number called in a little bit ago. $416. I think that was shortly after, or that was actually during, while I was screening the call from Jordan. Wonder what happens if I try to call back an unknown number. Does it just not call at all? Oh, I see it. Yeah, it doesn't give me an option to call if it's an unknown number. Otherwise, I could call that person back. Mao says, I know one person forced to buy health insurance in New York, and she hates it because she is about to move. So the policy is forcing her to waste significant money. Health insurance is something you shouldn't be forced to buy or otherwise have to pay a fine if you don't buy it. But I think they got rid of that mandate of Obamacare. If I recall correctly. But maybe they have a rule like that in New York State. Mao says, I would like to call in via Zoom. Okay. Maybe I should take a break. Yeah, how about we do it after a break? Let's do a 10-minute break. And then I'll take Mellow Mau's call. Oh, there's 2 people in the waiting room now. I missed the other person. Is one of them Mao? All right, hold on. See, now is the time where I want to turn off my video. My Zoom box. Here, let me try. I'm curious who the other person is too. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. All right. I'm going to make my video disappear when I see who the other people are in the Zoom waiting room. Oh, I guess one of them hung up because now Mellow Mau is the only one in the Zoom waiting room. A minute ago there were 2 people. Well, let me just see if Mellow Mau can hang on for 10 minutes while I take a break. I don't think you're going to hear him. Yeah. Oh, before I forget, let me turn off my Google Voice sounds. Okay. I just admitted Mellow Mau. Oh, he says that works. I just saw your YouTube chat. I'll wait until after your break or other caller in the Zoom waiting room. Okay, the other caller hung up, so it's just you now. So, yeah, let's continue after about a 10-minute break. Okay, see you soon. Okay, let's see. Oh, my video is no. Okay. Let me go to my break screen. Okay, so I will give you the power to unmute after I come back from the break. Right now you're muted, but I will change that when I get back. Okay, so now I'm going to go to my break slide, and I'm going to type in the YouTube chat my return time. It is now 4:47, so I'm going to say on break, I'll be back about 5:58. No, 4:58 p.m. Pacific. Okay. Thanks for being here, everyone, and I will see you on the other side of the break. All right, I am back. And we have Mellow Mau on hold. Let me just take a look at the chat. See if there's anything going on there. The poll is got 6 votes now. Let's see. 3 votes for each now, because Nick said he voted for no by mistake. So I think it's 3 yes votes and 3 no votes. Okay. So I guess some of you are seeing ads. You can let me know if that's the case. If you're a YouTube Premium member, you don't see ads. But if you want to do a super chat for the right amount, I can turn off ads. All right. Let me go to Mellow Mau's call. And I want to give him the power to unmute. Where's my host tools? Settings. Hold on, let me turn off this video for a sec. While I figure this out. Settings. Oh, here it is, host tools. Unmute themselves. Okay. All right, Mellow Mau, you can unmute yourself. Hello. Okay, now let me turn on your audio so YouTube can hear you. Okay, Zoom audio. That's good to go. And my video is back. And now I got this other scene. Okay, Zoom audio and Zoom video. One more. Okay, so Mellow Mau, welcome back. What's up?
Hello, Dan. Hello, YouTube. It's a pleasure to be on your show again. I've greatly enjoyed the last couple of episodes, and I have a couple of topics that I wanted to discuss with you until I suppose you've had enough of me or it's time to move on to another caller. And
Okay.
I wanted to start with some reactions to some of your recent calls.
Okay, just
And
one
then
second before we get to that.
Sure.
I'm just curious why you're. So this is just good for me to know. When you speak, the Zoom video audio mixer, that's where your voice appears, but it doesn't appear on the Zoom audio mixer. This is probably not clear to other people, but I just want to say this for the record from my own knowledge and make a mental note of this so for the future I will know what's going on. By the way, were you here when some of the audio of a previous caller was lost today at the end of his call?
I wasn't there for that one. I listened to the call with Simon in its entirety, and then just now you had a very short call with Jordan. And I saw some chat messages about people saying you were missing some audio from the call just before Jordan, but no, I wasn't there. I joined a few minutes into your call with Jordan.
Oh, hold on. You heard the entirety of the call with Simon, That
Yes.
was the one on Israel, right? No,
Oh,
no, no. That was Tony. That was Tony. Sorry.
I
Okay.
missed
Oh
that one.
yes,
Yeah.
Simon was. That was the first call. Okay, yeah, I got it. So you missed the call with Tony on Israel.
Now I'm interested to go back and listen to it, but I won't have any questions about Israel for you right now.
Okay, I just was curious you were there because some of the audio, some of the chatters said it was missing at the end, and I was just going to ask you if you experienced that because I wanted to confirm what I think my hypothesis about what the cause of that was. But if you weren't here for that, that's no problem.
Sorry. Yep. Can't speak to it.
Okay, so yeah, let's get to your topics.
Sure. I wanted to have some short conversation topics related to a call you had with Austin 2 calls ago, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
He was sounded like a young college student who was very skeptical about egoism. And I was really eager that day to chime in the comments a lot about what the founding fathers had to say about egoism to help you place that call.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason I wanted to revisit it is I left a comment on that video, which I heard you recognize on the last call. And I I think I've thought of a effective two-step argument that might come in really handy when debating collectivists. So I just wanted to offer it to you and hear your thoughts, hear your evaluation on it. So essentially, your call with Austin, he posed you a thought experiment, which was you have two buttons, A and B, and if you press button A, everybody in the world dies except for you. But if you press button B, only you die, but the rest of the world lives. Which button would you press? And you very reasonably were rejecting his frame, just the notion of using an extreme thought experiment like this to derive something. So I understand that instinct. I would have the same instinct. I think strange thought experiments like this are overused in, let's say, like young people's folk philosophies. But setting those issues aside, he basically posed you that question, and then you and he had some back and forth, and the conversation proceeded a certain way. But listening to that and just listening to the way you and he debated made me realize I think what you could do if you're ever in a situation like that again is if someone poses you a scenario like that, like they think they've trapped you. They think this, collectivist caller thinks they've got you, wouldn't you press B? Wouldn't you willingly sacrifice yourself for the sake of everybody on Earth? If they think they've got you, I would let's suppose we let them have that. Like they would say, aha, I would definitely press B. I would certainly press B. I would, if I were in a situation, I would say, okay, well then I have a thought experiment for you. Part two, same setup, except, button A is where you press the button, you kill everybody in humanity except for you. Button B, you press it and you sacrifice yourself on behalf of all of humanity. I would say, hey, collectivist, part B. Suppose you're in the hot seat and a collective that you belong to, either your political party or your country's government or your race, let's say a collective has formed a committee and they all got together and they want you to press A. They have told you, like, our collective wants you to press A and sacrifice all of humanity. And if you do it, you're doing the will of the collective. And if you don't do it, if you refuse to press a button, they're going to shoot you and call you a traitor. Now, what do you do? And I believe this two-part argument would be really effective against a collectivist because they either have to admit, like, okay, I guess I would do what the collective would do. I would sacrifice all of humanity, which kind of shows the moral bankruptcy of collectivism. Or they'll say, well, that would never happen. The collective would never do something like that. And then you can yank their chain a little bit and go, well, I don't know, man. It sounds like you're using your powers of reason. Why do you think your powers of reason are even meaningful here. Why wouldn't you just do what the collective told you to do? Or option three, they say like, well, this is a stupid thought experiment. This says nothing, which would invalidate the part one, right? They thought they had you trapped with an extreme thought experiment. They have to like willingly blow up their own thought experiment and prove that it, argue that against their own position. And as a footnote, if, this general frame method here is adaptable to literally any thought experiment. So if a collectivist says they would press A, then you tell them the collective is ordering them to press B. If they say they would press B, then you pose them the part two scenario where the collective is ordering them to press A. The thought experiment is about the environment. You make it about the environment. Like, if you grasp what I'm trying to communicate here, I believe this kind of two-part argument is very flexible to any thought experiment a collectivist poses to you. You just tell them, suppose the collective tells you to do the opposite of what you just said you would do. Now what? And I think it really would force a collectivist to reflect that they would not do it, right? They would use their power of reason to be like, well, in that case, I wouldn't do it. And then it kind of proves that they have a rational ego. They want to use their power of reason, even in an extreme case. And then it kind of proves, right? Even in extreme cases, you should still respect the power of choice. So I'll stop there. But did that make sense, what I said so far?
I got. I didn't get it fully, but sorry, I was a little distracted when you were talking because I was trying to copy your display your comment on screen, and I finally got it there, so it's on the screen now. I copied and pasted it from where you left it on my previous video, but I did have some thoughts on it when I first read it, and let me say what I was. Well, not much, but we can start with how I think a collectivist would respond and just see where it goes. So just to reiterate some of what you said, the thought experiment was I guess this wasn't originated by Austin, but something like this came up with in a X post, I think it was. Someone posed this question about would you press the A button or the B button, and there was a lot of controversy about this. And I guess if you press A, that would kill everyone else on Earth but save yourself, whereas if you press B, then you only have a 50% chance of surviving. Something like that. I'm not sure if I got the details. And I don't know if that was exactly Austin's example or if he had changed it somewhat. But let me read what you wrote here to refresh my memory. Part one is the same experiment Austin asks, and then you give a timestamp. You face two buttons. A leads to all of humanity except you dying. B leads to only you. Oh, I guess that's different. It wasn't like there's a 50% chance of you dying. It's you definitely die. Okay. So this was Austin's. B leads to only you dying, and you must choose one. And then I said maybe I would choose A. It depends. Like if I have other family or friends that I really care about and I wouldn't want to live without them, then maybe I would choose B. So it just depends. There's no definite answer that I would always necessarily choose. But I think Austin's answer was it's clear in every case you should definitely choose B and not choose saving yourself. I also said, well, if I'm the only person in existence and everyone else dies, maybe it wouldn't be worth existing because
Yes, that's how the actual call went. You and he um, debated. You kind of played out that scenario, and I think y'all got sidetracked because Austin had poorly formulated the hypothetical. Like he said, if you're the last person on Earth in this hypothetical, let's assume you would be happy anyway. You'd be just as
oh
happy.
yeah,
And
yeah,
I
right.
think that was just a poor formulation of the hypothetical. And then y'all kind of lingered on that for a little bit. So yeah, the actual call went a certain route. what I'm proposing is, what if it had gone a different route? What if instead you had said, it's not clear to me, and then he had said, well, obviously B is the right choice. And I listened to that part of the call a few times. He had a bit of a contempt for you. Like he was like, duh, B is the right choice. It would obviously be B. You would always want to choose B. And in a scenario like that, where a collectivist, or maybe Austin is just like sympathetic to collectivism, but in a scenario like that, where someone really hypes up, like obviously choice B is the correct choice, I think it would power up a part two response where you go, okay, okay, well, now that you've had your fun, now I pose you a thought experiment. The experiment is the collective is ordering you to press A. Now what? And
Hmm.
I think it would be very effective against collectivists who use thought experiments like this, because if they thought it was so obvious that B is, obviously B is the right choice. You're an egoist. You're selfish. How cruel of you that you wouldn't instinctively press B. I think a contempt like that only powers up your part two response, where you go, okay, well, here's my thought experiment. The collective is ordering you to press A. So if you
But
press
it's not
A,
everyone, right? So it's like like if there's a billion people on, or we can just say 8 billion to make it more like the actual world. I thought your idea here was not that all of those people are ordering me to press A and then they would themselves die. Rather, it was a subset of them, like 10 people or 100 people. It says a collective you belong to has formed a committee. So maybe I belong to some group of 100 people, and that group tells me to press A, and so now I must choose to press A or on their command, or press B and be publicly called a traitor after your death. That's what it says here. But is that the idea?
yes.
It's not like everybody else who exists is ordering me. It's just a subset. Was that the idea?
Admittedly, I struggled to quite formulate that sentence about a collective you belong to has formed a committee. I wrote it as simply as possible to convey the essence of the thought experiment, but perhaps this needs to be expressed just right to not allow a sidetrack conversation like the one that you and Austin had. Like, well, if I was just that. But more or less, I'm conveying a collective you belong to is ordering you to press A.
Okay.
I think that's the essence of it.
So let's
And
say the just to have something concrete to work with in our minds. Let's say I belong to some group, or you could call it a collective, I guess, of 100 people, and they tell me to press A, and then this is supposed to embarrass the collectivists somehow. Like if I press it, it's not. Now the collectivist has to say the good thing for me to do is to press A, and that's
no, no,
supposed to be embarrassing to the collectivist, or what?
I guess the embarrassing part is a side effect. It's a side product which you could play up to taste if you're dealing with someone who's contemptuous. But I do think there's a good philosophical reason for this. The point is to get the collectivist, you know, now I'm using like a fictional version of Austin. Let's say that your collectivist saying like, obviously B is the right choice. You're a cruel egoist that you don't want to instinctively press B. So then when you pose them a scenario where the collective is ordering them to press A, they either have to admit like, well, I guess I'll do what the collective wants me to do. And then they're basically admitting that they would do things they themselves find morally contemptuous if a collective tells them to do it, which I think is a valid criticism of collectivism. Or they're going to say, well, in this scenario, I would ignore the collective and I would choose B, which means they're affirming that even in an extreme scenario, you should still use your power of rationality to make the right choice. You should still consult your own power of reason, even if the collective disagrees with you, which
Uh,
I believe affirms Ayn Rand's support for rationality and rational egoism. And most importantly, I think posing this thought experiment makes it very clear how egoism and collectivism doesn't just mean like you value things outside yourself. Egoism means you use your power of rationality. So, uh, this is the most important reason I'm posing this is because I believe you and Austin talked past each other for most of the call, where he seemed to think egoism just meant like I only value myself, my personal body and my personal mind. And it wasn't until very late in the call that I thought you were making some very good ground in showing him that you can voluntarily donate money or you can voluntarily help other people. That's still compatible with egoism. And then I think he started to see the merits of this. And I think at one point later in the call, Austin actually said on the call, well, if that's the case, I'm egoist. So I think you resolved a essential disagreement, right? You got past a linguistic confusion and resolved an essential disagreement because you realized like, oh, egoists can donate money. Oh, okay, maybe I'm egoist. And I think a thought experiment like this makes that uh, forces that conclusion because a collectivist who gets to part two and then realizes like, oh, I would ignore the collective and press B, it hits them like, oh, egoists can make the right choice and it will resolve something really deep inside them because, they're seeing the contradiction in their values by getting a thought experiment back.
I had the thought when I read your comment that what my opponent would say is I think this is where the issue of size comes in. Like if it's just a committee of 100 people versus all 8 billion other earthlings, like they would say, I think my opponent would say, if some subset of all earthlings, like 100 people, is telling me to press A, I should ignore them and do what's better for the majority of people and press B. And then I guess I'm still, even if, I guess if I'm thinking for myself in order to make that decision, I guess in a way I'm being non-collectivist because I'm thinking for myself, but I'm putting my mind in the service of the collective if I conclude that I should do whatever maximizes the greatest happiness of the greatest number. Maybe it's a kind of utilitarianism. I'm guessing Austin would say, even if, let's say, I've got a committee of 100 advising me, and they advise me to press A, I'm guessing Austin would say, well, you should overrule them and press B because it's clearly a better state of affairs if 8 billion people, or 8 billion minus 100, or 8 billion minus 1 people survive rather than just you, one person, survive. So I don't think I would be getting Austin to agree that egoism is good and collectivism is bad. Even if
Respectfully.
Oh,
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, finish your thoughts. Sorry.
So even if I'm using my own mind, I think the collectivists would say, okay, you can use your own mind and it's fine to do that. Maybe it's even good to do that insofar as it's ultimately being used in the service of the greatest good of the greatest number, something like that.
That's fair. I two points. Respectfully, I disagree with your analysis, except where the phrasing I use there, a collective you belong to, has formed a committee. Admittedly, I think that language has to be workshopped, and that is not the essence of my proposed thought experiment. So I think I've just used clumsy language there, and if it poses like a leak to the validity of this thought experiment, then I've made an error and I would need your help to plug that hole. Because that is not the essence of the thought experiment, is whether the committee is large enough or does it truly represent all of humanity. So perhaps a more simpler phrase there would be more appropriate. The essence of this thought experiment is, let's just set that aside. Hopefully you'll allow me to set that aside. But if our opponent says, well, in that case, I would press B, then my follow-up would be like, I don't know, the collective is ordering you to press A. On what authority are you going to ignore the collective and press B? And of course, the argument might play out in a number of ways. The individual might just equivocate endlessly, but a honest interlocutor, an honest opponent would say, well, I would press B because obviously B is the right choice. And then, you can follow up like, interesting. So even if the collective is ordering you to press A, they have concluded it's in their interest to press A, you trust your own power of reason to press B because your power of reason is concluding that B is the right choice. That sounds like the kind of thing Ayn Rand would support. She would support that you should use your power of reason even in extreme thought experiments that have all of humanity's lives at stake. And so I think if they say that, right, they say like, I would ignore the collective and press B, that segues very nicely into you showing that that is very Randian. That is very Randian to say, even in a position of immense power like this, I use my power of reason.
But if you're ignoring one collective so you could serve a bigger collective, then I don't think it is Randian. And I think this is where the size of the committee does become relevant.
Fair.
So, if you're ignoring what 100 people tell you to do in order to serve billions of people, then you're not being Randian there.
I must reassert. I hope you'll let me just set aside the size of the committee thing. I think that's where I am now guilty of making a sloppy thought experiment, which is allowing alternative conclusions that I was not intending. And this is why ultimately I don't think thought experiments like this are a very effective way to learn ethics. I would share that intuition with perhaps you and objectivists, but this is assuming an interlocutor, an opponent, is pressing you with a thought experiment.
Yeah.
Then it's fair game, and you give them one back. And I suppose you're helping me work out the details of this concrete experiment. But if it starts to make sense to you, I think you can adapt it to any experiment, right? People tell you it's the environment or it's, I don't know, life. Like you just give them the same terms of the experiment back to them. But the part two is that the collective is ordering them to do the opposite of what they just claimed was the right choice. And you just give the thought experiment back to them. And then they have to either, again, choose the choice they just said was wrong because they value collectivism over altruism, or they say they would ignore the collective because they have reason, or they say thought experiments are stupid, and that blows up theirs too.
Yeah, I don't think they would say that they're ignoring the collective if they advise you to go against what the committee tells you. And this is where I think that I don't think you can escape, or at least I don't see how you could escape the issue of the size of the collective. It seems to me that that's essential to the issue here, although I know you don't see it that way, but it seems like it is.
I can't just say by the power of a thought experiment, I talked to the entire collective and the entire collective told me to press A.
Oh, okay. So everyone else on Earth, if that's what you mean by the entire collective, everyone is telling you to press A, and should you ignore them? And okay, well, maybe that changes what I would say.
I can see you're thinking through all the implications, which, by the way, I deeply respect, right? It shows me that these aren't just floating abstractions to you. You're like actually pondering what would you do if everybody has voiced a preference? So I respect that. Um, I ultimately think the weakness here is using an extreme thought experiment. That's really where our both you and I are going to get hit a wall is just using an extreme thought experiment like this to derive ethics. I just don't think is a very effective method. But uh, I think the same criticism will apply equally to anyone who, gives you a thought experiment.
Well,
So
I don't know that extreme thought experiments are the way to drive ethics, but I do think they could be sometimes useful. And I guess I might have less aversion to them than many other objectivists. Like I'm willing to entertain them, whereas others might not. But I wonder sometimes, is that just because they don't have good answers to them and they want to like an easy way to dismiss the objection and just say, oh, that's just a crazy hypothetical. um, I'm not sure, but I have wondered about that. But I will say that Ayn Rand has used a couple of unrealistic examples, you could call them that, like the immortal robots
hmm,
in the objectivist ethics, and the rational spider
hmm.
and introduction to objectivist epistemology. I mean, I don't think these are actual things, maybe not even possible, but they could still be used to illustrate a point. So I don't think the outlandishness is necessarily undermining of the value of a thought experiment. Now there could be a an over reliance on them, and I'm not saying they can't be used in a bad way, but I think at least I wonder if objectivists are often too quick to dismiss strange hypotheticals, um, perhaps just because they don't have a good answer to them.
That's an interesting thought. May I ask you then? I did watch that part of that debate a few times before I wrote that comment, 22810. And
Mm-hmm.
your immediate reaction was like, oh God, one of these. Like you
Yeah.
seemed very hesitant to respond to the thought experiment. So may I ask what was behind your reluctance at that time?
Well, I don't know if reluctance is the word, uh, but it might have been some kind of wariness. Like, um, I know that like when people raise these hypotheticals, I think it's sometimes it's a kind of trap. But I mean, maybe I shouldn't fault them for that. I guess that's the point of it, is to take someone's premises and try to pull out some bizarre, absurd result, do a kind of reductio ad absurdum. Um, so, and I don't know, I don't know that I can like justify or say that that was a good reaction for me to have. So just for anyone who didn't catch that conversation, as Mellow Mau said when he was raising this thought experiment, at first I said, "Oh gosh, one of these." It was a kind of exasperated tone, maybe, um, but I don't know if that was an appropriate response.
I'm surprised because I shared that. I had the same groan. I was just listening to your call, but I had the same groan. I was like, oh, an extreme thought experiment as a way to argue that egoism is or isn't ethical. Like I had a, I guess a mild disgust. I was like, this just seems very common to novice college philosophers, I believe, is an over reliance on thought experiments. So I shared your reluctance, and I also have a deeper philosophical reason why I am against such hypotheticals. But
Well, it's not
Sorry.
just, I mean, college students, they get it from their professors. Like, I think it's very
True,
common
true,
for professors to raise trolley cases
true,
in
true.
intro ethics classes. Michael Sandel, I think he's a Harvard philosopher who was just mentioned in a recent podcast by the Ayn Rand Institute as using this method and to open a intro ethics course. I think Ankar Gate made this point, and he was saying how this is not the way to the appropriate way into ethics. Like, it's better to start with the sort of issues that come up in a book like The Fountainhead and by Ayn Rand, and consider issues like whether you should live a life like Rourke or like Peter Keating. These are actual issues that people confront in their lives, whereas these really bizarre hypotheticals are not the sort of issues. Maybe in some very, very, very rare cases, you'll be in one of these situations, but it's not the main substance of life. So they're detached from reality in that way. They don't deal with what many people deal with in their actual lives. And I'm sympathetic to that criticism. Like, if you make that the meat and potatoes of ethics, I think that's the wrong approach. But if you're using it in a kind of marginal way to test the limits of some principle, I can see the value of it. And as I said, Ayn Rand, she uses hypotheticals, and even ones you might say are unrealistic, like the immortal robots, to illustrate a point. So, and I've, let's see, one example that came to my mind in the course of this discussion, that's I think I've been confronted with, or maybe I've raised myself, is to really pound home how seriously I take egoism. Like, I think this came up with Austin, actually. If it were stipulated that I could live a happy life, even if I'm the only person who existed, and I said, yeah, maybe I would. Maybe I would press that A button and everyone else dies, but I get to continue living because you're stipulating, it's part of your hypothetical that I'm going to go on and live a happy life. Well, why not? I mean, if I'm just as happy or maybe even more happy than I would have been if those other people were around, then sure, why not press it? I'm an egoist. I want to do what's best for myself. That's a pretty bizarre, outlandish hypothetical, but why not say that, just to really show people I am serious about this. I want to do what's best for my own happiness.
It is very provocative. And you did say that to Austin that day, but it is a very provocative response to really get them to appreciate the boldness of Rand's philosophy, right? Like, this is a conclusion at the limits of, applying her philosophy in a very strange scenario. I worry that it causes, as I am someone who am becoming increasingly fond of objectivism, and I see myself joining the community in more active ways. I worry that posing a scenario like that gives people a very negative impression of objectivists. And you can see that in that call. There was like an awkward pause where Austin was like, okay, like he really thought you had basically admitted to being a very evil person. And I don't think that's what you were saying, because I have a deeper familiarity with objectivism and its premises. But he, as someone who had a shaky grasp of the premises, came to a very negative opinion of objectivism. Like, it probably greatly lowered his opinion of objectivists and potentially would influence him to just not want to read any more objectivism. And so we lost a potential follower. I don't think that's actually what happened. By the end of the call, I believe you and he started to see more eye to eye. And sorry to repeat myself, at one point near the end, he said, "Oh, maybe I'm an egoist." So I
Oh
don't actually think
yeah,
that's what happened, but
I wanted to comment on that, actually. I don't think we were seeing eye to eye by the end of the call. I think maybe what was happening is that he was starting to think, well, I had a vacuous, kind of meaningless concept of egoism where, okay, well, if you define it like that, sure, and then anything becomes egoism. And
Mm,
I remember the issue of psychological egoism came up
yes.
at the very end. The idea that everything anyone does, like even Mother Teresa, is an egoist. And I thought that was the direction he was going towards the end. He wasn't suddenly becoming convinced of Ayn Rand's view of egoism. He was just saying, okay, well, then it becomes a meaningless concept and everything becomes egoism.
That's fair. Yeah, I don't think there was a massive changing of his mind. I would agree with that. I view it as you seeded a few doubts. At least perhaps now I'm being overly optimistic, perhaps, and I'll look back and see that part of the footage. Maybe I naively thought that's what happened, but yeah, my conclusion was you seeded his thoughts a little bit. That egoism doesn't just mean I care only about myself. You can have a rational egoism where you care about values, you care about your family, you care about uh, your causes, and I was trying to contribute to that with my super chats at that time. But fair enough, fair enough. I don't think you like totally want him over. I don't think that he like hungrily reads Ayn Rand now. I think you just kind of posed some, seeded some doubts, is what I would say. So I'd like to start to wrap up this topic to hopefully move on to some other things. But feel free to keep us on this topic if you do think there's something very fruitful here. But my conclusion is, I guess this two-part thought experiment is not bulletproof as I was hoping. I have hopes that it can work though. Even after you've posed some very reasonable doubts for me to consider, I have hopes that if I ever meet someone who wants to pose a thought experiment to me, I would just give it back to them and now make it about a collective ordering them to do it. And so I'll just put this to the test. If I'm ever in a debate, which I'm not really living a life where I have debates, but if I'm ever in one, I will try this tentatively because I have hopes for it. But I think you've helped me to see that it's not bulletproof as I was hoping.
Okay. Yeah, feel free to let me know how it goes. And if you want to reformulate it and run another version by in a comment, feel free to do that. I just feel like maybe I should say something to acknowledge or address the point about turning Austin off, like lost a potential follower. Um, I don't know. Like I didn't really think of it in those terms, but I don't think the way to advocate for objectivism is by shying away from truths which might turn people off. Like if Ayn Rand had been less controversial and wasn't so stringent in her upholding of reason as an absolute or self-interest as a virtue, maybe that would not turn off as many people and there'd be far more objectivists. But then it wouldn't be objectivism. So I say what's true, what I think is true at least. And I don't think that is... so I don't think I turned him off. Well, I mean, maybe I turned him off from objectivism, but not because I was misrepresenting it. I don't want to do that. And I don't think I was misrepresenting it. Now, if someone wants to convince me I was, I'll listen to an argument. But I think what I was saying was consistent with objectivism. And if that turns him off, well, I guess that's too bad. But I'm not going to sacrifice what I see as the truth just to get more followers. So
I think I respect that. And, now that we're lingering on this, it's getting me to realize that part of what attracted me to read more of Ayn Rand is that she was very bold and unapologetic. So that was part of, at least for me, that was part of what interested me is like, whoa, she comes right out and, she calls out people. She calls balls and strikes. And I'm gathering that to the public at large, that is part of her mystique. That is part of why she gained a lot of interest among lots of Americans, is that she would say bold truths, even if it was perceived as aggressive or direct. So you're getting me to reflect on that. Maybe boldness is part of the objectivist mystique or the objectivist aesthetics, and perhaps I should feel a little more encouraged to come on strong, even if it is tough to hear. I would like to come back to this topic in a future call. I actually feel like there's something very interesting for us to pull on here is there a middle ground between just saying truthful statements on the one hand and strategically phrasing your teachings in a way that is most receptive to an audience? Like I want to come back because I'm thinking of this in real time, and I don't think I have a very good thoughts ready. But I think there's something very interesting to hear. But I hear your point that, yeah, okay, say truthful things. That seems essential to objectivism. I can't imagine an objectivist would ever lie. I think that would just be like immediately breaking the point of objectivism. But I think, I guess I see your point that boldness and directness it's not like it's to be avoided. It's not like an absolute bad, and perhaps it's a good, I'm realizing now.
And I think it'll turn off some people and turn on others. And I think the title of Ayn Rand's book, The Virtue of Selfishness, I think that's very provocative. And I think some people will just be turned off by that and so that's crazy. I'm not even gonna bother reading that book. I'm not gonna look into it. Other people that will say, "Oh wow, she's saying selfishness is a virtue. I never heard that before. That's intriguing. Let me pick this up and read it." So I think it's just going to vary from person to person, and what turns some people off is going to turn other people on. And I don't say like it's always in every context good to be provocative. Like if I'm in the, I don't know, let's say a friend invites me to, let's say I have a religious friend and I'm invited to go to a church service or a Catholic mass or something. I'm not going to stand up in the middle of the mass, like when everyone is quiet and praying, and say, God does not exist. I'm an atheist. It doesn't make any sense. Right? I don't think that would be appropriate in that context. But if I'm on my YouTube channel or on Facebook, I'm engaged in activism, and it's not like I'm going on somebody else's turf into their home court and violating their rules. If I'm on my own territory, so to speak, then I might say something very provocative like that. And I say it on my background here. I say I'm an atheist, and I think that's good. So there are some contexts where I think it's good to be provocative and bold, and others where maybe you want to be a little more modest and cautious. And so it's context dependent. And
that makes sense to me. Yeah.
We were having a discussion about egoism with Austin, so that was a case where I think it could make sense to be very clear about what exactly I mean by egoism, and it might be useful to give a very extreme sort of hypothetical to help make that clear, because that's the very topic under discussion.
That makes sense to me. I just made a little note. I think I want to return to this in the future. I think I sense a meaningful topic to discuss here about teaching. I guess I don't have it very clear in my mind, so I will. But
Okay.
I'd like to move on to another topic if you're ready for it.
Sure.
Okay. Well, I wanted to ask unrelated topic. You know, I've been a member of your stream for a couple of weeks now. And my apologies if this is not the right time and place, but I'd like to ask, what do you say about having a member event at some point so that us members can have I don't know, smaller call or I don't know, have you given any thoughts to whether you'd like to bring us together as a group sometime? Because I would really enjoy meeting some of your other followers that I see in the chat. I see Florida Nick, I see Objective Ethics, I think. So, have you given any thought to doing a member event at some point soon?
Not much. I've seen. Oh, speaking of members, I see Greg
Let's go.
just upgraded to a Fountainhead level. member. Thank you, Greg. You are my first Fountainhead level member. So I've got 5 tiers of membership, and Anthem is the first tier, 99 cents a month. Let me show this on the screen, or at least the chat window. There you see Greg has upgraded to Fountainhead level. So the Anthem is the first level. That's 99 cents per month. And then We the Living, which Mellow Mau is a member at, that's I believe $2.99 a month. And then Fountainhead, I think that's $4.99. And then Atlas Shrugged, maybe $10.99. And then the Ayn Rand level, I think it's $19.99. So we got our first Fountainhead level member, Greg Lewis here. Thank you, Greg. Appreciate that. And Mellow Mau was my first We the Living level member. So thank you again. Well, now that I got more members here, I guess that gives me some more incentive to think about doing a members only event. I did think about doing something like that when I first created my channel memberships, but I thought, well, maybe I should wait to build up a certain number of members before I do a members only, because if I don't have any members yet, then there's not going to be many people coming around for a members only event. But right now I think I have about 5, maybe 5 or 6 channel members at different levels. Yeah, I think at some point I thought about maybe doing a members only live stream. I mean, there's not a lot of people to begin with. I mean, on a typical live stream, I'll get maybe 3 or 4 calls. I think that's pretty average. And you and I, we've done several calls, and they're often very long. So I don't know that it would be much more intimate if it were a members only stream. Maybe it would be a little bit at least. But I guess I'll give that some more thought now that you've mentioned it, and now that I've got another member, or an upgraded member. And I am definitely open to suggestions. So yeah, if you have more thoughts on that, or want to leave a comment or write me a DM later about it, I'd definitely be open to suggestions.
Great. I'm glad to hear that. I guess I'm not like a super online person in terms of, YouTube and Twitch and such, but I've been a member of some channels that only have a small amount of viewers, or relatively small. And I think it can still be really nice. There's a kind of intimacy when it's just a couple of people and you're all fans, and that everyone present is not a troll. There is something really nice about having a small group discussion like that, and perhaps you could ask us questions about ourselves that we couldn't cover in a live stream because this is a public forum and there's a certain openness where you can't really be particularly personal. But just a thought. Thanks for hearing me out.
And I guess if I do a live stream like that, there might be an incentive to other people to become members if they see I'm actually doing live streams that are members only. And I haven't done any like that, but if I start doing that, maybe some people will become members so they can be in on those. And if I'm thinking, if I did something like that, so we've got, let's see, if I could probably name them. Robert Nacier, Greg Lewis, Florida Nick, you. Did I already say Greg Lewis?
I don't think so. Sorry.
So I think, sorry if I'm missing anybody, but I think that's about it. So if I am missing someone, it's probably only one person. So maybe 4 or 5 people then. And if I did a live stream just for them, like Nick doesn't usually call, Nick has never called, and he doesn't chat a lot. He's sometimes in the chat, so he might just be more of a listener. I think of all my members, you're the most active in terms of calling in. Robert called in once a long time ago. Greg called in once through the last show. Actually, Greg called in for the first time. So you might be the only caller. You might get like if we did a live stream with members, you might be the only one calling in. Which maybe it's fine, but I'm just thinking how it would go, whether it would make sense to do that.
If there a risk of that, that's very kind of you, and I suppose I have uh, a healthy amount of self-esteem and pride, but I wouldn't want that. That's not my ulterior motive. I would hope that you do like a pulse check of your members, and we would find some upcoming date where it's far enough in the future that you would get a good group of us. So I hope that's how it would play out. And maybe some of your other members who don't call in too often, maybe knowing that it's a members only call, they'd be more eager to join because you can't really mess up when it's a small group. We're all friends or something resembling friends, and it's a members only video too. So it's not like you have to worry about this going out to the entire internet. You have to speak a little more freely. So I hope it would feel like a different kind of call. But I think you get what I'm saying. You're thinking through how it might play out. And when the time is right, when you feel the time is right, it's a good time in your schedule and our schedules, and you've got enough members. Like I hope you will set something like that up because I would look forward to it. I think member calls in general can be very fun, very valuable, and there's something a bit special about your audience, which is objectivists. There's something a bit special in that. Probably this is a group particularly good at polite conversations and some philosophical rigor. Like probably your group, the group that would come together for your member call, is not just like 20 YouTube fans of, I don't know, Mr. Beast or something. It's probably fans of this channel would be a special group and it would be a special conversation. But I am speculating there, and thank you for hearing me out. I hope
Yeah,
you'll
sure.
find.
Yeah, thanks for mentioning it. And I was thinking maybe I could do something like if I get 10 members, then I'll do a members only call and see how it goes. We could try it out, experiment, and doesn't necessarily have to be like a 7-hour long thing. We could, although if people are very active and want to participate a lot, maybe it would be 7 hours, just like a regular live stream. I see Audrey is here. Hi, Audrey. She says member event is cool, and then Greg says, let's see. Oh, he calls her a slacker, but then he says he's just kidding. And then Audrey asks, will the basic Anthem subscription remove ads? No, it doesn't remove ads. That's not one of the features of any of the channel memberships. So the only way to remove ads, well, unless I turn them off, is to become a YouTube Premium member. And I think that's like $17 a month or somewhere around there. But that'll turn off ads on anything you watch on YouTube, not just my channel. But I'll get a share of the revenue if you're watching my stream on a stream where I have monetization turned on, like this one. This is the first time I've turned monetization on. So if you're watching my stream as a YouTube Premium member, you won't see the ads, but I will get some of the revenue that I would have gotten were ads seen by you. It's I'm not sure I explain it very clearly, but I do get some benefit even if you don't see ads if you are a YouTube Premium member. But I've also said that if you want to just do a super chat, you can say, hey, Dan, will you turn off the ads on today's live stream if I give you some super chat money? Yeah, I would consider that. I don't know exactly what the right amount is. Like, if you wanted me to turn off ads for the entire 7-hour stream, that's going to cost more than if you want me to just turn off ads for 1 hour, right? Because I'm getting, I don't know how much less revenue if I have to turn off ads for the entire stream than if it's only for 1 hour. But I also learned shortly before this stream that I can't toggle it off and on and off and on like during a stream. The AI told me, I guess it was Gemini, said that you can only toggle it off once. So right now I have ads turned on, and I can toggle it off, but I can't toggle it back on. So maybe depending on when during the stream I toggle it off, if I do, I would want a certain amount in compensation. So if you say right now it's right now it's about 6 p.m. Pacific, and let's say I go for another 3 hours, and you say, hey, will you turn off ads for the rest of the stream if I do a super chat for $20? Yeah, I'll do that. So that's one way you can get rid of ads, other than by signing up to be a YouTube premium member. And at least that's the only other way right now that I can think of. Let me read some more of these chats. Greg says, I still see an ad for the first time. I think the YouTube premium is supposed to get rid of those. Yeah, I thought it got rid of all ads. So Greg, you're a YouTube premium member, but you're still seeing ads? Is that what you're telling me?
I read his comment as he's not a premium member, and that's why he saw it.
Oh, I still see an ad. Okay. I don't know why you would use the word still, though. I thought you would use that word if you were expecting not to see an ad, and then you're saying, oh, I still see it. But if you're not a YouTube premium member, then that's just normal. You will see ads. But you say you see it for the first time. Well, it might depend when you join the stream. I don't think YouTube shows ads to everyone at the same time. That's what I read, at least. So let's say if you just joined a few minutes ago, then maybe you haven't been watching long enough for YouTube to show you an ad. But I guess the longer you watch, the more likely it is that you'll see an ad. And then you say, I think the YouTube premium is supposed to get rid of those. Yeah, I think that's right. An ad equals... Oh, that was just a typo. Ads. Yes, I've never called in, says Nick, and I mostly like to listen. Okay. Yeah, Nick just listens usually, and that's fine. I appreciate it. Dan, not speak freely? Why do you say that? Because I turned on ads?
I said in a member's call, we might speak more freely. So I think he's just joking that you always speak freely, so it wouldn't change your behavior. But
yeah, well, if it is a more private, intimate setting, certain topics might come up that might not otherwise come up. As Mellow Mau was saying, and maybe I could get to know some of you all more. I mean, if you want, of course. Don't share anything you don't want to, only if it's egoistic in your self-interest. Did you just turn the ad feature on for your channel? Yes. So I guess you missed the beginning of the show, Greg. At the very beginning, I said that I turned on ads for the first time today. I was thinking of putting that in the title, actually, but I didn't. I thought maybe that might turn some people off, so I thought I'll just mention it at the beginning of the show. But yeah, today is the first day I have turned on ads on my channel. And you say, I don't recall encountering them before. Yeah, that's right, because they weren't on until today. Actually, I did turn them on one other video, so I can select on a video by video basis which videos to have ads run on. And I've only selected one other video besides this one, which is my latest debate with Pisco. If you go to the videos tab on my channel, I turn monetization on that. So if you watch that video, you might see ads if you're not a premium member. And I might turn ads on other videos as well. Maybe I'll turn them on all videos. I don't know. I haven't decided. I was just kind of messing around with it, experimenting a little bit. But right now, there's only two videos. This current live stream and then that video with Pisco. And then Greg's last chat says, I've watched previous streams of yours and don't recall seeing ads on previous streams. Yeah, that's right. And maybe I'll turn them on. I might turn on ads on the previous live streams. But I think at least right now, I will probably turn ads on for future live streams. That'll be the norm, I think, the defaults. But I'll see how it goes. I mean, I'll see what what kind of effect that has on viewership and what effect it has on my revenue. And I'll have to weigh those against each other. Like if I'm getting a lot fewer viewers and I'm hardly getting any revenue from it, then maybe I'll decide it's not worth it and I'll just turn off the ads. But if I decide, oh, actually, I kind of like the amount of revenue that's coming in, and maybe it's costing me, 1% of my viewership, but I'd rather lose a few people than lose all the revenue. So maybe I'll just keep it. And so I'll just have to play it by ear and see how it goes. Another option is, I guess there's always what I said before. You can always say, hey, I'll give you this amount in super stickers or super chats in exchange for you turning the ads off. And I'll see if anyone wants to make an offer like that. If so, for how much? And that'll also factor in my decision as to whether to continue running ads. So it's a work in progress, and we'll see how it goes. All
Nice.
right. Go ahead, Mellow Mau.
Well, I would like to raise another topic,
Sure.
and I have two choices for you. And feel free to wrap up our call whenever. I basically keep a running list of topics or questions I have for you. So I have two questions, basically two topics. As I'm sure you're familiar, but for the benefit of the audience, I have continuously been working on a project to reconcile Buddhism and Objectivism. And I have now started titling my project Rational Buddhism. And I've got some bones and flesh on there. And in my most optimistic moments, I think I might publish a book in like 6 years. I think it would take me quite a bit of time to earn the credibility to speak on behalf of objectivism and fact check some of these arguments by some objectivists and some Buddhists. And probably I'll just publish essays as I stair step up there. But, in pursuit of my project to elaborate rational Buddhism, I made a breakthrough this week where I found a remarkable synergy, which you might find interesting, and we could talk about that. Or, second choice, I have one concept that I'm having a hard time reconciling, and I could ask you your thoughts on that one. So, do you like the idea of a choice here? I can give you choice one. We could talk about a synergistic pair of concepts, and option two is a pair that is not reconciling very easily for me.
Okay. Let me think. Okay, so first, I think I don't want to help you do something that I think is not good for objectivism. So
Fair.
your project is to reconcile Buddhism and objectivism, which I don't think can be done. And so I don't want to be an aid to that project. So I guess you can work on that independently, and I guess anything we discuss, I guess I would want to discuss it kind of just like maybe on its own terms. And like if you raise some what you think is a synergy, a compatibility between Buddhism and objectivism, you could say what you think that is, and then I could comment on that and say whether I agree or disagree. Or if you say there's something that you're not sure how to reconcile with objectivism, I might say, well, I agree that there's a problem there, and in fact, I don't think they can be reconciled. Or I might actually say, oh, actually, there is a way you could reconcile objectivism, at least in this respect, with Buddhism. Maybe not the entirety of it, but maybe there's some isolated aspect of it that reconciles with objectivism. But I just don't want to be giving my sanction or help to something that I think is going to be destructive to the cause of objectivism. So I guess if I know that what I say is going to be helping some project that I think is going to be harmful to objectivism, I wouldn't want to help with that. So I've got some. I got to think about this. What kind of help do I want to provide here, if any? I mean, I appreciate you. You're being a channel member and you're making financial support. You've done super chats a number of times, and I appreciate all that. And I appreciate you calling in and having discussions, which provides content for my channel. I just also need to consider, what is best for my channel and exactly how do I want to help here, if at all. If so, in what way do I want to help? So, and I don't have this all worked out. I'm figuring
That makes
off the
makes a
top
lot
of
of
my
sense.
head.
I'd like to react to that
Yeah,
and tell
sure.
you a little bit more about why I feel eager about this project. And um, assuming my most optimistic vision that this eventually becomes a book, I've started to flesh out an early chapter where I think this would such a reconciliation would benefit objectivists, and I want to articulate that. And I think such a reconciliation would benefit Buddhists, and I can articulate that. And so I'll just quickly summarize this. I think it would benefit Buddhists because, as this title implies, there is an irrational Buddhism. So I think this is in support of your criticism. Um, Pondering Rand's metaphysics and her defense of reason, and now me seeking similar arguments in Buddhist texts has gotten me to see that there is a sort of Venn diagram where these two systems are not one to one, which is probably the intuitive answer most people would arrive at. Like they're obviously not one to one. They're not 100% overlapping, but there is a Venn diagram going on here where I think the best parts of Buddhist philosophy, practice, and community are the rational parts. And I think the worst parts of Buddhism are the irrational parts, the parts that do rely on faith as a method of argument, that rely on altruism as a fundamental. And personally, transparently, part of what's motivating me to write such a book is I was flipping through some of the Buddhist books on my bookshelf, and a lot of contemporary Buddhists are just openly leftist and not like secretly so. I got a book that I picked up last year from a well-known contemporary Buddhist. She's a great writer, she's a great teacher, but the preface to the book is just openly leftist. I mean, she is like openly connecting ancient Buddhist teachings to climate change and race politics and gender politics. And that personally disappoints me that the community of contemporary Buddhists is becoming predominantly leftist. And I think that because I think leftism is wrong-headed and has some bad premises, I think that jeopardizes the long-term health of Buddhism. If people get the impression that Buddhists are like California hippies who don't want anything and don't want to have arguments, I think that gives people the wrong impression. It'll turn people away. And I worry that the trend will continue and contemporary Buddhists will sanction leftism, which appears to be the case. Like I just said, this book was just openly leftist. It's trying to take arguments from a different era and say, therefore, gender theory is correct and climate change concerns are correct. And I find that very concerning. So, in in support of your point, perhaps, it'd be dangerous to reconcile these two. I will openly admit there is an irrational side of Buddhism that relies on faith and altruism, and I'm starting to see that that is the worst parts of the religion. That's the parts that goes off in the wrong direction, and then the communities start to be a mouthpiece for causes historically or contemporaneously that I don't like. So, uh, perhaps this will win you over a little bit, is that I can be self-aware enough to say, yeah, it's not going to be a 100% match. And the reason why I want this reconciliation to be called rational Buddhism is I think Rand gives me a compass, is the parts of the philosophy and the community that rely on reason and voluntary participation and choice are the best parts. And the parts that are just like vaguely altruistic and hippie are the worst parts. And I would not want to sanction those parts either. In fact, I hope that my project will be a meaningful way for contemporary Buddhists to push back on those parts of the community. Those parts don't represent me. And as Rand argues very well, arguing from faith or arguing from altruism is risky and ultimately leads to a contradiction of values inside the individual. And so I believe her arguments, and I wish to rescue this religion from a contemporary turn that I think is not historical. It's not like the OG Buddha was a leftist. He wasn't. And I want to rescue that. And I think objectivism will help me do that. And yeah, that's a, what do you think? Is that
Well, Audrey asked in the chat, what is the essence of Buddhism? And that's something I was also thinking about. So even if a philosophy or a religion has some good elements, and I wrote down Christianity here as a reminder of this point, there might be some good elements in Christianity, like this quote that I've mentioned a number of times on my live stream. What does it profit a man to gain the whole world if he loses his soul? This is something Jesus says, which I think is a good point. Just because you get wealthy or lots of material riches doesn't mean you're better off necessarily if you have to sell your soul in order to get that. So I think that's a good point that Jesus makes. But I wouldn't then say, well, let's try to reconcile objectivism and Christianity and have objectivist Christianity or Christian objectivism, because I think the essence, the dominant feature of Christianity is anti this world, anti reason, anti self. So, and that's how I think of Buddhism. Now, I'm not very familiar with it, certainly not as much as I am with Christianity. I've studied it far less, but my sense is that the essence, the dominant overriding characteristic of Buddhism is that it's anti-reason, anti-this world, anti-self. And maybe you can find in some Buddhist monk here or there some good point that he says, but if the dominant thrust of the religion is bad, then I would just rather throw it out as a whole and just mention, okay, well, it's got this good element, but I'm not going to try to make it a guiding philosophy that I have such that would feature in the name and say I'm a Buddhist objectivist or an objectivist Buddhist, because it's just too large a feature of the religion. So that's one point I would make. And let me look at a couple other of these chats and then I'll come back to you. Let's see. Greg says, or you could leave them off to encourage okay, that's about the live stream stuff. Maybe I'll read that later. Something about Shintoism. In essence, Shintoism is the spirituality of this world and this life, whereas Buddhism is concerned with the soul in the afterlife. This explains why, for the Japanese, the two religions exist so successfully together without contradiction. Let me just share this on the screen. Where's my chat? Here we go. And then, let's see. Greg says, Mellow Mau would better speak to that. Oh, maybe the Eastern philosophy, Shinto and Buddhism.
It's that Audrey asked just above. What is the essence of Buddhism?
Oh, okay. Yeah. I question Google, Shinto versus Buddhism. I like this. There you are in the chat. I like the summary of Buddhism: not to do evil, to cultivate merits, to purify one's minds. This is the teaching of the Buddhas.
Yeah, this is commonly given as, when people ask, summarize Buddhism in a couple of words, this is one of the common examples given. And the Buddha himself in that sutra, someone asked him, like, how would you summarize your philosophy in a few words? And that was the summary he gave, or whoever transcribed his teachings, I suppose. So you're just asserting rather early on, there is an objective evil and good. There is a notion called merit, and merit is a man-made concept. There is a metaphysical evil and good. There is a man-made merit and demerit. And the way that you make progress is that you purify your mind. You clean it of contradictions or bad values or whims. I guess in Rand's words, we would use cravings and lust is what we would say, but whims, you purify your mind of those. And that's the path. And then you import models and principles and so on. But
So just to comment for a little on that quote, not to do evil. Okay, well, I can certainly sign on to that. Of course, it raises the question, well, what is evil?
true,
According to Buddhism. To cultivate merits, sure. Yeah, I'm in favor of that. But, what do you see as being merits?
true.
What do you consider to be good? To purify your minds, okay, maybe. But, now I'm starting to think of, well, what does Buddhism have to say about the mind? And does it, you said get rid of cravings and preferences. I've heard it put as eliminating desires. And I think that's very unhealthy. Like the solution the Buddhists offer is not figuring out how to satisfy your needs, but just getting rid of evading the fact that you have needs, and your needs are the source of your suffering and your pain. And ideally, you would just erase yourself and enter this state of nirvana where you don't have any desires. And so I worry, like, well, if purifying your mind means like annihilating yourself, that's the path to salvation, then I think it's a very poisonous idea. And I know I use some very provocative language there, but I think Ayn Rand uses this kind of language, and I find it plausible. But you might have a different interpretation.
I think I have to reconcile with that. I have to face that. And as I said earlier, I think the contemporary Buddhism, which is like a vague hippie altruism, and that's the flavor of Buddhism that Ma Chalmers in Atlas Shrugged was like. I think that is a very dangerous turn in the religion, and it's not historical. That's very contemporary. Historically, there was a much bigger emphasis on rigorous debate. There's even a kind of debate society within Buddhists, which is interesting. So the current, like, just go with the flow and be one with your feelings and don't have a cowman is very contemporary, and I don't like it. And I think Ayn Rand could help me rescue it from that. But I guess I should make more of a case for why do I think this would benefit objectivists. So I think it would benefit objectivists because Buddhism has some interesting theoretical arguments about bringing people along the path, basically. So I'm going to make an argument here and let me know how you feel about it. But I think one place where Buddhism has a lot to offer objectivism is that I like objectivism. I find myself reading more and more of it. I'm now halfway through ITOE, Intro to Objectivist Epistemology. A lot of good material in there for my project. And I think objectivism is vulnerable to a certain criticism inspired from Buddhist texts, which is that for a person who has a fully purified mind, like you have a well-justified understanding of metaphysics and a well-grounded understanding of epistemology and ethics and aesthetics, like if you have all the parts in your mind, they're going to fit together very cleanly. And when people make wrong arguments to you, you'll be able to perceive that immediately, and you'll be able to point out to them errors in their premises. Like I do think it's the case. But that is like a destination, is that you have a very good understanding of all these parts, and you have to build that up brick by brick. And it's possible for someone to have a correct understanding of metaphysics, but an incorrect understanding of aesthetics. And so they derive some wrong conclusions, and then they either cause themselves grief or they cause others grief. And I see some support for this in objectivism. I found a passage in ITOE where Rand used furniture and justice as examples of concepts where I'll start with furniture. She says to properly grasp a definition of furniture, and she provides such a definition. I can provide that quote for you if you want. You have to simultaneously grasp the concept of habitation, because furniture is used to adorn a habitation. And she uses the same kind of argument to define justice. In her definition of justice, she uses the word ethics. So she says, to fully grasp the concept of justice, you have to simultaneously grasp the concept of ethics and volition. And that's where some people might have a partial understanding of justice. It's because they may have a partial understanding of ethics. So their understanding of justice doesn't fit into the ecosystem correctly because it relies on an understanding of ethics, which is at the same level of the conceptual hierarchy, but an incorrect understanding of ethics will lead someone to an incorrect understanding of justice. So this is my interpretation of ITOE, and I can point to that source if you want me to, if you want to criticize my interpretation of that chapter. But what I'm bringing this up to argue, in this passage of ITOE, I see support for the idea that a final stage objectivist, someone who's got the full download of metaphysics and ethics and aesthetics, all the parts will fit together, but there's a path to get there. You have to build up the concepts one by one, and some concepts can't be fully grasped. Their essence can't be fully grasped until you grasp other concepts that are part of that definition or parallel with that definition. So I see support in objectivist texts for this idea that you have to grow your understanding step by step. There are major arcs to your growth. But I don't see a lot of text about this in objectivism yet. I mean, I need to read more to feel confident in my argument. But there is a lot of text about this in Buddhism. There's a lot of arguments historically about how some individuals learn concepts in major arcs, and there is a productive way to sequence those teachings so that people get all the concepts in the first arc, and then that gives them some fruitful ground to begin to study the concepts in part 2, which will give them the fruitful ground to study the concepts in part 3. And I think these arguments would be of benefit to objectivists. I genuinely believe this. This is an argument I'm going to make in my manuscript. I think this is meaningful to objectivists. I don't think a lot of objectivists have a rich discussion of this. And I will use an example. Earlier, we talked about the call with you and Austin. And I think you said to Austin, like, as an egoist, I would, end the world if it made me happy. But Austin got the wrong impression from that, right? He came away with that with a very negative impression of objectivism. I don't think he got what you were trying to convey. but I got what you're trying to convey because I am on the path to objectivism. So I use that as an example. Certain arguments posed to someone who's halfway along the path will get what you're trying to convey, but the exact same argument made to someone who hasn't even begun the path, it might turn them away or give them the wrong understanding, and it may delay the progressive understanding of concepts. So uh, I'll stop here, but that is a place where I think
Mhm.
Buddhism has a lot to offer objectivism. Is there is a lot of teaching about the right way to sequence concepts pedagogically, or
Mhm.
so I think that is something we do have to offer to objectivists. Does that make sense? What do you think?
Okay, let me make some comments on a few points. So one is, I don't think it's good to water down the philosophy, which I think I would have if I didn't give the kind of answer I did to Austin about, what would an egoist do in this kind of situation. And if me not watering it down turns him off, well, so much the worse for something. I don't know, but I don't. I don't think it serves the philosophy to water it down, and I fear that I would have been watering it down if I were not to give the sort of answer I did. That's one point. Now, on the issue of teaching about the steps to learning various things, there is a course called Objectivism through Induction by Leonard Peikoff, and I think that course is available online. And it's about how to learn objectivism in the sort of way that Ayn Rand did. She wasn't able to just sit down and read Atlas Shrugged or read the Objectivist Ethics. She's the one who wrote those, right? So she had to get this knowledge in some other way, and the way she got it was through observations she made firsthand of in her own life and through her reading of history, and she was able to formulate principles, and that process is explored to some extent in this course, Objectivism through Induction. Now, it's not a real life induction. It's condensed into the form of lectures to help make it retainable, but at least give you some idea of the pattern that you need to go through in order to acquire the principles of objectivism. Now, there's other works that's like Understanding Objectivism. That's another lecture course by Leonard Peikoff that helps with understanding the philosophy and the steps you have to go through. Like, he talks in terms of this metaphor of chewing a concept, which I think might actually be used in ITOE at least once by Rand to make the principles or the concepts more easily digestible. You have to chew them, and what that means is elaborated in Leonard Peikoff's course. There's also something called the spiral theory of knowledge, where you learn something at a certain level, and then you learn something else, and then you circle back to the original topic, but now you see it in the light of this other thing you've learned, and that gives you a new perspective on it, which heightens or strengthens your awareness of it, reinforces it. So it's not that you learn all of metaphysics first and then you go to the epistemology room and you learn everything there is to learn about epistemology, and then you close that door and walk into the ethics room and learn everything there is about ethics, and so on with all the 5 branches. It's not that's not the sort of way in which you learn the various parts of philosophy. You learn them in stages. You learn some things about metaphysics and epistemology and ethics, and then in politics, and then you cycle back and learn. So it can get very complicated. It's not just, I don't think it's just a simple circle or spiral, but there is that sort of phenomenon where you get a progressively more clear or more strengthened or richer understanding of some topic after having visited some other topics. that somehow relates to the first topic. Okay, so I'll make let me just pause there instead of going on for too much longer, because I've already been talking for a while.
That's okay. I think, to be fair, I went on for longer, so I think I owe you a little more silence. But thank you for that. That is perfect. I think that directly addresses what I'm talking about, and I think that makes a lot of sense to me. I think that's correct. I think that is objectively correct, but I do think that sounds like something very synergistic in Buddhism. I like this notion of a spiral theory of knowledge. I don't know if the metaphor of a spiral was specifically used, but I understand what you're trying to convey there. And yes, that's what I'm talking about. I think Buddhism has a lot of ink on the topic of what are different spirals up to the peak of knowledge. And there's a lot there which I would rather reserve for a later conversation, unless you really want to talk about it right now. But yeah, I think Buddhism has a lot there. It's like a major feature. The notion of a path, the path, is a fundamental concept in Buddhism. And that is a major conversation, is like, what is the path? Is there a single path, or do people arrive at freedom from irrationality in different paths? Is there like a median, like a median group of concepts that works for everybody? Or do you have to just on the fly adapt it to every individual? Like, what are your expectations as a teacher, as a student? I I think there is still something to offer there, but now you've given me something to look up in objectivist texts, and so I can't claim now that there's like no precedent for this, but um, I do believe there is something I can offer there to objectivists. I have another strong value I can offer to objectivists.
Okay,
But
before we get to
pause
that,
there. I'll pause.
let me just first acknowledge Audrey came in with the super chat for $5, asking what is the objectivist spiral model of knowledge, and she did that right as I was talking, I guess, about the spiral. So I had not seen your super chat until after I had said what I said about the spiral model of knowledge. So maybe I've already answered your question, but thank you for that super chat. I will just add that I think if you hear Leonard Peikoff's course, The Art of Thinking, I believe he discusses the spiral theory of knowledge at least a little bit in there. I couldn't tell you like which particular lecture, but I think he talks about it there some, as well as I would guess he also discusses it in the course I did mention, Objectivism through Induction. I don't know if there's any written sources on this. I think it might mostly be in those two lecture courses, at least to my knowledge. Oh, actually, here's another one. The lecture course, Unity in Epistemology and Ethics. I think it might come up somewhat, at least some in that course. So you can take a look at those. Maybe
Wonderful.
do a search on the transcript or something for spiral, and maybe you can quickly find out where he talks about it. But anyways, there's some resources on that.
Wonderful. Yeah, I was watching the chat, and yeah, Audrey wrote that, I think like 30 seconds before you brought it up too. So it was almost simultaneous, practically simultaneous.
Oh yeah, yeah. I got the sense that that's about when she mentioned it. She says CD. Are you talking about the Objectivism CD-ROM? You say Greg says Spiral has several hits in the CD, but no spiral. I think you mean of knowledge, not near knowledge. It's the spiral theory of knowledge. Yeah, I don't recall it being discussed in the objectivist literature, the written literature. My only recollection is that it comes up in certain lecture courses by Leonard Peikoff. How is this a spiral and not a web? Asks Audrey. Well, the idea is you cycle back to a topic. It's not a circle where you just are at the exact same place you started. you've advanced in some way, but you're at a higher level. So that, I think that's why it's called a spiral, not just a circle. Like circular reasoning, that's a fallacy, right? That's a bad thing. But spiraling is, oh, I mean, there might be a sense of spiraling where it's also pejorative, but the sense
True.
here is you're revisiting some topic you've already seen before, but in the light of some other new knowledge you've acquired, and now you have a richer understanding. I'm trying to think of what would be a good, clear example of this. Maybe like if you meet a person for the first time, a complete stranger, maybe you think nothing of it, and then later let's say you don't it's just a total stranger, and then you read Atlas Shrugged by Ayn Rand for the first time, and it's just this amazing experience, and it radically changes the way you think about the world and your life. And then after that, you see a picture of Ayn Rand for the first time, and you say, "Oh, so that's what's the author. That's who the author is. That's what she looks like." And then it strikes you, "Oh my God, that's the person I saw before I ever read Atlas Shrugged." And so if you see Ayn Rand like at a restaurant or walking down the street, and you have no idea who it is, and you've never read Atlas Shrugged, and then you read Atlas Shrugged, and it has this huge impact on your life. And then you think back, oh, that person I saw at the restaurant, that was Ayn Rand. Now you revisited that original experience, but it has so much more meaning and impact in your mind. It's not just a random person who you might forget. Now that maybe that's not a good example, but there was just a one I could come up with off the top of my head of how if you sometimes revisit an experience what you had previously, but in the light of some intervening experience which you've had in the meantime, like reading Atlas Shrugged, you can have a much richer appreciation. Now, this is not like a greater understanding. So it's not like the epistemological spiral is being exemplified very much in this example. It's just an example of how revisiting some experience in the light of some intervening experience can change the way you see the original thing. So instead of, lest I ramble too much, let me just stop there and come back to Mellow Mau, see if you want to say anything.
That is good. And yes, I think that's a fine example. And I think this notion of a spiral of knowledge is specifically something that only someone in a late stage of understanding can grasp. I think a clue that someone is, I'm going to have to use a Buddhist framework here to communicate myself. On a previous call, I told you that in my favored model of enlightenment is that it comes in 4 stages, 4 paths. And this is just a common Buddhist teaching, especially Theravada Buddhism, is that you start out at 0 enlightenment. You're just kind of go along with the world. And then you get to level 1, and then level 2, and level 3, and then level 4. And then level 4, you're done. You're fully enlightened. So a statement like knowledge is a spiral is an example of a wedge statement where someone who is 0 enlightenment will not understand that. They're just going to be like, what? Like, what do you mean? You know, you go to high school and then you go to college and you go to grad school. Obviously, knowledge is linear, but only someone who is path 2 or path 3 would be able to grasp that knowledge is a spiral because they can introspect and see like, oh, this happened to me. Like I revisited certain topics and then I had a richer understanding of it. Like I had that experience, so I can see how knowledge is a spiral. So the fact that we're even talking about this is a clue that we're in a room of people who are in an advanced stage of understanding. And in support of my earlier point that experience with Buddhist discourse or Buddhist communities would help objectivists, this is a common tactic in Buddhism, is like you join a room of strangers and you just throw out some wedge statements, and if people in the room don't know what you're saying, you're like, okay, they're earlier on the path, and you kind of adjust your teaching. But if they grasp, knowledge is a spiral, and everyone in the room grasps it, you're like, okay, I can adjust my teaching up. And there are sort of canonical wedge statements in Buddhist philosophy, like a quick way to assess whether someone is so early in their development of wisdom that you should just kind of back up a little bit, or they pass your wedge statement and you know that you can be higher up in the stage of wisdom. So I do grasp what you're saying, and I think that kind of proves that this is a special community of people. The fact that you and me and Greg and Audrey have all responded fruitfully to this notion that knowledge is a spiral.
I thought of another example, which I think is actually a better example than the Ayn Rand encounter example. So there's a school called the Van Dam Academy. It's a private school in Southern California, which I think is excellent. And they produce amazing results. And the way they teach history is in three phases. I think this is how it goes. Like, so the kids, they first do, I don't know if it's a year on ancient history, and then medieval history, and then modern history. But just for the sake of the example, let's say it's that. So they'll spend 1 year learning about ancient Greece and Rome, and then a year on the Middle Ages, and then a year on the Renaissance to the present. So that's 3 years. But then they repeat that cycle in the next 3 years. Maybe it's only it's 2 cycles, because if I guess if it's an 8-year program, like kindergarten through 8th grade, I'm guessing they don't do any history. They're kindergarten or first grade year. So then that would be grade 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, I guess it would be maybe they start their history in the 3rd grade. So they do their first cycle in grades 3, 4, and 5, and then their second cycle in grades 6, 7, and 8. Maybe this is how it goes. I'm not sure, but I don't think it matters. You get the idea. So they go through history, the entirety of history, 2 times. But the second time they go through it, it's in a much more rich and detailed manner. The first time through, they're just getting the basics of it. But then they, after getting the basic scaffolding of history, they cycle back through the entire series, and they can put in not just like the bare steel girders, right? But they can put in the drywall and the curtains, and just to use that metaphor of making it a much more rich and detailed understanding. And I'm actually doing this myself. Like when I was in high school, I read a book on the history of the world. It was I don't know, maybe 400 or 500 pages from the cavemen all the way through the 1970s or whenever the book was written. And then many years later, I did another history of the entirety of Western civilization, from the caveman again. It actually went up to Napoleon. This was by Will Durant, who I've talked some about on stream. He has this 10,000 page long series. It's 11 volumes, a huge series. So I went through the same period, but in much, much richer detail. And now I'm doing yet another pass on history in even more detail. I'm reading Wikipedia, which I don't know how many times more than Will Durant that is. I mean, there's like 6 million articles on Wikipedia. I don't know how many of those are on history, but it's much more than you would get even in Will Durant's huge series. So I'm getting an even more rich understanding of the same stuff I've studied before, but I'm spiraling back to it and getting a deeper, more interconnected, kind of more integrated understanding. So I think this is a better example of the spiral nature of knowledge, rather than spending like 10 years studying nothing but ancient Greece, and then the next 10 years nothing but ancient Rome, and then a decade on just the Middle Ages. That would be a more compartmentalized, linear sort of approach. A different approach would be to cover the whole history of civilization at a relatively surface level, and then cycle back through the whole thing at a deeper level. And you can do that, as much as you want, whatever is fruitful and egoistic. But anyways, I just want to put that example on the table as I think a better example than I had given previously of the spiral theory of knowledge.
Yeah, that's excellent. And um, to repeat myself a little bit, I think ITOE, in ITOE, Rand has good arguments in favor of doing that. She explains that once you've integrated a lot of concepts and you are trying to grasp a very high level concept, to fully do so, you will need to understand the essence of that concept in context of other ones. So I think you could use that to articulate that to fully appreciate the essence of ancient Greece, it would be required to grasp the essence of Renaissance Europe and ancient Babylonia, ancient Babylon. Like you would have to have a basic grasp of the essence of other concepts that are conceptually close. And if you tried to like only master ancient Greece, you probably would get the wrong impression because you wouldn't understand that it's leading up to Renaissance Europe, which will someday look back on ancient Greece with a certain perspective. So I think
That
ITOE,
raises another important point about how knowledge works. It works by contrast. So to really appreciate ancient Greece and Rome, I think you need to contrast it with the Middle Ages, which went away from a lot of the values and ideals. Like they turned away from this world and become much more otherworldly in the Middle Ages. And then there was a renaissance, a rebirth of the ancient view. So yeah, knowledge works by contrasts, by differentiation as well. And your point about concepts in ITOE, that reminded me of another kind of spiral Rand talks about. So there's your first understanding of the concept man. The first definition you might have is a thing that moves and makes sounds.
nice, yeah.
But then you encounter other things like a cat and a dog, which also moves and makes sounds. And now, in the light of that, you revisit the initial concept and you have to redefine it. And you now get a deeper, more essential statement of its nature. So now you can't just define a man as something that moves and makes sounds. You might have to add a characteristic like something that has a certain shape, right, that distinguishes it from a cat and a dog and many other things. And then you might encounter a gorilla, which has a pretty similar shape, but it's still not something you would want to call a man. So now you spiral back again, having now seen something else like a gorilla, and you reach an even deeper understanding of what the nature of man is. And eventually you might get to something like Aristotle's definition and define man as the rational animal. So I think that's another kind of spiraling that happens. Definitions are contextual. They depend on what your context of knowledge is. If you're just a toddler, what suffices for a definition of a human being or a man is different than what suffices for a definition if you're an adult. So
That is true, and I'd like to one up. Although I agree with everything you said there, I'd like to one up this definition of man. I found an exquisite definition of man in the book Philosophy Who Needs It, and I want to pose it to you because I just think it's exquisite. I think it's just like cognitively very satisfying. But I also think it is an example of why I am so convinced that Buddhism and Objectivism can be reconciled. So I'd like to read a small quote from Philosophy Who Needs It. And if you want, I could tell you where, if you want to bring it up on screen. It's from The Metaphysical versus the Man-Made.
okay,
If you want to bring it up, I'll wait, or I can just read it to you.
Yeah. Just a second. Let me open my Kindle library. Philosophy who needs it. Okay. Go ahead and give me the first few words, and I'll just do a search on that.
Yeah, look up the word self-made soul.
Self-made
Self
soul.
hyphen made soul.
All right, page 36. It is in this sense that man is a being of self-made soul. Is that the sentence?
Yes, although I'd like to pose everything in the parentheses. But really, that paragraph starting with living organisms possess the power, that whole paragraph is quite powerful. But if I had to pick one sentence, it would be the use or misuse of his cognitive faculty, dot, dot, dot,
Okay.
self-made soul.
I just highlighted that on screen. Do you want to read that or?
Uh, could you check that you've changed your scene? It
Oh,
looks to me like you're still on your Google Doc.
oh, I see. Yeah. So what I need to do is merge the tab that I'm in with that window. Just a sec. Okay. Now it should be visible. And after the delay, there's like a 20-second delay or something for it to show up on YouTube.
That's no problem. I'm sure there is a delay, and that's also confusing me a bit.
I'll look at some of these chats in the meantime, but you can read it once it shows up for you.
Okay. I also have my copy on hand. I added this
Oh
to
yeah,
my
I guess that's
archive.
it's showing up for me now on YouTube, but yeah, you can also read it from your copy, of course.
Okay. I'm gonna skip some sentences in this paragraph to emphasize the most important ones. Is that okay to you?
Oh, you're not just going to read that one in parentheses. You're going to read some before that.
I can just do the one in parentheses if that's fine.
I mean,
But I,
whatever you want, as long as it's not like 3 minutes is probably too long.
that's fair. No, I'm just a few sentences before. I'll
Okay,
start there. I'll
that's
skip a little bit for the sake of my argument, and you can push back if you think I'm like excerpting in a weird way. But so to read from the metaphysical versus the man-made. Man's consciousness possesses the power of self-initiated motion in the realm of cognition, thinking, which the consciousnesses of other living species do not possess. But just as animals are able to move only in accordance with the nature of their bodies, so man is able to initiate and direct his mental action only in accordance with the nature, the identity of his consciousness. He has the power to use his cognitive faculty as its nature requires, but not the power to alter it nor to escape the consequences of its misuse. He has the power to suspend, evade, corrupt, or subvert his perception of reality, but not the power to escape the existential and psychological disasters that follow. The use or misuse of his cognitive faculty determines a man's choice of values, which determines his emotions and his character. It is in this sense that man is a being of self-made soul.
okay.
And if I may continue, when I found this sentence, I almost fell out of my chair, to be honest, and I added it to my archive because this deceptively short sentence is remarkably similar to a core model in Buddhism. Perhaps you've seen the wheel of Buddhism, the Dharma wheel, that is more or less like the symbol of the religion.
Is
But
this the wheel of rebirth?
I think that's a fair name for it. I think it's more commonly called the Dharma wheel or the
Okay.
Dharma chakra wheel. But the wheel is a semantically overloaded symbol. By that I mean that this one symbol stands for like three core models in Buddhism simultaneously. But one of the core models that this wheel represents is what is a man? And the framework that the OG Buddha produced is called dependent origination. And in his argument, he posed it as like some people say man is deterministic. I'm going to paraphrase a little bit, but you know, he's the way he argued this is some people say on one extreme, man is deterministic. You are completely governed by conditions and laws, and your choice is an illusion. On the other extreme, some people argue that you are completely in control of yourself and you have a completely free mind and you can do whatever you want. The correct answer is the middle path called dependent origination, where your choices become facts about yourself, they become experiences and memories, and then your experiences and memories are the fuel of the choices you will make later in life. And so, if you can understand this truth deeply, then your wheel can turn in a positive way. You make choices early in your life whose implications you can't fully grasp, but later in your life, those choices will be the fuel for you to make wiser choices in your teen years. And then those will be the memories and experiences that will help you make wiser choices in your adult years. And that cycle is called dependent origination in, canonical Buddhist philosophy. But the coincidence, it's the similarities go far beyond coincidence because the Dharma wheel has 12 steps, 12 spokes. Rand's sentence here only has a handful of statements, but the choice of words that Rand uses in this sentence aligns exactly with the same concepts in the Dharma wheel. So, Rand's sentence here, the use or misuse of his cognitive faculty determines a man's choice of values. In the Dharma wheel, the very first spoke is ignorance. People start out life ignorant of reality and they kind of help or harm themselves haphazardly. And that leads to the second spoke, which is volitional formations. That's the conceptual term Buddhists use, but volitional formations more or less means like the things you want. And a kid can only want crude things like I want candy or I want to be happy. An adult can want more refined things like I want world peace. I want uh, a system of taking care of my chores where my house is always clean. Like you can want more refined things as an adult. And that's the second spoke in the Dharma wheel, dependent origination. A few spokes later is emotion. The choice of your values will influence what actions you take in the world, and then those actions will bring you certain emotions. And in line, in the correct sequence here, one of the spokes after emotions is not character per se. We use the word existence. That is, your emotions determine your existence, if, and the wheel turns. So the choices that you made previously in life will influence your choices, and then your choices will influence the emotions you feel. Like you'll probably feel happy at wholesome choices. You'll probably feel regret at bad choices. And then those emotions will influence your volitional formations in the future, and the wheel turns. And so this is one of the core frameworks in Buddhism, and this single sentence in the metaphysical versus man-made is not just similar at an abstract level, but the sequence of words that Rand uses here, it occurs in that sequence in the Dharma wheel. So I think there's something really beautiful to reconcile here, which I can do better in writing, but I wanted to convey that to you.
Okay. Well, thanks for that. I do want to look at the chat a little bit here
Sure.
and engage some with it. Audrey says, my stream is ad laden. LOL. All right. Well, I'm curious, Audrey, if when an ad shows up for you, and then the ad ends, does the stream pick up from the point you last heard, or do you lose all the stuff? Like if the ad is 30 seconds long, do you lose 30 seconds of my content and you have to rewind to hear what I said, or does it pick up from the point where you last heard before the ad? I'm guessing that you have to rewind. It doesn't pick up from the point. Otherwise, I don't see how YouTube would keep everybody listening in sync so that at least at a given time, everyone who can hear me is hearing the same thing. But I'd be interested to hear what it's like for you. Or anyone else. I guess, Greg, you're, let's see, you're also seeing some ads. So maybe Greg could chime in on that too if you want. I'm not sure. Dan says, Audrey, I would guess that I lose the 30 seconds. Yeah, that's my guess. Now, I do have DVR turned on, which means you can go back in the stream. You can just click on the scrubber at the bottom and scroll back. So if you miss what I said during the ad, you can go back and hear it. But, I guess there's a price to pay, because that means you're not going to be hearing the latest thing I'm saying. And if you want to keep up with what I'm saying right now, then you can't do both, right? So yeah, this is one of the costs, and this is actually this is why I delayed as long as I did. I mean, I could have turned on ads 5 months ago when I first got monetized, but I know that that's not always, doesn't always make for the best viewing experience. But I do also want to make money at this, and I want this to become a financially self-sustaining venture. That's my goal, and ads is one way to do that. So, I got to figure out, what is the best thing to do, how much money I'm going to make from this, and there's a lot to consider. But you can give me any feedback you like, and I'll consider it. Greg says, did you rub the lamp? Oh, because she wrote ad-laden. You're doing a play on Aladdin. After she said, my stream is ad-laden. And then Greg says, did you rub the lamp? Understandable, Dan, says Audrey. Yeah, and I appreciate your super chats. You've supported in that way. Definitely appreciate that. Now, today I didn't get any super chats. I've been going for over 6 hours, and I have 0 super chats.
You got one from Audrey about the spiral.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I did get one from Audrey. Yeah, from the very person I'm talking about. How did I forget that one? I think that's the only one. Let's see. If I do... am I sharing my chat right? Oh, no, I'm sharing my... I meant to be sharing my chat. I'm sharing it now. If I go into this other window, I can confirm how many super chats I got today. Let's see. Fan funding. Okay. Yeah. Audrey's super chat was the only one. And then I got Greg. He upgraded his membership to the Fountainhead. So I've earned $5 today. 6 hours of work, I get $5, less than $1 per hour. But hey, that's part of what happens when you're a YouTuber. It's not a linear growth, but I do need to think about how I'm going to maximize revenue. So I don't know if people are, I think this is fewer super chats than I usually get, but maybe I'm getting fewer chats than usual because I'm turning on ads and people think, well, I'm getting compensated in some other way, but I don't know what's going to result in the maximum. Like, am I going to be getting less money overall by turning off ad or am I going to maximize my profits by turning on ads or by turning off ads? And I don't know. That's just something I need to figure out. But I am trying to make money at this. So that's it's going to take some time to figure out how to do that. All right. Well, let me see. What other chats are in here that I haven't read yet? Greg says, speculation. I have a subscription to the channel. The subscription to the channel may play a role. I guess I should read the chat before that. And let me share the chat window again. Okay. I saw 2 ads when I first joined into the stream, says Greg. Audrey has mentioned 2 ads since that. I have not been privy to. Yeah, I think it shows ads at different times for different people. Or at least it can do that, and I guess it is doing that right now. And then you say, I have a subscription to the channel. The subscription to the channel may play a role. Oh, yeah, I see. Yeah, I don't know if it plays a role in how often you see ads. I haven't seen anything about that in the reading I've done. I bit the bullet, says Audrey, and now I'm a subscriber to YouTube Premium. Hey, Audrey. Congratulations. So now, not only will you not see ads on my channel, you're not going to see ads on anybody's YouTube channel. So you might see it's a good value. I think it's, what was it, like 17? Now, when I became a YouTube Premium member maybe 2 or 3 years ago, and it was worth it for me. It was, I think, $14 a month when I first joined, but I think they since raised the price. So now it's maybe $17. I'm actually going to Google it now. Price of YouTube Premium. Oh, $15.99 per month for individuals. Okay, so there you go. $16 a month. You can become a YouTube Premium member and have no ads on any YouTube videos, and I will still benefit from you watching. So now, instead of you seeing ads, I guess I won't get money from the ads, but I will get money from you for being a YouTube Premium watcher. So I still get some money. So great. All right. Good. I hope you enjoy your YouTube Premium subscription. You say, now I get to watch cute animal videos without ads. Excellent. I hope you enjoy that and it's worth it for you. And egoistic happy choice. It's $15.99 a month. I bought the annual membership to save 15%. Okay. Nice. Okay, well, maybe some others of you will do what Audrey did and get a YouTube Premium member. I see that I got some more votes on the poll I did, and it says 72% of people are not YouTube Premium members, and that's 28% are, and that's based on 18 votes. So I don't know what the math on that is. But anyway, maybe your experience during this live stream will incentivize some of you to do what Audrey did and become YouTube Premium members. Okay, well, with all that said, Kudababa is here in the chat. He says, I just joined and got 1 ad. Okay. Yeah, when I did the only other video right now on my channel where I had turned on ads is my debate with Pisco Liddy, which is the latest video in the video section of my channel, as opposed to the live stream section. And I did an experiment. I logged in on my other accounts, and I have another YouTube account, and it was very quick that I saw the first ad. I think it was I only heard about 30 seconds of the video until it cut to an ad. So maybe it did that for you too. but it probably, I guess it varies from person to person in terms of where the ads are. All right, let's see. Are there any other chats that I want to read? I don't know if I should continue showing this poll, or if maybe I should end the poll to clear up some space. Yeah, I'm going to end the poll. So thanks everyone for voting on that. I want to have a little more space here. Okay. What else do I want to read? So mostly it's Greg and Audrey here chatting. Yeah, I saw this one from about the CD. Actually, I want to give my voice a rest. I'm going to come back to Mellow Mau and see if you have anything you want to say.
Sure, sure. Just to recap, and I find Rand's definition, a man is a being of self-made soul. I find that to be an exquisite definition. I think of it as like sitting on top of the hierarchy of definitions, right? Like I would start with the ones you had suggested, right? Man is moves and talks. I think her more typical definition, man is a rational animal. I think that one, practically speaking, is really good, right? That one will survive the rough and tumble of a lot of conversations.
Yeah, well, that's
But
Aristotle's definition, and I think she agrees with that as a philosophical definition. Now, if you're a scientist, like you're a biologist, you might want to use some other sort of definition, like the rational primate. What is the exact genus we want to use? Like if you're just distinguishing man from cats and dogs, rational animal might work very well. But if you're a evolutionary biologist and you're looking at Homo sapiens and Homo erectus and Neanderthals and Cro-Magnon men, you might want to have some finer grained sort of concepts to use for your genus. I don't know about species, your differentia, but anyways, yeah, you might want to use it a little different in a scientific context. But as a general philosophical definition, I think rational animal is a good definition. And I'll just add the other point, which is I don't think man is a being of self-made soul. I think that's true, but it's not. I don't think she would say that's a definition. It's just an important fact about man, but not what she would use as a defining characteristic.
interesting. I'm not, I'm just about to begin the chapter on definitions in ITOE, and that I need that to properly grasp that. So fair enough, fair enough. Um, but I also find it to be true. And as I was arguing earlier, that statement, man is a being of self-made soul, is one of the exquisite or most valuable original contributions of Buddhism. Part of the religion is to put in context, like he didn't invent everything he taught. And that makes the Buddha remarkably different than, say, Muhammad. If I'm not mistaken, Muhammad claims that he, invented all of his concepts or was given all of them by revelation. But the Buddha doesn't do that. He acknowledges like there was already a philosophical tradition before him and he imported much of that. But one of his original contributions is the doctrine of dependent origination, or in Rand's English, man is a being of self-made soul. And this allows me to segue onto, I'd like to continue speaking to what I think Buddhism has to offer, objectivism. Um,
Okay.
and I guess I can connect the dot to a through line to your call earlier with Simon. And part of your conversation with Simon very early on, he was arguing like maybe there's knowledge for the sake of knowledge. I think that was Simon. Correct me if it's a different call, but he was arguing like maybe there's knowledge for the sake of knowledge, philosophy for the sake of philosophy.
Yeah.
And I think you and he had a very good conversation, right? I think both of you were very reasonable people, and I think he was a good caller too. But I challenge the notion of philosophy for the sake of philosophy or reason for the sake of reason. Um, I know you also put some challenge up to that. You mentioned Plato and Aristotle being perhaps a little too attached to the idea of reason for the sake of reason. But I think I can connect a through line here to the Buddha again, because throughout his stories, he poses a lot of philosophical topics, and people come to him with many challenges. And a persistent theme of the religion, one that I think makes it very different than Christianity, is that the Buddha says at many points that like philosophy is valuable, and he himself makes many metaphysical claims and puts forth many metaphysical arguments, but he kind of reiterates the point multiple times throughout his canon that he thinks of himself primarily as a healer. So philosophy should be used, in his opinion, for the sake of healing. He only living beings can experience suffering. So, like, just to use an example, like the fundamental theorem of calculus is not it can't feel anything. Like if you or me or anyone on the call understands the fundamental theorem of calculus, like if you do understand it, it's true. If you don't understand it, it's true. And the theorem itself doesn't need you to understand it. You shouldn't like worship calculus. You should study calculus or any other philosophy to the degree that it heals you in some way. It grows your mind or improves your reason, your capacity for reason, or helps you to solve practical problems in the world. And the Buddha makes this point at multiple points. There are a couple parts in his canon where members of his group are speculating about the start of the universe, which is another remarkable coincidence with your call with Simon. And there's a couple moments in his stories where he'll interrupt his followers and he's like, look, guys, all this arguing and speculating you're doing is at the expense of solving a practical issue you have right now or just working on your personality. So you should stop this philosophical speculation until you've got your priorities straight. And if like you're well fed and you're well rested and you have already learned basic tools of reasoning, then we can engage in this philosophical discussion. But some of his followers, like you guys are like so confused about the fundamentals of logic that I'm gonna cut you off right there. Like stop speculating about the start of the universe until you go and do your basic logic practices and then come back to me and we can toy with these advanced topics. And his reasoning for this is the study of philosophy should be used to heal. And studying philosophy for its own sake, or, memorizing teachings, or, reading everything ever written by a particular writer, you should do that to the degree that it helps you heal yourself of delusions, or it helps you to help others. But to the degree that you follow a particular teacher and read everything they've ever written just because you feel you have to, like out of a sense of duty, to the degree you do that, you are harming yourself and you're missing the point. And I think this perspective could be beneficial to objectivists because, in my opinion, I think there's a real danger in the community of objectivism of worshiping teaching for the sake of teaching, or worshiping like the exact language that Ayn Rand or Leonard Peikoff or Harry Binswanger uses. I think there's a real trend in the objectivist community to study it for the sake of study and not connect it back to you're trying to help yourself in some way or help the community in some way or help society in some way. And I think that that attitude could be very healthy to objectivists. And I think it helps put in context why it is beneficial to study metaphysics, or it is beneficial to talk about the start of the universe. I think that link is made very clear in the Buddhist teachings. He's saying, like, when you speculate on history with reason and with good argument and with like debate, it strengthens your mind. You can, to use the example that you and I used earlier, when we think about ancient Greece in the context of Renaissance Europe, and we see that there was an arc there. Ancient Greece had a certain nature, and then parts of that nature were lost as Europe became the Middle Ages, and then parts of that nature were recovered and reborn when the Renaissance came. I think the benefit of thinking about that rising and falling quality of history, properly studied and understood, is that once my mind has a good grasp of history, like I can grasp and articulate that rising and falling quality, then when I put my mind to work on my personal problems, I am personally having an issue transitioning into being a husband. I am personally struggling with how can I help participate in American politics, problems that are very real to me, problems I can put my volition to work on. My Buddhist training would tell me all that work that I did studying the rising and falling of history has led my mind to grasp certain metaphysical qualities. And now that grasp is there for me to apply fruitfully to how can I help my own life? How can I help my family's life? How can I help my people's life? And that connection is made really clearly in Buddhist philosophy, but I suspect that that connection is not made so clearly in objectivist philosophy. I suspect that that connection is not as articulated. I don't think there's as many objectivists who will say like, yeah, the reason to debate the Big Bang and the universe and space and time is because that'll sharpen your mind and then you can solve your own personality problems and your family's personality problems and you can help society. I think that connection is not as crisply made or as frequently made. But let me stop there. What do you think? Do you think my claim is accurate or would you push back on it?
I think I push back in some ways. So let me see if I can articulate. So Ayn Rand, I think, is excellent about seeing the practical importance of philosophy, and she informally called her philosophy objectivism a philosophy for living on Earth, and I put that in quotes on the Google Doc that I'm sharing. So I think she personally was very attuned to practicality of philosophy and not just pursuing it as an end in itself. I don't think she wouldn't phrase it as philosophy is for the sake of healing, implying that it's only, it presupposes you're having some particular problem and you need to be fixed. Even if you don't have, you're not like injured or psychologically damaged, depressed or anxious or something, you still need philosophy. So it's for living. It's not just for healing. I mean, yes, it is for healing, but it's not only for healing. I think that implies a kind of negativity in terms of its purpose. It's dealing with just getting rid of some negative state that you're in. Whereas I don't think she has that kind of focus. It's more just philosophy is a guide to living. You're just not sure what to do in some cases, and philosophy can give you advice on what to do. Like, should I lie or should I be honest in this situation? So it's for living, including healing, but not only healing. Another point I would make is she didn't discuss all issues in equal amounts. Like, I don't know that she commented all on space and time and the universe. I mean, she must have said at least something briefly, but it's certainly not as central to her writing as is, for instance, ethics, talking about self-interest or egoism or capitalism. There's not like entire essays and books on the nature of space and time in the way that she did write essays and books on ethics and politics. So she didn't see every philosophical topic as equally interesting, at least to her. Now, maybe she would just say, well, that's just an issue of my personal preference. If you're a metaphysician specifically, then maybe it's fine to focus more. It's just because she didn't spend as much time on metaphysical issues as space and time as other people might, doesn't mean that others are necessarily wrong to. But I think she did think metaphysics was pretty simple and straightforward compared to other issues, and it was really just the tracing out the implications of the law of identity. I heard it put something like that. I don't know if it was Leonard Peikoff or some other objectivist philosopher who characterized metaphysics in that way, but there just wasn't as much to it as there is for ethics or epistemology. And there's only one chapter in OPAR on metaphysics, and the rest is on like 4 chapters, I think, on epistemology and a few chapters on ethics. So I don't know if the Buddha had a view on like the relative importance, but just because something is an issue in philosophy doesn't mean it necessarily deserves equal time as other issues, which would imply a kind of egalitarianism, which I don't think Rand had about the various philosophical topics. Like if you look in the Ayn Rand lexicon, I don't know that she has anything in the entry on space and time. I think those are just the entries in there. It might just be from Leonard Peikoff, actually. I'm kind of curious to check now.
I think you're exactly right on that. It does seem to be a personal interest or strength of Leonard Peikoff that he wades into the waters of the philosophy of science and some particularly subtle issues like space and time. And I admit that is a line of questioning I would want to go on to, but let me wait a minute to let you look up.
I just found the entry on space in the Ayn Rand lexicon, and the only entry is from Leonard Peikoff. There's 3 paragraphs, which is excerpts from his second lecture in his Philosophy of Objectivism course, and the entry on time is also even shorter, just 1 paragraph from Leonard Peikoff. Nothing from Ayn Rand. Now, I would guess that she agreed with what he says here, given that he's giving a course on her philosophy in her presence. At least she was present for some of the lectures. I don't know if she was present for all, but I just don't think it was a central or major issue of importance in her mind. I mean, important to some degree, but not that it was something that she necessarily wanted to spend a lot of time personally discussing or debating.
Makes sense. And I would like to segue on that, but I'd like to just pause for a moment. Do you want to keep going? This has been one of our longer calls. I'm game for a little bit longer, but I view myself as on borrowed time at this point.
Well, let me look at the chat and see if I want to read any of those. I like to check back with the chat every once in a while.
Makes sense.
And let me put that on the screen. Okay. All right. So Audrey says healing is a means to the more fundamental. For example, better living and more optimized acquisition of values. I've still not gotten an ad beyond the 2 when I joined the stream, says Greg. Okay. Oh, and he did the math on the poll. So 5 people voted for yes, they are YouTube Premium members, and 13 said no, they're not. Okay, thanks, Greg. Okay, well, maybe one of the no's is now a yes, because if Audrey voted for no originally, she said she joined, so maybe it's now 6-12. I wonder how long you've been watching, Greg. You say you haven't gotten an ad beyond the 2 when you originally joined. Then you say, seems there may be parallels between Plato, of knowledge for its own sake in Dr. Stadler in Atlas Shrugged, and her use of the mystics of science to refer to Stadler in Galt's speech. Someone mentioned Stadler earlier in the chats. I forget who it was, but yeah, someone also made that connection to Stadler. Audrey says, yes, make my vote a yes. Okay.
That's funny. She did get it, yeah.
Okay. And let's see. I'm going to scroll back some. I do want to give priority to people who are here live, so you can let me know in the chat if you are here live, and then I can do a search on your name and quickly go to any chats you made and engage with them some. Eduardo did a couple chats. He says, I'm helping my father log into the meeting. He's having issues with his account.
Maybe he's in your waiting room?
Oh, I haven't seen anything in Zoom. I don't see anyone else in Zoom in the waiting room. So maybe let me look at Google Voice. I don't see any calls on Google Voice either. So I don't know what Eduardo is talking about. Anyways, maybe he's gone now. That was half an hour ago, and I haven't seen anything before or since. Per Merriam-Webster, of or relating to taxonomic analysis that emphasizes the overall similarities of characteristics. Okay.
That came up when you and I were discussing definitions, and I pose like some concepts that are integrating a lot of lower level concepts. You have to be understood in context. That was when she wrote those messages.
What is that a definition of, though? That's what I'm wondering. She says per Merriam-Webster. Okay, so what is the concept? What is the word in Merriam-Webster that is a definition of? Maybe I can figure it out by reading the definition. Of or relating to taxonomic analysis that emphasizes the overall similarities of characteristics among biological taxa without regard to phylogenetic relationships. Is it ancestry? Because I see in the previous chat from you say ancestry is more fundamental, i.e. has greater explanatory power for the rest of the existence characteristics. See, this is what happens when I read the chat backwards. As I go back, maybe we're seeing like the spiral go in reverse now. I'm getting a better idea of what you might have meant by one chat by looking at some other chat. Properly, the definition of man is an animal that evolved from proto-man. Likely, the definition of dog is an animal that evolved from proto-dog. Maybe some kind of scientific definition, but I don't think the general like philosophic definition, like for just the common usage definition, needs to mention the ancestry. At least I don't see right now that it does. Phonetically, phylogenetic. All right, what I should do, I should open the chat on my phone so I can see the end of the chat also. Okay, Greg says 4.5 hours is when you started 4.5 hours ago. Okay, so you've only seen 2 ads in 4.5 hours. All right, well, that's not a lot. Assuming the ads were like 30 seconds or a minute. That's a pretty good ratio, it seems. So I guess you can decide, how much is it worth it to you? And people are going to have different answers to that. And maybe your experience during this live stream will be different than in other live streams. There was a setting that I could choose. There were 3 levels of how many ads, and I chose the middle level. So if I chose the lowest amount of ads, I'm going to get less ad revenue, but then maybe more people would watch. On the other hand, if I chose the highest level of ads, maybe very few people would watch, but I would get much more revenue. And then there was a middle level, which was somewhere in between, and YouTube labeled that as its recommended level, and that's the one I went with. But I could change that, and maybe I will change that, but I don't know. Kudababa says he just got another ad. Okay, so I guess you've seen 2 ads now, and you've been here for what, an hour, something like that? All right, let me go back to this earlier chats. Audrey says, Will Durant is highly recommended. I highly recommend him. I wrote an article about his series, The Story of Civilization, which was published...
Here's an answer.
Whoops. Why is my Siri making noise? It was published in the Objective Standard in 2011. And that was a great experience reading those books. Kudababa says 3 total ads. Been here about 15 or 20 minutes. Oh, wow. Well, maybe it's... I wonder if what Greg said about being a member is relevant, because Greg speculated that maybe he's seen a certain number of ads because he's a member. So if you're not a member, maybe you're seeing more ads per unit of time. I wonder if that changes. I guess, what does Greg say here? I've only been watching 2 hours. I started watching 4.5 hours after I started. Oh, I misunderstood you. I see. Okay. Well, I guess you've still seen fewer ads per unit of time than Kudababa. And I wonder if that's because you're a member. Actually, I'm going to Google that right now. Does being a channel member on YouTube mean you will see fewer ads on that channel? AI says generally no. Being a channel member does not automatically mean you will see fewer ads on that channel. Okay. So I guess the membership feature of a channel is treated as independent of the ad revenue feature. The purpose of channel memberships is to financially support a creator in exchange for perks like loyalty badges, custom emojis, or access to exclusive members-only posts and videos, like Mellow Mau was mentioning earlier. However, ads play automatically on regular public videos as part of YouTube's standard platform monetization, regardless of your membership status. An ad-free viewing experience is only achieved by having a YouTube Premium subscription. Okay. So maybe Kudababa just got unlucky. But maybe that means he's going to be lucky later, whereas maybe Greg will be more unlucky later because it's spaced out differently. Maybe YouTube on purpose puts in ads at different points for different people so that I don't lose the entire audience at any given time. It might be really weird dynamic for the creator engaging with the audience if the entire audience loses the same 30 seconds and I just continue talking as if everyone or most people heard it. So maybe that's a reason that YouTube gives people different ads at different times. Okay, let me go back to the chat. Greg says, is this on screen? Am I sharing? Oh yeah, I am sharing the chat window. Is the philosophy PhD in philosophy in general or objectivism as the backbone of the studies? My philosophy PhD is in philosophy in general. You can't get a philosophy PhD in objectivism. It's not offered anywhere, at least not to my knowledge. You have to study. Yeah, you can study at the Ayn Rand Institutes, but it's not an accredited program that offers a generally recognized degree. I think at one time they did have it. At least certain courses, I think, were accredited, and you could transfer units to a regular university. And I think they've mentioned that they aim to have a master's program that is accredited, or maybe I don't know if they intend it to be like credits you could transfer to other master's programs, but they at least call it a master's program in-house. I'm not sure exactly what the status of it is, but I do think they've made some efforts to get at least some of their courses accredited in the past. I don't know what the current state of it is.
I'd like to ask you a question about that, but
Sure.
in a minute if you're free.
Yeah.
I would be interested in that. Like I guess I'm putting myself through my own objectivist education. I'm just working my way through the canon, and in a sequence that I think makes sense. I got to do the fundamentals. I suspect that a lot of American universities are antagonistic to objectivism. I suspect that a lot of philosophy departments would not be, wanting to sanction it or participate in it. And I suspect that if I tried to study it in academia, I would have to, I guess, be an outsider or not have much choice in where I can go study. And not only do I suspect that from seeing a lack of interest or familiarity with objectivism across academia, but I also suspect that because objectivism so directly challenges leftism and so many sloppy philosophies, as Ayn Rand does a lot of this in Philosophy Who Needs It, right? She calls out a lot of sham philosophies that are working their way through academia. So I think I would suspect the universities like don't want to get called out on their BS. Can I ask, since you have studied philosophy in academia, and of course you are an expert in objectivism, is that correct? Would you say there is an antagonism to objectivism in American academia, American universities?
Yeah, I do think there is. And there's, I think the two main attitudes towards it are hostility and indifference. And depending on which university it is, there's a different proportion of those two, but I think those are the two main attitudes. Like some people, they won't even say Ayn Rand is a philosopher. They say she's not even a philosopher. So they might be in the camp of just indifference. They don't care. They don't take her seriously at all. And then maybe there's other people who do think she's a philosopher, but would just say she's a very bad one. But it's very seldom that you'll find positive reception of Rand's. A lot of people, they might be just ignorant and just not know about Rand. I mean, pretty much everyone has at least heard of Rand, but I guess most professional philosophers just really aren't interested, so they're indifferent towards her, or they're actively hostile towards her. So yeah, that is definitely something to consider if you're gonna pursue academic studies. Like I don't think it would be difficult, if not impossible, to write a dissertation on objectivism. You might not want to do that anyways. If your goal is to become a professional philosopher and get a job teaching as a professor somewhere, you might think that you're better served on the job market by writing a dissertation on some topic other than objectivism. And you might see it as in your self-interest, in your egoistic self-interest, to write on something else, maybe the philosophy of space and time. And also how open you are about your interest in objectivism. That's something that should be given consideration. Like maybe you would be discriminated against unfairly if you were completely open or open at all about your interest in objectivism. And for that reason, it might be rational not to mention it. but you have to think about it yourself and make your own choice about, how in the closet do you want to be, if at all. And those are some things to consider. And now the Ayn Rand Institute, that's a separate institution. So, of course, you're not going to encounter hostility there. They just want people who are seriously interested, not necessarily people who agree, but at least people who are seriously interested in studying Rand's ideas, learning more about it. So I don't know what if you are considering learning more, I think that might be a good option. I don't think you're going to find courses in a university about objectivism, but you're certainly going to get some of that at the Ayn Rand Institutes. And you can audit courses, or you could apply to be a graded student. There's different options.
Of course, yeah, that makes sense. Thank you for that. I don't particularly care about joining academia. I did study computer science in grad school for financial reasons. Obviously, computer scientists and programmers make a lot of money. But what you said makes perfect sense. But I would rather just transparently support objectivism and thankfully not have to participate in the signaling games of academia. So I'm okay with that. I already am doing okay in industry. And for what it's worth, a lot of role models in Buddhism were outsiders. They were like wanderers, or they would just roam. They would, not affiliate in any particular way because they felt that it corrupted their ability to teach openly or teach faithfully and honestly. And I sort of have that character. I am something of a rogue philosopher, which is why I have such a heterodox perspective on philosophy. And I do really like objectivism. So that was good advice, but that really sucks that there is a hostility to objectivism in academia, because I really like her philosophy. I think it is intensely clarifying, and it would be valuable to American college students. So that really sucks to hear, but I had that suspicion. So at least you were honest. Thank you.
Well, on the good side, I think it is probably not as bad as it used to be. Like, I think there have been academic works published in the recent decades, like the University of Pittsburgh Press. This is a university press, has an entire series called the Ayn Rand Philosophical Studies series, and these are professional philosophers who have participated at the Ayn Rand Society, which is affiliated with the American Philosophical Association. And these are, so I think there's also works. Tara Smith is an objectivist philosopher she's a tenured professor at the University of Texas at Austin, who has published a book on Ayn Rand's normative ethics, published by Cambridge University Press, a major academic publisher. So there have been some inroads into academia, and I don't think it's as hostile, as inhospitable as it was many decades ago, like back in the 60s or 70s, when Litter Peikoff was trying to get a job. He never did get a full-time tenure track job, at least, although I think he made some attempts. Now there are a number of objectivist professors in tenured positions. I mean, not a lot, but at least a handful. And you still might think that it's maybe academia is not the best battlegrounds. Like, I think for many decades, it's objectivist thought, well, the way to change the world is to get a hold of the universities. And if we could just convert the Harvard philosophy department, then the rest is history, or something like this. And there's this idea that this, and Ayn Rand talks about this in her essay For the New Intellectual, that the philosophers are the movers of history, the prime movers of history, And if you can change the universities, then ultimately you can change the world. And I think there's something right about that, but there are different approaches to that. Like now there's online education, and the internet didn't exist when Ayn Rand was writing. And how does that influence things? Now Ayn Rand University exists, which is a program of the Ayn Rand Institute. So there's different ways you can get the word out, and you can start your own university. Maybe it's not accredited, but it's something. So anyways, where was I going with all that? Oh, I was just trying to say that I think even if the universities are still in a very bad state, which I think they are, it's
Agreed.
at least not as bad as I think they were 50 years ago. I think it's not as hostile as it used to be to Ayn Rand.
That's hopeful. That's positive to hear. Could I ask you to repeat? You said some professor at UT Austin wrote a book. Could you repeat either
Yeah,
her
Tara
name or the book's name?
Smith. Tara Smith, I'll write it on my Google Doc here. And she's written several books, but there's one specifically on Ayn Rand's, in the title even. It's called Ayn Rand's Normative Ethics.
Nice.
And the subtitle is The Virtuous Egoist, I think.
I like that formulation, the virtuous egoist. I've started, I've taken to saying the rational egoist. I know that on your background, you just say egoist or egoism. But after having watched your channel and had a few conversations with my friends and family, I've taken to saying rational egoism, which Rand uses that phrase at several points too. But I feel like that pair captures something very nice. But I like this, the virtuous egoist. I like that. I actually like virtue ethics as a, technical approach to ethics. And also the word virtue comes up a lot in Buddhism too. So the word virtuous egoism sounds pretty good to me. But I also would like to read this book because assuming my naive goal of publishing a book on rational Buddhism, assuming this gets off the ground, I would want to read a lot of contemporary objectivism, right? I would have to have a good grasp of both canonical texts from Ayn Rand and Leonard Peikoff, but also contemporary texts. So I would have to read something like this to do a good job. I don't want to make a sloppy like internet argument here. I don't want to write like one Substack essay and I'm like, look at this, look how similar these two philosophies are. Like I actually want to do a good job and uh, list many premises and reconcile them and talk about areas where they don't agree and address that. And so, uh, thank you for that book. I think I've just added that to my reading list. I want to read that.
Sure. I'm looking up, I'm doing a Google search on reconciling Zen Buddhism and Objectivism, because I've seen someone try to do this, and it was actually a few weeks ago, I think. Oh yeah, Dark Buddhism. There's a website called darkbuddhism.com, and I didn't even click on the website. I'm just looking at the 2-line description on the Google hit. It says Dark Buddhism integrates objectivism with Zen Buddhism because both forms of happiness are integral to the full human experience.
You had mentioned this to me.
Yeah, I mentioned this once, and I thought when I first saw this, I thought, "Whoa, did Mellow Mau write this?" And then I saw, "Oh, this was published in 2009, so that was long ago. So that must have been somebody else." But yeah, there's a guy.
Actually, sorry, go ahead.
Um, yeah. Well, I won't read his name. I don't know if I should give him more publicity than I've given him. But anyways, there is an attempt, at least by someone, to reconcile. Well, he says integrates Zen Buddhism and Objectivism. You can Google that if you're interested.
I'm looking at it now. This is better than I thought. When you mentioned to me last time, I thought it was going to be like a single essay, basically. But This actually looks like it has some legs to it. Um, but in the time since we last spoke, I actually thought of a stronger reason why I'm really surprised that this individual tried to integrate Zen Buddhism and Objectivism. So, for what it's worth, I decided I'm going to reconcile Theravada Buddhism and Objectivism. I think those two branches have got some similarities. I think other branches won't be as good. And I'm actually especially surprised that this individual wanted to integrate Zen Buddhism. And the reason for that is among the various branches of Buddhism, Zen Buddhism is known for being particularly opposed to um, concepts and axioms. So, like Theravada Buddhism is characterized for being pretty axiom heavy. There's like a sequence of philosophical propositions, and it's like, growth in Theravada Buddhism is like first you learn this first proposition, and then you learn the second one and the third one, and you go them in sequence. But and they all have technical names and very subtle definitions with tons of examples and metaphors. But Zen Buddhism is known for not doing that. So, like, if you go to a Zen temple, the characterization is that they don't want you to study texts and they don't want you to learn axioms and then derive things. And Zen Buddhists instead will just use like strange metaphors and strange practices, like, like try to drink water out of a strange cup or go hiking in a weird climate. And they're particularly antagonistic to the idea of using axioms and premises to derive further truths. And so that, to me, that's just like such a different flavor of learning than objectivism that I really think that would just be super hard to do. Like maybe you could have reconciled Zen Buddhism with Rand's fiction, because Zen Buddhism uses a lot of fictional stories, a lot of koans to teach its lessons, but Zen Buddhism like goes out of its way to not have lectures and premises. So I'm particularly shocked this individual chose to reconcile those two, but I'll give it a look, see how he did, and form my conclusions from there.
What is the sound of one hand clapping?
Exactly, like that. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's the one I remember from. I guess is that a koan, a Zen Buddhist koan?
It is. That is probably the most famous one, is what is the sound of one hand clapping? I take it back. That's probably the second most famous one. The most famous koan is probably if a tree falls in the forest, does it make a sound?
Oh, okay. I didn't know that came from Buddhism.
From Zen Buddhism.
Zen.
Um, I like some of the koans. There are a few that I have in my archives as like, wow, that is a really good story. That like really does a good job teaching. But it's a different approach. I would characterize it as like, think about someone who learned about objectivism only from reading her fiction versus somebody who learned about objectivism only from reading her nonfiction. I would say Zen Buddhism is more like only fiction. It's not a great metaphor, not a perfect one, but it's closer to that.
Okay. Well, I'm glad we got this distinction between Theravada Buddhism and Zen. I hadn't. I don't know if I've heard of Theravada. I did a quick Google on it though.
That's the OG. That's the one that the Buddha himself was teaching and, I guess like touring and lecturing on in his time. Near the end of his life, a second branch arose called Mahayana Buddhism. And when I first posed to you the idea that I was a Buddhist who was interested, I told you that I practiced Mahayana Buddhism. But now that I've gotten into it, I think Mahayana Buddhism will also be very difficult to reconcile with objectivism. And it's precisely because Mahayana Buddhists have deities. So if you've ever seen like colorful Buddhist art where they have like these colorful deities like floating in the sky, that is very much Mahayana. And Theravada Buddhists were pretty much atheists. They were very much atheistic. They just did not like religions of their time that used deities to teach lessons.
Mm,
So
okay.
clearly, clearly objectivism is atheist, so I think it would be very difficult to reconcile Mahayana Buddhism where they use deities. So it'd be probably pretty hard to reconcile those two. So now that I'm sinking my teeth into this, I think my only shot at a genuine reconciliation would be Theravada Buddhism.
Mm,
But I'd like to segue from this topic. So,
okay.
do you still like me hanging around? Do you still like up for 15, 20 more minutes to talk? Because
Yeah, but let me just check on the chat, see if there's anything there I want to read. Audrey says, I also have a Facebook friend who's a Buddhist and objectivist.
remarkable. I would love to know more about that.
Well, maybe you two can get in touch. Well, is the person really a Buddhist and an objectivist, or is it someone who claims to be a Buddhist and an objectivist? Because if they're not reconcilable, then it's possible to be both a Buddhist and an objectivist. But I guess that's what Mellow Mau is attempting to do, is show how you can be both, or at least certain kinds of Buddhism. Maybe not Mahayana Buddhism is Zen, but maybe Theravada is what he's now trying to reconcile with objectivism. Claims to be, says Audrey. Okay, she adds that qualifier. Yeah, there are also people who call themselves Christian objectivists. I've heard of those. I haven't actually met one, but I know Yaron Brook has said he's heard from people who call themselves that. But I don't think there actually is such a thing. Just like regulated capitalism. I don't think that's a thing. Some people will say, yeah, I'm in favor of capitalism, but it's got to be regulated. Well, if it's regulated, it ain't capitalism. That's what I think. Here's the tree from Audrey, the tree example. She says, if a tree fell in a forest and there is no one to hear it, the sound waves would still exist, but sound would not. Sound requires consciousness to transform the sound waves into a signal that the brain interprets as sound. And then
That's
she
a
says,
that's a great answer. Sorry to interrupt that. That's a great answer. And I guess I am not a Zen teacher, so I guess I can't claim that my perspective is a sanctioned one, but what Audrey wrote there, I think, is a passing response. So when Zen teachers pose that question, like if a tree falls in a forest and make a sound, basically what they're looking for you to say is, to use objectivist language, there is a difference between existence and consciousness. They're basically wanting you to say that. And people who get that question wrong will typically say something like, no, it doesn't make a sound because no one's around to hear it. Or they'll say the other extreme, like, of course it makes a sound, everything makes sounds, or something like that. But a good answer will say something like, well, if sound means sound waves, yes, but if sound means hearing, then no, hearing requires consciousness. They're basically waiting for you to say something like that. So Audrey's answer, I think, nails it.
mm-hmm. And she adds that she has a Facebook friend who also claims to be a Christian objectivist. All right. And here she does say claims. Greg says hot dogs come in packages of 10. Buns come in packages of 8. Okay. Maybe they expect you to double up. Have a double hot dog on some of those buns. That's never noticed that. Interesting. Okay. Let's see, what else do we have here? Now I'm starting to feel singled out for an ad-free experience, says Greg. All right. Well, maybe, let's see. 3 of the 4 have been skippable after 5 seconds. Oh, yeah, that's right. There's different kinds of ads on YouTube. Some of them, you can click on that skip button after just a few seconds. But others, you have to wait through the entire thing. So there's skippable ads, and then there's non-skippable ads. and I don't know what ratio you're gonna experience them, but apparently for Kudababa, 3/4 have been skippable. Okay. Well, Greg, I guess you will. You can decide to join premium or not. You can think about that and what's best for you. Let's see, what else do we have here? I think I already read this one. Yeah, let me go back. From the movie Bulletproof, Monk, hot dog referent. Oh, okay. Haven't seen that movie. I was reading the one about philosophy PhD before. I think that was the last one I was back to. Going in reverse order. I wonder, did you sign up to be a Fountainhead member hoping that that would get rid of the ads? I wonder if that's why you did that. Sorry if you were disappointed, because it doesn't look like doing that gets rid of the ads. You can always change your membership. I mean, I'm happy to have you as a Fountainhead member, but you can change it at any time. You can say that you were at least the first Fountainhead member, even if it only lasted for 2 hours. What else do we have here? I don't see anybody else trying to call in, either in Zoom or Google Voice. Where's my Google Voice tab? Oh, here it is. Yeah, it doesn't look like anyone has tried to call in. Okay. All right, now there's some talk about the spiral. Spiral near knowledge. Okay, the CD-ROM no longer available. Yeah, I don't think the spiral is discussed in the CD-ROM. Oh, Stephen Katz is here. Hi, Stephen. The hot dog bun thing made for a great moment in the movie Father of the Bride. And then he says, is Buddhism similar to Stoicism?
Can I take that one?
Yeah, you can take that.
Sure. So actually, my older brother is a devout Stoic. And like, in the sense that like I'm obsessed with Buddhism, I'm reading it inside and out for 12, 13 years now. He is equally devout in Stoicism, and we have very fun and healthy debates. So our conclusion is that there are some conceptual similarities between the two. As one example, both Stoicism and Buddhism affirm your mind is more or less what you can control. Like you can't control your body. You get sick without your consent. You age without your consent, but you can control your mind and the quality of your mind, and that will help you to be peaceful even in turmoil and happy even if things don't go to your way. So he and I have grasped that both systems place a very high importance on like thinking of the quality of your mind and purifying the quality of your mind as a route to happiness. And secondly, both systems have a lot of texts about basically concepts of consciousness. So Epictetus has this one framework called the seven functions of the mind, and it's an interesting teaching from him. You can use your mind to do these seven functions. And Buddhism has similar frameworks too. You can use your mind for these things, and there's a list of them. And the other important overlap that I can see is that both systems say that the most important ethical choice is where you put your attention. So Marcus Aurelius has a lot of texts where he's talking about attending to and the importance of attending to the right things and don't attend to the wrong things. And Buddhism too places where you put your attention at as like the foundation of ethics is like where do you put your mind? Put your mind on things that you can help and that are healthy for you and grow you, and don't put your mind on activities where you're delusional or it's unproductive or it's unhealthy. Uh, that being said, there are some major differences. What I found is that Buddhism has a ton of meditative techniques. Stoicism has a rather simple tradition of meditation, just a handful of techniques. And Stoicism also has a, a very noticeable masculine character. Just a lot of the Stoic heroes were men, and a lot of the activities are like doing tough stuff to toughen yourself up. Buddhism's a little more neutral. I wouldn't say it's like overly masculine or overly feminine, but Stoicism has like a noticeable masculine trend to its teachings. And the last thing I'll say is, in my kind of debates of Stoicism, I learned that contemporary Stoic scholars say that we're living through the fifth Stoa. So Stoicism has risen and fallen many times throughout history, and some contemporary scholars say we're currently living through the fifth Stoa. Like there are a lot of Stoic podcasts and books on Amazon. So we're currently living through one of the Stoic renaissances, the fifth one in history.
Okay. Give me 30 seconds to switch out my AirPods.
Okay.
Ready to go. All right. Well, thanks for that info on Stoicism and how it relates to Buddhism. Hopefully that was useful for Stephen. All right. So I'm curious how you got interested in Buddhism, but that's maybe another topic. You said there was one other. I assume you weren't raised as a Buddhist.
I
Um,
was I was not, no.
yeah. So I'm curious about how you got into it originally. But if there's some other topic you said you were interested in raising, then we can go to that. Up to
Yeah,
you.
I added to my agenda. Perhaps in a future call, there'll be a nice natural segue, and I can tell you how I got into Buddhism. But
Okay.
I can give you a one sentence answer, so at least you know. It was actually my grandfather. My grandfather, as part of his career as a anesthesiologist, spent some time living in South Korea and then some time living in Japan. And then when he came back to Mexico, he was telling his family, which includes my parent or one of my parents and my uncles, he was telling them like, there's this amazing tradition over there called Buddhism. And he brought books with him and he bought some books and he would teach it. And most members of the extended family did not take to it, but I took to it and it nestled in my mind. And then many years later, I revisited it, and that's the short answer as to how I became Buddhist.
Okay. Thanks for that. So there's one other topic you had that you're
Yeah,
interested in.
so uh, I think this is a topic, and answer this to the depth you like, to the level of energy and interest you have. But I think one thing Buddhism has to offer objectivism, or at least the study of Buddhism has to offer objectivists, is that objectivism, in my view, is a rather young philosophy. Of course, we're less than one generation away from Ayn Rand, right? She only recently passed away historically. While on the other hand, Buddhism has like I think it's 2,000 years. I can never remember if Buddha. I think he preceded Jesus, so he is over 2,000 years ago that he laid down his philosophy. Um, so there's just a lot more history to Buddhism. There's a lot more rising and falling. And since I like objectivism, like I like it and think it's a force for good, I believe that objectivists who want their movement to have longevity and effectiveness could avoid a lot of pitfalls by studying the rising and falling of Buddhism. This is, of course, not the only way to, it's not the only movement to study, but to give you a concrete example, Buddhism has had a lot of schisms and lineages, and one of the words we use is transmissions. So transmissions means like the Buddha had a small collection of followers and he had to decide like which of my followers do I think are legitimate and can carry on my teachings and which ones didn't really grasp what I was teaching and I don't want to sanction them because they're going to do a bad job and they're going to lead people astray. So, at many moments in Buddhist history, there were transmissions where a teacher said, like, I have transmitted my knowledge to you and you can continue my legacy, my lineage. And there were moments where there were incomplete transmissions where a teacher, like, taught a student, but the student didn't fully grasp it, and then their schism went off the rails and failed, or taught people the wrong things and was unhealthy. So, um, ultimately, Buddhism has stayed together as a religion because we value metaphysics over man-made. I'm going to use that, obviously objectivist vocabulary, but we value the uh, the healing of suffering, right? Like if I had to pick between someone memorizing the exact words of Buddhism, like they exactly memorized every text, versus a second person who lives the spirit of it and they're free and they're happy and productive and intuitively spontaneous and lively, a common thread in Buddhism, which distinguishes it from certainly Islam, but also Christianity, is that Buddhists pick the spirit of the law over the letter of the law every time, like historically and in the texts. And so even though there are all these branches out there, Theravada, Mahayana, Vajrayana, Zen, they're all unified because the teachers and the leaders know like these are different methods and texts and languages, but the point is not to like memorize the exact canonical text of one religion, of one branch. The point is to help people be happy and lively. And these are just different paths. And so I'm going to conclude my summary now, but that's more or less the history of Buddhism is there will be schisms and new concepts and new arguments. But what unites all these branches across time and place is that the OG Buddha started this tradition and it's been continued by leaders, as people will say, if there's ever a debate between two branches, as long as both of them are based off the same metaphysics and are like getting the results of healing people from suffering and they have like lively, happy populations, then we are allies. And it doesn't matter if that group speaks Chinese and we speak Sanskrit, or if we have a certain methodological framework that differs from theirs. We have 5 elements in our framework and they have 12 in theirs. What matters is, are you getting the goods? Are people being relieved from suffering? And that's what unites all the lineages and the transmissions. So now I'm going to get to what I'd like to ask you. So one concern I have about objectivism is I wonder about how well Ayn Rand completed her transmission. I'm sure this was like something that weighed on her very heavily near the end of her days. I'm sure she thought very carefully about, have I laid down my teachings well enough that people are going to carry on the spirit of my teachings as opposed to just recycling the literal things I said? And I have a lot of respect for Leonard Peikoff and Harry Binswanger. So I'm still an amateur here. I think it'll take a couple more years of study before I would publish my opinion here. But so far, it seems like she chose very good successors, Leonard Peikoff and Harry Binswanger. Like I think clearly they grasped her teachings and are taking them into new directions and carrying on the spirit of her teachings and so on and so forth. But um, I still see some risk that objectivism will splinter and schism. And the reason I believe that is because, in addition to your channel, which obviously I'm a fan of your channel, right? I keep calling in and hanging out here. I've also started watching YouTube videos from another channel called the Ayn Rand Fan Club.
Oh,
And
yeah.
you can tell me if you like them or don't like them. Of course, I would value your opinion. But I saw, oh, really? Really? Okay. Then I would like you to elaborate on that just one moment. I only have one more moment of explanation here. But I saw one of their recent videos called Grudges. Um, Actually, let me just click the link and make sure I got the right one. I know the word grudges was in their timeline, was in their title. And yeah, I got it. Their video is called Grudge Holding and Acting Spiteful. And in this video, they talked about some of the grudges held within the objectivist community. And in particular, they talked about something called the Kelly Schism. Apparently, David Kelly had a falling out with some of the leaders in the Ayn Rand Institute. And I'm going to be a little vague here just because these people are still alive and, you could decide how much you want to wade into these waters. But they were talking about the Kelly Schism, where David Kelly put forward a pretty reasonable argument. I believe the topic was immigration, but he put forth what these YouTubers thought was a pretty reasonable argument. He wrote it, put it in writing, he based it on premises, he argued it out. And some of the leaders of the Ayn Rand Institute had a very different take on immigration. And Kelly thought this was a reasonable debate to have, but the leaders took him to be a bad faith actor. They took him to be like, David Kelly, if you still disagree with us, and here was the quote that the Ayn Rand Fan Club people said, "You're too dumb to understand my argument, and so I'm done with you." And then they ejected him from the institute, and now he's just sort of a rogue objectivist. So we can get into the concretes of this topic or the generals of the topic, but I'd like to hear your thoughts on, do you think objectivism has a unity to it, or do you understand my concern that it might splinter and schism in a way that would make me sad? Because I want the community to be strong. I don't want the community to schism. But I'll stop there.
Well, I don't really have a aversion to schisms. I mean, it's not like I'm rooting for them, but I think sometimes people they don't agree with the philosophy, and it's important to identify. I mean, if you in your own mind think they don't agree with the philosophy, then and you think they're actually distorting the philosophy, I think it's important to separate from them and make it clear that you're separating from them so that there's not any confusion, or at least less likely to be confusion. So I think it's actually a healthy thing to have schisms sometimes, to get rid of what you see, at least, as inimical to your cause. Maybe it's like an immune system. Like you don't, and I don't think it's healthy for you as an organism to just let anything come in who mimics the way your cells act or something, and then it acts as a kind of Trojan horse and lets in some virus that's going to destroy you. And I think part of keeping yourself healthy, having good philosophical hygiene, and I think that means ejecting viruses or things that appear to be good on the surface but are actually Trojan horses, and maybe they're riding on Ayn Rand's name and calling themselves objectivists even though they have fundamental differences. There's the whole section of people who call themselves open objectivists, and I don't think there actually are objectivists. I mean, I think objectivism is a proper name for Ayn Rand's philosophy. Whether you agree with it or not, whether you think it's true or not, is a separate issue from what it is. I don't think it is just what anything. I don't think it is whatever anyone calls it. It has a specific meaning, which I think is Ayn Rand's philosophy that she created. So I think it's healthy to have schisms sometimes, and I'm not opposed to that. But again, I'm not cheering it on. I mean, I would like there to be a successful objectivist movement. But I think part of having that is to make clear when you think someone disagrees with it, and make clear what the difference is and that you're not associated with that viewpoint. Otherwise, I think you actually hold yourself back. You end up promoting a kind of watered down or distorted view, monstrosity, maybe, depending on how distorted it is, rather than the actual thing. I think what's better to do is, I mean, if you disagree with objectivism or part of objectivism, I think you should just say that and say, all right, I'm not an objectivist, or I agree with a lot of objectivism, but not all of it. And just be open about that, but not try to pass off as objectivism something that is clearly contrary to what Rand held. Like anarchism might be an example. If you thought like there are some people who call themselves anarcho-objectivists, which I think is a contradiction in terms, because objectivism is clearly opposed to anarchy. Ayn Rand was adamantly opposed to anarchy. And if you say, well, but I'm an open objectivist, so what I mean by objectivism isn't what Ayn Rand meant, so I can call myself an anarcho-objectivism. But then are you really just, what are you trying to do there? Are you trying to somehow take advantage of the name of Ayn Rand's philosophy to give yourself some kind of audience, and then later you try to, well, I don't know if it's later that you try to smuggle in and peddle your anarchy. But I just don't think it makes for a very clear, clean use of concepts or labels to call yourself an objectivist and simultaneously say you support something like anarchy, which is clearly opposed to what Ayn Rand supported. So those are some thoughts on all of this. I saw Audrey, she said in the chat she wants to hear what I think about the Ayn Rand Fan Club.
I would like to as well. I will guide us back to this topic of lineages and schisms and so on, but I would please qualify my perspective. What do you think of that YouTube channel?
I'm just sharing the chat on the screen here. So it seems to me that maybe that channel is better named the Anti-Ayn Rand Institute Fan Club. Now, I don't watch a lot of their channel, so maybe I've seen a skewed representation of the work. But I've seen, a lot of, at least, titles, thumbnails, a few segments of many of their videos. And it seems like a lot of it, a very significant proportion of it, in a lot of their commentary is about criticizing people at the Ayn Rand Institutes. It seems like that's more of a focus to them than exploring or promoting Ayn Rand's philosophy. So, I mean, you could do that, but then I don't know that the name they've given to their channel lines up very well with the content of the channel. It seems like maybe a different name would be more representative of the content, at least based on what I've seen. But again, maybe I'm wrong. I don't watch a lot of their content. But I don't agree with their hostility to the Ayn Rand Institutes. And I have a basically positive view of the Ayn Rand Institutes. And I don't know that I want to get into like a lot of the nitty gritty back and forth details like
Fair.
of the dispute, but I'll just say I don't agree with a lot of their criticisms, and I don't like the things they say. A lot of their criticisms, so I would not support that channel myself.
That's a helpful qualifier. I've seen 2 episodes from them, and they're pretty long too, so I'd have to like seriously invest time to come to understand them. And I appreciate your perspective. I correctly figured like you would have insider knowledge on how you feel about them or the community feels about them or so on. So I'll give them a fair shot. I'll evaluate their arguments one by one, but um, okay, that helps.
You did mention David Kelly, and I think you might have said there was some disagreement over immigration. That
Yes. It-
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that. There was a split with David Kelly back in the late 1980s over, at least partly, related to him speaking at a libertarian function. There's a history of between the objectivist movement and the libertarian movements, and
of course.
there's some hostility there. And there were people at the Ayn Rand Institute who thought that he shouldn't be speaking in front of certain libertarian audiences, at least, in simultaneously also being a spokesman for Ayn Rand Institute, because I think he was giving lectures at college campus clubs who were supported or somehow affiliated with the Ayn Rand Institute. And I don't think I think some of the people at ARI thought that he shouldn't be affiliated with us if he's also going to be affiliated with some of these libertarian groups who I think it was the laissez-faire book club that he gave a speech at, David Kelly, and they had carried in their book catalog this biography of Ayn Rand by Barbara Brandon, which I think in the estimation of many people on the ARI side, they thought this was like lots of smears against Ayn Rand in this biography. And this book service, the laissez-faire book service, which I think carried many libertarian books as well, I think this might have been one of the main instigators of the break with Kelly, that he talked to this libertarian book service that carried this biography of Ayn Rand. But I don't think it was related to immigration at all. So maybe there was some later issue having to do with immigration and what Kelly has to say about it. But I think I don't know anything about that. But I don't think that was part of the original issue that led to the break with Kelly, who went off to start his own separate organization.
That's very useful context. Yeah, the Ayn Rand Fan Club. I guess I didn't take like super detailed notes of this video, but the part that caught my eye was when they were saying there was a Kelly schism, and they said it primarily came from a debate between David Kelly and some leaders at the Institute. Again, I'll be vague out of respect, but basically they had differing perspectives on the role of immigration in America, and the particular leaders of the Ayn Rand Institute were like, if you still disagree with us, you must be bad faith. Like you must be messing with us and not reasoning and not having a good faith discussion. So the, you must be trying to have a bad faith argument, and that's why we don't want you to talk to anymore. And the Ayn Rand Fan Club took this as like a concerning sign that it seems, and this is something they wrestled with for a bit. I'd say between the three of them, they had a healthy debate. I actually liked listening to this part of it. They were saying, is a grudge inherently anti-objectivist? Like, if you have a grudge with someone, does that inherently imply that you're just being emotional? You just feel like there's a disagreement, but you don't really want to explore it or figure it out because, and they kind of debated this for a bit, like, maybe that's what linguistically it connotes, but perhaps there is a genuine sense of you've tried to have a healthy relationship with someone else, a productive relationship with someone else, but it's no longer productive. So you're just going to shun them because you're like, I tried to be productively related to you, but it's not going anywhere. I don't want to talk to you anymore. It's not worth my time. It's not worth my effort. And perhaps there is a rational basis for ending a relationship. But they took this as like a concerning sign in the community that if there are disagreements over practical issues like, they took it as like probably most people would not disagree over objectivist epistemology. They would all just at least voice the words like we all agree with the principles of epistemology. But they took it as concerning that when it comes to policy conversations, they argued, this Iron Fan Club, that objectivists don't have like a variety of opinions on public policy. Instead, it's more like everybody waits for the heads of the institute to put out the policy, and then there's a small amount of debate, but people who have well-reasoned positions that disagree on policy are either ejected out of the community or don't aren't given a fair forum, or it's not appreciated that there's different principled positions to take on policy. They were saying like we aspire to be a rational community, and yet when it comes to policy conversations, it's not rational. It's more cultish or grudge-like. So that's I'm trying to summarize their take. Of course, I've heard your take that you don't like their criticisms, but what do you think? Do you think there's some justification for that, or would you disagree with that take?
I don't see it as cult-like. Like I don't. I mean, I don't see the Ayn Rand Institute as cult-like. Um, there. I mean, if you there are disagreements among people affiliated with the Ayn Rand Institutes. Now, whether I mean, depending on the extent of your disagreements, you'll be able to have more or less involvement with them. But I mean, that's true of any organization. I mean, if you work for Coca-Cola and you're in love with Pepsi and you come to work every day wearing a Pepsi hat and a Pepsi logo on your sweatshirt, then you're probably going to be fired, right?
Sure.
I mean, there's a kind of internal coherence that you want as an organization, reasonably, if you're going to succeed. And if the disagreements become significant enough, then I think it makes sense to separate. And I think, now I can't speak to this particular example of immigration, but I know that the Ayn Rand Institute is pretty pro-immigration, at least relative to, I guess, the culture at large, for one thing, but also relative to many people who are fans of Ayn Rand or call themselves objectivists. I think many people who would call themselves objectivists or fans of Ayn Rand are in favor of more restrictive immigration policies. Maybe I think a lot of them are Trump fans, actually. I think. And I think that being a Trump fan is very incompatible with being an objectivist. I think Trump is very anti-objectivist. And I know, I think at least one of the people associated with the Ayn Rand Fan Club. Actually, no, both of them, I think. Now that I remember it, I just remembered another video I saw one time. I think both of them are. Well, one of them, I think he argued in one video that Trump is not just like a lesser of evil. Like if you're voting who to vote for, he's not just a lesser of evil. He's actually a positive good. This is what one of them argued in a video. And then the other one, he used to go on Yaron Brooks' chat all the time and often would say things in defense of Trump. And again, I can't get, I don't, I'm not able to get into all the details of this, at least partly because it's been a long time since I've listened to any of these videos or what these people have said. So, but my general impression was they're either not sufficiently anti-Trump or even pro-Trump. And maybe this is also true of maybe this spills over into the immigration issues. Maybe some of Trump's attitude towards immigration also colors their attitude towards immigration. And I think Trump is, at least, if not Trump, the base he plays to, MAGA, I think is quite bad on the issue of immigration. So if there are people who have Trump-like or MAGA-like views on immigration, I can certainly understand why the Ayn Rand Institute would disagree with such people and maybe not want to engage with them, at least if they are. I mean, I think you can have a debate about it, but I guess if there's any danger of having what you view as true be confused with some other view because the other people who hold a contrary view are calling themselves objectivists or fans of Ayn Rand, you might want to make some special effort to distance yourself from them because it's less clear that they hold opposing views. Whereas if you're debating someone who is an overt leftist, for example, it's just obvious. No one's going to confuse you for holding the same views. Whereas I think many people who do claim to have some kind of affiliation or like for Ayn Rand or Trump call themselves objectivists or Ayn Rand fans. I think it's, in a way, it's more important to separate from them because they are more easily confused with you. So it might make sense to make more of an effort to distinguish yourself from such people if you disagree with them. And now, I mean, you'll have to decide for yourself on, whether the Ayn Rand Institute is giving people a fair shake, and are they just dogmatically dismissing viewpoints that disagree with them? And you can decide that for yourself and see if you think they're doing that or not. And, everyone can decide that for themselves. But I don't see them as doing that. But, maybe other people do see it that way, and you can listen to what they say if you want and decide whether these are just smears or if there's good evidence for it. You can consider what evidence is given, but I guess I haven't been persuaded by what I've heard from that channel, at least. So.
Good. Okay. I really appreciate you giving a detailed answer. I had a feeling this would be a touchy topic because, like I've said already, these people are all alive, right? It's no longer like we're debating ancient philosophers. These are like contemporary thinkers, living people. So thank you. I think I actually really appreciate that you answered. You treated my question respectfully. And I value your opinion. I will keep that in mind. You know, just my own judgment to reflect and just react to like what I think of what they've said. I'm obviously more of a fan of this channel, but there's a lot of variables that go into that, I suppose. And I guess that gives me a lot of hope what you said about the Institute, because as I said when we started this conversation thread, that was a concern I have about when I compare objectivism as a community now to Buddhism as a community, not just comparing philosophy to philosophy, but comparing community to community. Buddhism has a long history of schisms, and there's been a remarkable healthiness to the schisms. There's a remarkable unity to them. And that's why even though there's at least six branches, in fact, I realized I didn't mention one in my list I gave earlier. There's a new flavor of Buddhism with a couple hundred years only called Pure Land Buddhism. They're like the new hot schism in the market, I guess. And there's a remarkable unity to them because really early in the history, Buddhists agreed that the letter of our teachings is less important than the metaphysical claims or the experience we're trying to teach humans to have. And in support of that view, I'm going to paste in the YouTube chat um, uh, a line from one of the oldest Buddhist texts, the Diamond Sutra. The Diamond Sutra is, I just learned from Wikipedia, probably the oldest extant book in existence. And I had to look up the word meaning of extant, but apparently the Diamond Sutra is the oldest book that we can still obtain texts of. It predates the Bible by a couple hundred years. And in the Diamond Sutra, there's this line, which I also like to share. When people ask me, what's the essence of Buddhism? I also like to share this line, which has two important lessons in it. But one of the important lessons is it's less about like memorizing texts and arguments. It's more, do you grasp the underlying reality? That's more what unites Buddhists. It's not like, again, like the specific language or words. And the second half of that sentence, I think, supports a view that Buddhism is ultimately egoist. We want people to have an inner nature, a free view, and we want people who don't just like repeat mantras or mouth slogans. We want people who have like an adaptable, flexible, free, spontaneous view of life so that in every moment they're doing what makes sense for them and what makes them happy. And learning philosophy can help you, right? It can guide you, but at least for Buddhists, the destination is to move beyond that. At some point, you don't have to like keep repeating to yourself commandments. You just live your life, and the life you live it makes you happy and it's in alignment with metaphysical reality, and you can move beyond that. So I'll pose to you one more question again. Um, do you think objectivism is on that path? Would you say that, I guess this is a tough question. It's a very speculatory question, but if you look out 100 years from now, do you think objectivism will continue to be like a lively philosophy with new takes and new methods? Or do you think objectivism will become like a fossilization of Rand's exact words?
Well, maybe it depends on how much super chat support I get for the Dan Norton show here.
Nice.
Put in a little plug. So maybe the future. Well, I mean, it's true. It depends on what we all do here. Maybe not necessarily on how much super chat money I get personally, but the choices that we make. Those who fight for the future live in it today, said Ayn Rand. So what the future becomes is partly up to us. I do want to acknowledge a super chat that came in from David Wilson for $4.99. He says, "Great show, Dan. Thanks for keeping things interesting and engaging." All right, really appreciate that, David. Thank you for the super chat. Okay, so I was a little distracted during the your last segment, but the question was like, is objectivism in danger of like fossilizing and not being able to be adaptable and capable of carrying on into the future in a healthy way, or is it able to do that? Is that the gist of it, or
Yeah, you could say like maybe one extreme is objectivism fossilizes, and 100 years from now, it's just endless reprintings of Atlas Shrugged and ITOE. It's just endless reprintings of the literal words she said. On the other extreme, I guess, 100 years from now is like objectivism devolves into just meaninglessness, which you spoke to, right? There needs to be some immune system. You need to eject out people who are watering it down or have corrupted it. So, my hope is that objectivism finds that middle ground. You neither worship the literal words of your founders, which some religions do that, right? I think that's probably why you and me are not a fan of Christianity nor Islam, is because they more or less just worship the literal words of the first person who wrote those words. And then the other extreme is it just evolves into meaninglessness. So my hope is that objectivism finds that middle ground. Do you believe objectivism is on track to meet that middle ground? Do you think it leans more Ayn Rand worship? Do you think it leans more towards the other extreme? It's your thoughts on how it's evolving and where you see it going.
Let's see. Well, there is. I think that the movement as a whole may have become healthier over the decades. Like, back when Ayn Rand was still alive, I think from stories I've heard, I get the sense that it was more common for people to have a sort of blind adherence to the philosophy and treat it as a sort of dogma. I think it's less common that happens today. That's my just anecdotal sense of things based on what I've heard about the past and then what I've seen in my own life, in my own time in the objectivist movements. So I think maybe it's gotten healthier. I think it probably has gotten healthier. And courses that have been given over the years by people like Leonard Peikoff, I think have helped with that. He gave a course called Understanding Objectivism shortly after Ayn Rand died, and Objectivism Through Induction, which is precisely about how not to be dogmatic and cult-like, but rather seeing for yourself. How would you reach these ideas by observing reality? It's precisely anti the sort of religious dogmatic mentality that he's stressing in that course, and I think that's healthy for the movements. I think many people they come from a religious backgrounds when they discover objectivism, and there's you could just treat it as a new set of dogmas. Now I no longer have the religious content. I'm just going to replace the content with a new set of content, but the method is still the same dogmatic method. It's just now I've got, instead of the Ten Commandments from Moses or handed down by God to Moses, now I've got the Ten Commandments of Ayn Rand. So it's a new set of commandments, but they're still commandments. It's not a reasoned philosophy which you've figured out and you've made your own through chewing it and reducing the concepts and engaging in a process of induction and spiraling around to that subject which came up before about spiral theory of knowledge. Hold on a second. Sorry for the cough drop.
All good.
So you can take a religious dogmatic sort of approach to the philosophy, but I think that's probably less common than it used to be, thanks to such courses as I mentioned. So I don't think things are getting worse. I think plausibly they're getting better for the movement. And there's so much material out there available for free now. It's much more easy to come by this material than it was decades ago. when I got into the movement first back in the 1990s, I bought a lot of these courses on tape for hundreds of dollars, and now they're available on the internet for free. You can just at a moment's download, you could get them. So I don't predict that objectivism is going to fail, and I think plausibly it has a greater chance of success now that we do have these courses from Leonard Peikoff, for example, to help people in their understanding, as well as Opar, his book. Ayn Rand never wrote a systematic treatise on the entire philosophy from metaphysics all the way through aesthetics, but we got that with Leonard Peikoff's book, Objectivism, the Philosophy of Ayn Rand. So I think that's going to help the movement a lot. So you posed a kind of alternative. Either it becomes a watered down, loosey-goosey, anything goes. Maybe you could call that open objectivism. Which, by the way, one of the guys on that Ayn Rand Fan Club channel, he actually works. I saw that he works at the center that David Kelly started, which is, they call themselves, it says on their webpage something about open objectivism. So I guess this guy is part of that open objectivism crowd. And so you see some of the guests they have on their channel. I think at least some of them actually work there at this Kelly's organization. So if you see that as the sort of watering down of the movements, we now have open objectivism, and even things that Ayn Rand disagreed with, even strongly, we're going to still call that objectivism. I mean, there is that danger of watering down objectivism, and I don't think that there's any way to ensure that never goes away. There's that saying, freedom requires eternal vigilance, and every generation, there's some saying by Reagan about liberty, like we're always only one generation away from tyranny or something like that. I forget exactly what he said, but there's no guarantee that the philosophy is going to maintain its integrity in people's minds, and that it's not going to be watered down. It takes work, and every generation has to do that work, and maybe it gets easier. We have more books and good lecture courses and good podcasts. I hope mine is one of those. We could have more tools to help make it easier for the philosophy to propagate in a non-watered down form. But there's never a guarantee, because people have free will and they can make bad choices or just make innocent mistakes. So the future is not deterministic, but there are things we can do to make it go better and neither be watered down nor become dogmatic and religious-like. And I don't know if I want to make a prediction, like where is it going to be? Where's the movement going to be in 100 or 200 years? I don't know. That's really hard. I do the most I can in my own life to make it go well, insofar as that coheres with my egoistic purpose of pursuing my own happiness. And I'm not as concerned. Like, what is the state of the world going to be like in 200 years or 2,000 years? I mean, that doesn't occupy my mind very much. I just, primarily, I want my own life to be the best it can be. I think that's the most important thing for anyone to do. I mean, if you have kids or grandkids, you can have some concern about the future after you're gone. That's reasonable, but I think your primary concern should be with your own life, how well it goes. I'll pause
I like
there.
that. No, I like that. I was listening it attentively. I really like that response. I share a lot of that. I guess I don't feel the need to like flesh all the points out. But yeah, I really like that. I do want to affirm, yeah, it's true that there's no guarantee that any particular philosophy will maintain its integrity. And I think grasping that, I'm just going to say like a vague thing. I said earlier, like,
Or maybe let me just to jump in for a second.
sure, sure,
Maybe
sure.
maybe the issue is not whether the philosophy maintains its integrity, but whether the objectivist movement retains its integrity. Because I mean, the philosophy is fixed. I mean, in my view, it is what it is. It's not changing. Like the philosophy itself doesn't evolve. It has the integrity that it has right now, and that's never going to change. But whether a movement of people who agree with this philosophy, whether that movement maintains its integrity and stays true to the philosophy, I think that is something that could change over time.
Yes, yeah, I like that perspective too. That is a good point. I have one more question for you, but yeah, I agree that there is no guarantee that a community will maintain its integrity. I think grasping that is a very motivating way to want to participate, and that's perhaps why I'm trying to learn or qualify my understanding of objectivism by doing things like calling in here and asking you questions. And our conversations have stimulated me to read her texts more hungrily. So I kind of knew there's this back and forth cycle. I kind of knew it would play out this way and desired it. So it's kind of working out. I hope in a year when I have enough of a personal ability to articulate objectivism, I hope to ally myself with the Ayn Rand Institute in some way. I guess I don't have like a particular plan, but and I don't think I really need to anyway. I'm sure if I called them or emailed them, they'd be more than happy to like suggest something productive for me to do. But I I liked your answer, and it gives me hope for the movement because I think your perspective is exactly right. And I have good reason to trust that you would have a reasonably well calibrated perspective of objectivism. So, yeah, that's what I would hope for. That's the kind of movement I would want to join. And the kinds of movements that are dying in America are the ones that either became dogmatic or just became so open they mean nothing. I think I would describe both the current Democratic Party and Republican Party as being one or the other, or maybe both. They just cycle, but I would say both parties are sort of stagnant institutions because they either became dogmatic or they just became so open to just be meaningless. Like there just isn't really a platform that survives any number of years. And I'm seeing Audrey's messages there, really good stuff. And I agree with her last two messages. I personally became interested in objectivism among many reasons, but one reason is, as she put it, I was also hungry for an alternative. I also I guess a year ago, before I discovered objectivism like this, I was also craving a principled, contemporary philosophical alternative to just everything on offer. I don't know, contemporary Democrat politics, contemporary Republican politics, vague globalist philosophy. I was also craving an alternative and feel well satisfied with objectivism. And it gives me a lot of hope that the objectivist community could fill that void. Because, America's great. I like America. I like freedom. I like your quote about it requiring eternal vigilance. And I guess I just personally am trying to hitch my horse to the right wagon. So thank you for answering my question. I guess I was kind of selfishly looking for some validation there, and I think I got it. I appreciate you uh, both commenting on present objectivism, and I actually appreciate that you did not want to speculate on the future of objectivism. I think that's wise, which is a good sign. So, thank you for that. I guess I'm well satisfied with the conversation we had today. Um, I guess I was going to pose you one last question if you're up for it, and it's just kind of a open-ended one to wrap up with.
Okay, well, let me just reflect a little on the last segment. I do think the Republicans and the Democrats have serious problems. So I don't know if either of those parties are salvageable. I think they've gotten worse in some ways in recent years, like with Trump basically taking over the Republican Party. I think that's a very bad sign. And the Democrats, I think more hostile to Israel than they were previously. And I think there's a kind of anti-Semitism which is more prominent than it was pre-October 7th. And there's a platforming of people, or a mainstreaming, or at least closer to mainstreaming of people like Nick Fuentes. I think who had dinner with the president.
Wow, I
once.
don't know that.
I mean, I think there are some bad signs, and I don't know if America is gonna be able to last. And I'm not going to put a timetable on this, but I think there are some very worrisome signs, and I hope it doesn't come to something like civil war. I hope it can be put on a better track, peacefully, without bloodshed. Oh yeah, I was also going to say, I'm having a chat right now with a Buddhist, or at least some kind of Buddhist, and this might be a kind, I don't know if this is an example of someone not just like automatically dismissing somebody who disagrees. Like, I don't only talk in an echo chamber. A major point of my channel is to engage with people who disagree. I invite debate. I encourage debate. I want to engage with people who have different points of view. That's not necessarily going to be the kind of platform every pro Ayn Rand fan or institution has. Like, maybe the Ayn Rand Institute wouldn't invite a Buddhist onto their podcast, but they did have Jordan Peterson in a panel discussion at one of their conferences, and they're having Steven Pinker is going to be at the upcoming Objectivist conference later this month, and they don't agree on everything. I think there is some significant agreements based on what I've heard. I don't know. I haven't read Steven Pinker myself, but I think he's pro-enlightenment, and I think they see that as a significant overlap. So they do engage with people who they disagree with, at least to some extent. Now, there are some people I'm sure they wouldn't engage with, like Nick Fuentes. I don't think they would share a platform with him, even to have a debate. But it's certainly not that we only talk to people we agree with, and if you disagree at all, we're not going to have anything to do with you. I think if someone says that about ARI, I think that would be a smear, and I think it's very clear that that's not their attitude. Yaron Brook, who's the chairman of the board at ARI, he engages in debates, many debates with obviously people who disagree. But there are lines. You have to draw lines somewhere, and people can disagree about what crosses the line, and there's a discussion there to have, or maybe just to be considered. But anyways, just want to put out some thoughts there on disagreement and engaging with people who disagree. Now, even if you disagree, like I said earlier, I think to you that the Ayn Rand Institute accepts into their educational programs people who disagree, at least to some extent. So you don't have to agree with them already. I think they understand. Part of the reason they're doing their programs is because they're teaching people, and they don't expect that people already understand the philosophy or agree with it. Now, whether they're going to hire you to be a teacher themselves, I think that's probably going to require some level of agreements, much more to be hired as a teacher there than say to work in the mailroom, right? Or it's not going to matter as much. So, or be on their board of directors. So, depending on the kind of relationship you have with them, whether you're a student or a mailroom clerk or board member, I think it makes sense that they would have different requirements in terms of how much do you agree with us. I think it makes sense for any organization to make those sorts of discriminations. And there could be some room for reasonable disagreements, but I don't think that's avoidable. I mean, I think any organization not everyone is going to be perfectly aligned on every single thing. I mean, I think that's part of the reason they have like a board of directors, and sometimes they might have to take a majority vote and just go by the majority, because some issues people just don't agree on. And if your disagreement is serious enough, you can resign from the board, or you can leave the institution. But there are going to be disagreements like that, but I don't see that that's like some abnormal, unhealthy sign. I think it's just a normal feature, not necessarily a bug. Schisms.
Yeah, I think that's refreshingly realistic what you just said there. And I'm also sensing that it's refreshingly American. I mentioned to you on probably the very first time I called into this show that I had recently read an essay by Teddy Roosevelt about the duties of American citizenship. And he had very similar words that, he said it was a very common experience, he said, in his time that young people will be like, I hate the political machine, man. They just make all their decisions in back rooms and they don't listen to the people. And he says, yeah, that's a very common experience, but that's not an excuse for not participating then. Is you need to accept the fact that policy at scale involves disagreement and then find people that you have a reasonable amount of agreement with and band together and ally, and y'all won't agree on every issue, but you'll agree on enough things that you can form a voluntary association, and then your voluntary association can ally itself with other associations, which you won't have perfect alignment on, but you'll have a reasonable agreement with, and that's how politics works, and that's how change works, and that's the American experience. So I hear echoes of that in what you just said there. Right. I think we just
And
said there's
that's
refreshingly common.
I think this is also true even in personal relationships. Like, even if you're married to someone, you're not going to agree on everything, right? Maybe you have different views on how we should raise the kids. Even if you're both objectivists, maybe you have different parenting styles. I don't know what a good example of a difference in parenting styles would be, but even yourself, you don't even agree with yourself if you consider yourself across time. Like, maybe at one time you believe this is a good parenting style, and then later you come to decide, oh, actually, my spouse has a better idea on how to do it. So disagreement is a very normal part of life, so many parts of life. And sometimes the disagreement is just irreconcilable, and the American thing to do is you just go your own way. You don't impose by force your view on others. You separate, go your own way, but you don't coerce the other person to go along with you. Just want to. Audrey in the chat says, she says, thank you, Mellow Mau. And very well reasoned, Dan. Thanks, Audrey. I appreciate that. Okay. Not sure if I want to read the next one. Throwing a little shade there at certain organizations or people. And, well, people can read the chat if they want to read the chat. But I appreciate your well reasons, your comments that it was well reasons. Thanks for that.
Yeah, and she thanked me for answering her question about what is the internally intuitive process that my quote from the Diamond Sutra was referring to.
Ah,
And I had to think about that one for a minute because it is tough to explain. Um, but I took my best shot at it. I think she must have appreciated my answer. And as I've, said ad nauseum at this point, I believe objectivism has helped me appreciate the best parts of Buddhism. I think the worst parts are arguments from faith, and the best parts are understanding that deeper concepts can't be grasped until you've learned lower level concepts. Like, I think the prediction you've made to many of your viewers that ITOE is like an immune system upgrade, like a mental immune system upgrade. You just grasp much better what good learning is, and you learn to avoid bad learning or just approximate learning. That prediction is coming true for me. I feel like ITOE is helping me grasp truths in my home territory, I suppose, in a much deeper way. So uh, it's great. Objectivism is great. I'm sure Ayn Rand did not expect in her day that it would have anything at all to do with Buddhism. In fact, I'm sure in her time, English translations of the religion were not very common yet. I think I read somewhere that 1950s was when like the first commercially available translation of Buddhist texts was hit in America. So it's probably impossible for her in her time to have encountered any serious scholars who had done a thorough job studying it. But I think it speaks to the value of her philosophy that it has echoes well beyond her original intents. But it's great, man. I'm good. I'm gonna start wrapping up. But thank you, Dan, for entertaining so many of my questions today. I hope that I've provided fruitful conversation. I hope to pay it back to you and the movement by, talking about objectivism with more people. But it's great. I have a lot of hope for objectivism, and I think the last hour or so of what we're talking about here, um, I guess, provided reason to the felt sense of hope that I have is like, yeah, objectivism is an alternative to dogma and just worshiping a political party. And man, just wouldn't it be great? Wouldn't it be great if somehow the stars aligned and objectivism upgraded the mental health and epistemology of enough Americans that America became great again? Wouldn't that would just be great?
yep. Well, we're doing some part of that. I'm trying to do my part here in helping that come about by doing the Dan Norton show. So thank you for being part of it, and you're providing my channel with contents, and I think that helps grow the show. All you out there listening, you can help by subscribing, liking, sharing, commenting. That's all free to do. You can also do super chats as well, or become channel members and financially support the show. So I do appreciate the call, Mellow Mau. Thanks for all the contents. Hopefully,
I
it
hope I'm
was
entertaining.
win-win.
I hope I'm entertaining. Maybe I'll do a little self-reflection. Maybe there's a way for me to be more entertaining to the audience. I'll come in hot or something. I'll just be like, "What? You don't believe in enlightenment?" And I'll just come in hot or something. I don't know, but I hope the audience enjoys this probably unusual approach to objectivism. Contrasting it with a very, very different philosophy. But yeah, I hope I provided some value today, Dan. Thank you for your time. Have a good rest of your stream today.
All right, bye bye. Okay, we're getting late, so let me read some of these chats before I end the stream. Or at least, yeah. Mellow Mau's hot takes, says Audrey. Oop. Okay. I read back to 636. I think I made a note that that's as far back as I look. But actually, I think there were some around this super chat that I didn't read yet. Let's see. I have an issue with people trying to get others to form conclusions without the full context, says Audrey. Oh, Mellow Mau just did a super chat, $10. Thank you. I got to reply fast enough so I can get the tag, the yellow tag. And let me give that a heart too. He says, thanks for answering many of my research questions today. Until next time. You're welcome. Thanks for calling in. Provided a lot of content for my show, some interesting new topics, and you help save my voice as well. Helps to have someone else do some of the talking. Audrey says, I always enjoy listening to you. You're eloquent and articulate. That's to Mellow Mau, she says. Who says to Audrey, thanks, Audrey. I hope you'll call in more. Audrey called in 2 or 3 shows ago, I think. Okay, so let's see what else we have here. Oh, there's this quote. Buddhas and disciples are not enlightened by a set method of teachings, but by an internally intuitive process which is spontaneous and is part of their own inner nature. And then Audrey asked a question about that. What is this internally intuitive process which is spontaneous and is part of one's own inner nature? And Mellow Mau said he addressed that, I think. Because then she said thank you later, and that's what she was thanking him for, I think, because he addressed this question. I think that's what happened. You can correct me if I didn't get that right. Audrey says, I adhere to Rand's philosophic words insofar that, I think you mean insofar as those words are true, i.e. correspond with reality. It just so happens that those philosophic words have all been true so far. My disagreements with Rand are not philosophic, but are rather applications of her philosophic words. Okay. I wonder what applications you mean. If you want to say. My crude observations, she says, of the culture is that people seem to be hungry for an alternative to the toxic status quo. This could be an opportune time for Objectivism qua movement to offer a rational alternative. Oh, this is Mellow Mau's answer. He actually answered it in the chat. I was thinking maybe he answered it by voice when he was on the call, but he did a chat here. See, he says the internally intuitive process is an internal coherence that is natural and joyful, not overthinking, no internal resistance or self-doubt, because you earned your own trust through study. And then she says, thank you. Okay, and then I read the rest of these. Thanks again for the super chat, Mellow Mau. And thanks again to David Wilson for this super chat. All right, so it's before that, I think, that I read back to 6:36 p.m. Pacific. Here, this one about a web. How is this a spiral and not a web? Okay. A web is more interconnected, question mark. The spiral circles back and takes something new and seeks to look for places among older knowledge to fit it in, or update something older based on something newer, says Greg. Okay, now before that, I've read some but not all. Okay, maybe I'll read anything I missed after the stream. Oh, there's Greg's upgraded membership. Thanks again, Greg. Oh, Leighton Preon was here. At least briefly. He says, who's this caller? I don't know who was on at 5:19. I think Mellow Mau called in after that, maybe. How would I rate my performance against Pisco? That was the last debate I did. I thought it was a good conversation. I don't know how to... It was civil, and I thought we covered territory that I hadn't covered before on my channel. And we got into some depth about some really deep issues, which I don't usually do. He's primarily a political streamer. So it was a rare opportunity for me to discuss those very deep issues in metaphysics and epistemology. So I like that aspect. Now, he didn't publish the video on his channel as a standalone video, so I'm not sure why. I don't know if he just thinks he only publishes more political topics for his audience. But I'm at least glad to have it on my channel. I thought the conversation went pretty well. There are probably some things I could have done better, and I think that I did have one idea after the fact on how I could have better made a point. I forget exactly what the point was, but that's pretty common. You discuss something and then later you think of a better way to put it, or you think of some point that you missed. But I don't know that I could say much more than that in terms of rating my performance. Do you want to rate my performance? He's probably not still here, but You can tell me what you thought about it if you want. I'm open to feedback, positive or negative, as long as it's civil and constructive. Creative destruction, that's a term in economics. Maybe there's a similar thing you could say when it comes to giving feedback on intellectual performances. Creative, respectful destruction. Oh yeah, I read this one already about health insurance. Okay. All right, I think I might read these later. Okay. That's as far back as it goes. All the way to the beginning. The chat didn't crash this time. Sometimes it crashes. I'm glad it didn't. So when it crashes and then I try to scroll back, I can't go all the way back to the beginning, but this time I could. Okay, I'm going to end the stream. So next stream, as usual, will be 5 days from now, unless something comes up for me. But that would be Saturday, June 6th. All right, well, this was the first stream with ads, and I think I'll do that again for the next stream. I'm at least going to try it for a little bit to have ads running, and we'll see how it goes. I want to earn some money off of all this, and I hope you all get value from it as well. And you're here, so I guess you get some value. Thanks for being here. I do appreciate it. And if you're not here now, but you're watching this later, thanks to you as well. And thanks for all the engagements, the likes, subscribes, super chats, and calls. All right, I'm going to end the stream now. And see you in 5 days. Bye, everyone.